by Carl Jung, Psychology of the Unconscious, of Symbolism of the Mother and of Rebirth. The vision following the creation of the hero is described by Miss Miller as a throng of people. This representation is known to us from dream interpretation as being, above all, the symbol of mystery. Freud thinks that this choice of symbol is determined on account of its possibility of representing the idea. The bearer of the mystery is placed in opposition to the multitude of the ignorant. The possession of the mystery cuts one off from intercourse with the rest of mankind. For a very complete and smooth rapport with the surroundings is of great importance for the management of the libido, and the possession of a subjectively important secret generally creates a great disturbance. It may be said that the whole art of life shrinks to the one problem of how the libido may be freed in the most harmless way possible. Therefore, the neurotic derives special benefit in treatment when he can at last rid himself of his various secrets. The symbol of the crowd of people, chiefly the streaming and moving mass, is, as I have often seen, substituted for the great excitement in the unconscious, especially in persons who are outwardly calm. The vision of the throng develops further. Horses emerge. A battle is fought. With still bearer, I might accept the significance of this vision as belonging, first of all, in the functional category, because fundamentally the conception of the intermingling crowds is nothing but the symbol of the present onrush of the mass of thought. Likewise the battle, and possibly the horses, which illustrate the movement. The deeper significance of the appearance of the horses will be seen for the first time in the further course of our treatment of the mother symbolism. The following vision has a more definite and significantly important character. Miss Miller sees a city of dreams, Cité de Rêve. The picture is similar to one she saw a short time before on the cover of a magazine. Unfortunately, we learn nothing further about it. One can easily imagine, under this Cité de Rêve, a fulfilled wish dream, that is to say, something very beautiful and greatly longed for, a sort of heavenly Jerusalem, as the poet of the Apocalypse has dreamed it. The city is a maternal symbol, a woman who fosters the inhabitants as children. It is therefore intelligible that the two mother goddesses, Rhea and Cybele, both wear the wall crown. The Old Testament treats the cities of Jerusalem, Babel, etc., as women. Isaiah 47, 1-5. Come down and sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon. Sit on the ground, there is no throne. O daughter of the Chaldeans, for thou shalt no more be called tender and delicate. Take the millstones and grind meal. Uncover thy locks. Make bare the leg. Uncover the thigh. Pass over the rivers, that thy nakedness shall be uncovered, yea, thy shame shall be seen. Sit thou silent, and give thee into darkness, O daughter of the Chaldeans, for thou shalt no more be called the lady of the kingdoms. Jeremiah says of Babel, 50:12, Your mother shall be sore confounded, she that bare you shall be ashamed. Strong, unconquered cities are virgins, colonies are sons and daughters. Cities are also whores. Isaiah says of Tyre, 23:16, Take an harp, go about the city, thou harlot, thou hast been forgotten. And how does it come to pass that the virtuous city has become an harlot? We come across a similar symbolism in the myth of Ogyges, the mythical king who rules in Egyptian Thebes and whose wife was appropriately named Thebe. The Boeotian Thebes, founded by Cadmus, received on that account a surname, Ogygian. This surname was also given to the great flood, as it was called Ogygian, because it occurred under Ogyges. This coincidence will be found later on to be hardly accidental. The fact that the city and the wife of Ogyges bear the same name indicates that somewhere a relation must exist between the city and the woman, which is not difficult to understand, for the city is identical with the woman. We meet a similar idea in Hindu lore, where Indra appears as the husband of Urvara, but Urvara means the fertile land. In a similar way, The occupancy of a country by the king was understood as marriage with the plowed land. Similar representations must have prevailed in Europe as well. Princes had to guarantee, for example, a good harvest at their accession. The Swedish king Domaldi was actually killed on account of the failure of the harvest. Ynglinga Saga 18. In the Rama Saga, the hero Rama marries Sita, the furrow of the field. To the same group of ideas belongs the Chinese custom of the emperor plowing a furrow at his ascension to the throne. This idea of the soil being feminine also embraces the idea of continual companionship with the woman, of physical communication. Shiva, the phallic god, is like Mahadeva and Parvati, male and female. He has even given one half of his body to his consort Parvati as a dwelling place. Inman gives us a drawing of a Pandit of Ardhanari Iswara. One half of the god is masculine, the other half feminine, and the genitals are in continuous cohabitation. The motive of continuous cohabitation is expressed in a well-known lingam symbol, which is to be found everywhere in Indian temples. The base is a female symbol, and within that is the phallus. The symbol approaches very closely the Grecian mystic phallic basket and chest. Compare with this the Eleusinian mysteries. The chest or box is here a female symbol, that is the mother's womb. This is a very well-known conception in the old mythologies. The chest, basket, or little basket with its precious contents was thought of as floating on the water, a remarkable inversion of the natural fact that the child floats in the amniotic fluid and that this is in the uterus. This inversion brings about a great advantage for sublimation, for it creates enormous possibilities of application for the myth-weaving fantasy, that is to say, for the annexation to the sun cycle. The sun floats over the sea like an immortal god, which every evening is immersed in the maternal water and is born again, renewed in the morning. Frobenius says, perhaps in connection with the blood-red sunrise, the idea occurs that here a birth takes place, the birth of a young son. The question then arises inevitably, whence comes the paternity? How has the woman become pregnant? And since this woman symbolizes the same idea as the fish, which means the sea, because we proceed from the assumption that the sun descends into the sea as well as arises from it, thus the curious primitive answer is that this sea has previously swallowed the old sun. Consequently, the resulting myth is that the woman, sea, has formerly devoured the sun and now brings a new son into the world, and thus she has become pregnant. All these sea-going gods are sun symbols. They are enclosed in a chest or an ark for the night journey on the sea. Frobenius, often together with a woman, again an inversion of the actual situation, but in support of the motive of continuous cohabitation which we have met above. During the night journey on the sea, the sun god is enclosed in the mother's womb, oftentimes threatened by dangers of all kinds. Instead of many individual examples, I will content myself with reproducing the scheme which Frobenius has constructed from numberless myths of this sort. To devour, west, east, eat hare, to slip out, to open to land. West to east movement, sea journey. Sea journey to set on fire or to cut off the heart. Frobenius gives the following legend to illustrate this. A hero is devoured by a water monster in the west. To devour. The animal carries him within him to the east, sea journey. Meanwhile he kindles a fire in the belly of the monster to set on fire. And since he feels hungry, he cuts off a piece of the hanging heart to cut off the heart. Soon after, he notices that the fish glides upon the dry land. To land, he immediately begins to cut open the animal from within outwards to open. Then he slides out to slip out. In the fish's belly, it had been so hot that all his hair had fallen out. Eat hare. The hero frequently frees all who were previously devoured to devour all, and all now slide out, slip out. A very close parallel is Noah's journey during the flood, in which all living creatures die. Only he and the life guarded by him are brought to a new birth. In a Melopolynesian legend, Frobenius, it is told that the hero in the belly of the king fish took his weapon and cut open the fish's belly. He slid out and saw a splendor, and he sat down and reflected. "I wonder where I am," he said. Then the sun rose with a bound and turned from one side to the other. The sun has again slipped out. Frobenius mentions from the Ramayana the myth of the ape Hanuman, who represents the sun hero. The sun, in which Hanuman hurries through the air, throws a shadow upon the sea. The sea monster notices this, and through this draws Hanuman toward itself. When the latter sees that the monster is about to devour him, he stretches out his figure immeasurably. The monster assumes the same gigantic proportions. As he does that, Hanuman becomes as small as a thumb, slips into the great body of the monster, and comes out on the other side. In another part of the poem, it is said that he came out from the right ear of the monster, like Rabelais, Gargantua, who also was born from the mother's ear. Hanuman thereupon resumes his flight and finds a new obstacle in another sea monster, which is the mother of Rahus, the sun-devouring demon. The latter draws Hanuman's shadow to her in the same way. Hanuman again has recourse to the earlier stratagem, becomes small and slips into her body, but hardly is he there than he grows to a gigantic mass, swells up, tears her, kills her, and in that way makes his escape. Thus we understand why the Indian fire-bringer Matarikvan is called the one swelling in the mother. The ark, little box, chest, cask, vessel, etc., is a symbol of the womb, just as is the sea, into which the sun sinks for rebirth. From this circle of ideas, we understand the mythologic statements about Gyges. He it is who possesses the mother, the city, who is united with the mother. Therefore under him came the great flood, for it is a typical fragment of the sun myth that the hero, when united with the woman, attained with difficulty, is exposed in a cask and thrown into the sea, and then lands for a new life on a distant shore. The middle part, the night journey on the sea in the ark, is lacking in the tradition of Gyges, but the rule in mythology is that the typical parts of a myth can be united in all conceivable variations, which adds greatly to the extraordinary difficulty of the interpretation of a particular myth without knowledge of all the others. The meaning of this cycle of myths mentioned here is clear. It is the longing to attain rebirth through the return to the mother's womb, that is to say, to become as immortal as the sun. This longing for the mother is frequently expressed in our holy scriptures. I recall particularly the place in the epistle to the Galatians, where it is said, 4:26, "But Jerusalem, which is above, is free, which is the mother of us all." 27, "For it is written, Rejoice, thou barren that beareth not, break forth and cry, thou that travailest not, for the desolate hath many more children than she which hath an husband." 28, "Now we, brethren, as Isaac was, are the children of promise." 29, "But as he that was born after the flesh persecuted him that was born after the Spirit, even so it is now." 30, "Nevertheless, what saith the Scripture? Cast out the bondwoman and her son, for the son of a bondwoman shall not be heir with the son of a free woman." 31, "So then, brethren, we are not children of the bondwoman, but of the free." Chapter 5, 1, "Stand fast, therefore, in the liberty wherewith Christ has made us free." The Christians are the children of the city above, a symbol of the mother, not sons of the earthly city mother, who is to be cast out, for those born after the flesh are opposed to those born after the Spirit, who are not born from the mother in the flesh, but from a symbol for the mother. One must again think of the Indians at this point, who say the first people proceeded from the sword hilt and a shuttle. The religious thought is bound up with the compulsion to call the mother no longer mother, but city, source, sea, etc. This compulsion can be derived from the need to manifest an amount of libido bound up with the mother, but in such a way that the mother is represented by or concealed in a symbol. The symbolism of the city we find well developed in the Revelations of John, where two cities play a great part, one of which is insulted and cursed by him, the other greatly desired. We read in Revelation 17:1, Come hither, I will show unto thee the judgment of the great whore that sitteth on many waters. 2. With whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication, and the inhabitants of the earth have been made drunk with the wine of her fornication. 3. So he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sit on a scarlet-colored beast, full of the names of blasphemy, and having 7 heads and 10 horns. 4. And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet colors, and decked with gold and precious stones of pearls, having a golden cup in her hand, full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication. 5. And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. 6. And I saw the woman drunken with the blood of saints, and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus, and when I saw her, I wondered with a great admiration. Here follows an interpretation of the vision, unintelligible to us, from which we can only emphasize the point that the 7 heads of the dragon means the 7 hills upon which the woman sits. This is probably a distinct allusion to Rome, the city whose temporal power oppressed the world at the time of the Revelation. The waters upon which the woman, the mother, sits are peoples and throngs and nations and tongues. This also seems to refer to Rome, for she is the mother of peoples and possessed all lands. Just as in common speech, for example, colonies are called daughters, so the people subject to Rome are like members of a family subject to the mother. In another version of the picture, the kings of the people, namely the fathers, commit fornication with this mother. Revelation continues, 18:2, And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the Great is fallen, and is become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird. 3. For all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication. Thus, this mother does not only become the mother of all abominations, but also in truth the receptacle of all that is wicked and unclean. The birds are images of souls, therefore this means all souls of the condemned and evil spirits. Thus the mother becomes Hecate, the underworld, the city of the damned itself. We recognize easily in the ancient idea of the woman on the dragon the above-mentioned representation of Agneta, the mother of the infernal horrors. Babylon is the idea of the terrible mother who seduces all people to whoredom with devilish temptation and makes them drunk with her wine. The intoxicating drink stands in the closest relation to fornication, for it is also a libido symbol, as we have already seen in the parallel of fire and sun. After the fall and curse of Babylon, we find in Revelation 19:6-7 the hymn which leads from the under half to the upper half of the mother, where now everything is possible which would be impossible without the repression of incest. 6. Alleluia, the Lord God omnipotent reigneth. 7. Let us be glad and rejoice, and give honor to him, for the marriage of the Lamb is come, and his wife hath made herself ready. 8. And to her was granted that she should be arrayed in fine linen, clean and white, for the fine linen is the righteousness of saints. 9. And he saith unto me, Write, Blessed are they which are called unto the marriage supper of the Lamb. The Lamb is the Son of Man, who celebrates his marriage with the woman. Who the woman is remains obscure at first, but Revelation 21:9 shows us which woman is the bride, the Lamb's wife. 9. Come hither, I will show thee the bride, the Lamb's wife. 10. And he carried me away in the Spirit to a great and high mountain, and showed me that great city, the holy Jerusalem, descending out of heaven from God, having the glory of God. It is evident from this quotation, after all that goes before, that the city, the heavenly bride, who is here promised to the Son, is the mother. In Babylon, the impure maid was cast out, according to the epistle to the Galatians, so that here in heavenly Jerusalem the mother bride may be attained the more surely. It bears witness to the most delicate psychologic perception that the fathers of the Church, who formulated the canons, preserve this bit of the symbolic significance of the Christ mystery. It is a treasure house for the fantasies and myth materials which underlie primitive Christianity. The further attributes which were heaped upon the heavenly Jerusalem make its significance as mother overwhelmingly clear. 1. And he showed me a pure river of water of life, clear as crystal, proceeding out of the throne of God and of the Lamb. 2. In the midst of the street of it, and on either side of the river, was there the tree of life, which bare 12 manner of fruits, and yielded her fruit every month, and the leaves of the tree were for the healing of nations. 3. And there shall be no more curse. In this quotation we come upon the symbol of the waters which we found in the mention of Gyges in connection with the city. The maternal significance of water belongs to the clearest symbolism in the realm of mythology, so that the ancients could say in Greek, the sea is the symbol of birth. From water comes life. Therefore, of the two gods which here interest us the most, Christ and Mithra, the latter was born beside a river, according to representations, while Christ experienced his new birth in the Jordan. Moreover, he is born from the Themin, the sempiterni fons amoris, the mother of God, who by the heathen Christian legend was made a nymph of the spring. The spring is also found in Mithricism. A Pannonian dedication reads, Fonti perenni. An inscription in Apulia is dedicated to the Fons Eterni. In Persia, Ardwicura is the well of the water of life. Ardwicura Anahita is a goddess of water and love, just as Aphrodite is born from foam. The Neo-Persians designate the planet Venus and a nubile girl by the name Nahid. In the temples of Anaitis there existed prostitute Hierodules, harlots. In the Sakain, in honor of Anaitis, there occurred ritual combats as in the festival of the Egyptian Ares and his mother. In the Vedas, the waters are called Matritama, the most maternal. All that is living rises, as does the sun, from the water, and at evening plunges into the water. Born from the springs, the rivers, the seas, at death man arrives at the waters of the Styx in order to enter upon the night journey on the sea. The wish is that the black water of death might be the water of life, that death with its cold embrace might be the mother's womb, just as the sea devours the sun, but brings it forth again out of the maternal womb. Jonah motive. Life believes not in death. In the flood of life, in the torrents of deeds, I toss up and down. I am blown to and fro, cradle and grave, an eternal sea, a changing web, a glowing life. Goethe, Faust. The Etenabman, the wood of life, or the tree of life, is a maternal symbol which would seem to follow from the previous deductions. The etymologic connection of Tau, ton, bios in the Indo-Germanic root suggests the blending of the meanings in the underlying symbolism of mother and of generation. The tree of life is probably, first of all, a fruit-bearing genealogical tree, that is, a mother image. Countless myths prove the derivation of man from trees. Many myths show how the hero is enclosed in the maternal tree, thus dead Osiris in the column, Adonis in the myrtle, etc. Numerous female divinities were worshipped as trees, from which resulted the cult of the holy groves and trees. It is of transparent significance when Attis castrates himself under a pine tree, that is, he does it because of the mother. Goddesses were often worshipped in the form of a tree or of a wood. Thus Juno of Thespii was a branch of a tree, Juno of Samos was a board, Juno of Argos was a column, the Carian Diana was an uncut piece of wood, Athena of Lindus was a polished column. Tertullian calls Ceres of Pharos, Brutus Pallas et informe legnum sine effigy. Athenaeus remarks of Latona at Dalos that she is an anthropos, a shapeless piece of wood. Tertullian calls an Attic palace crucistippus, a wooden pail or mast. The wooden pail is phallic, as the name suggests. Palathon, palace. The palace is a pail, a ceremonial lingam carved out of figwood, as are all Roman statues of Priapus. Pavos means a projection or centerpiece on the helmet, later called panos, just as avananabantias signifies bald-headedness on the forepart of the head, and thalalapas signifies bald-headedness in regard to the pathos nonymos of the helmet. A semi-phallic meaning is given to the upper part of the head as well. Palapanos has, besides palathos, the significance of wooden paus anayas, cylinder, palalos, a round beam. The Macedonian battle array, distinguished by its powerful impetus, is called palathos. Moreover, the finger joint is called palalois. Palathatos is a whale. Now pathos appears with the meaning shining, brilliant. The Indo-Germanic root is bala, equals to bulge, to swell. Who does not think of Faust? It grows, it shines, increases in my hand. That is primitive libido symbolism, which shows how immediate is the connection between phallic libido and light. The same relations are found in the Rig Veda in Rudra's utterances. Rig Veda 1:114:3. May we obtain your favor, thou man ruling, O urinating Rudra. I refer here to the previously mentioned phallic symbolism of Rudra in the Upanishads. 4. We call for help below, to the flaming Rudra, to the one bringing the sacrifice, him who encircles and wanders, wandering in the vault of heaven, to the seer. 2:33:5. He who opens up the sweet, who listens to our calls, the ruddy one with the beautiful helmet, may he not give us over to the powers of jealousy. 6. I have been rejoiced by the bull, connected with Marut, the supplicating one, with strong force of life. 8. Sound the powerful song of praise to the ruddy bull, to the white shining one. Worship the flaming one with honor. We sing of the shining being, Rudra. May Rudra's missile arrow not be used on us. May the great displeasure of the shining one pass us by. Unbend the firm bow or hard arrow for the princes. Thou who blessest with the waters of thy body generative strength, be gracious to our children and grandchildren. In this way, we pass from the realm of mother symbolism imperceptibly into the realm of male phallic symbolism. This element also lies in the tree, even in the family tree, as is distinctly shown by the medieval family trees. From the first ancestor there grows upward, in the place of the membrum virile, the trunk of the great tree. The bisexual symbolic character of the tree is intimated by the fact that in Latin trees have a masculine termination and a feminine gender. The feminine, especially the maternal, meaning of the forest, and the phallic significance of trees in dreams is well known. I mention an example. It concerns a woman who had always been nervous and who, after many years of marriage, became ill as a result of the typical retention of the libido. She had the following dream after she had learned to know a young man of many engaging free opinions who was very pleasing to her. She found herself in a garden where stood a remarkable exotic tree with strange red fleshy flowers or fruits. She picked them and ate them. Then, to her horror, she felt that she was poisoned. This dream idea may easily be understood by means of the antique or poetic symbolism, so I can spare information as to the analytic material. The double significance of the tree is readily explained by the fact that such symbols are not to be understood anatomically, but psychologically, as libido symbols. Therefore, it is not permissible to interpret the tree, on account of its similar form, as directly phallic. It can also be called a woman, or the uterus of the mother. The uniformity of the significance lies alone in the similarity to the libido. One loses one's way in one cul-de-sac after another by saying that this is the symbol substituted for the mother and that for the penis. In this realm, there is no fixed significance of things. The only reality here is the libido, for which all that is perishable is merely a symbol. It is not the physical, actual mother, but the libido of the son, the object of which was once the mother. We take mythologic symbols much too concretely and wonder at every step about the endless contradictions. These contradictions arise only because we constantly forget that in the realm of fantasy, feeling is all. Whenever we read, therefore, his mother was a wicked sorcerer, the translation is as follows: the son is in love with her, namely, he is unable to detach his libido from the mother imago. He therefore suffers from incestuous resistance. The symbolism of water and trees, which are met with as further attributes in the symbol of the city, also refer to that amount of libido which unconsciously is fastened to the mother imago. In certain parts of Revelation, the unconscious psychology of religious longing is revealed, namely, the longing for the mother. The expectation of revelation ends in the mother. Nai pat atnavaita ona athases, and there shall be no more curse. There shall be no more sins, no repression, no disharmony with oneself, no guilt, no fear of death, and no pain of separation more. Thus Revelation echoes that same radiant mystical harmony which was caught again 2,000 years later and expressed poetically in the last prayer of Dr. Marianus. Penitents, look up elate, where she beams salvation, gratefully to blessed fate, grow in recreation. Be our souls as they have been, dedicate to thee, Virgin, Holy, Mother Queen, Goddess gracious be. Goethe, Faust. One principal question arises at the sight of this beauty and greatness of feeling, that is, whether the primary tendency compensated by religion is not too narrowly understood as incestuous. I have previously observed in regard to this that I consider the resistance opposed to libido as in a general way coincident with the incest prohibition. I must leave open for the present the definition of the psychological incest conception. However, I will here emphasize the point that it is most especially the totality of the son myth which proves to us that the fundamental basis of the incestuous desire does not aim at cohabitation, but at the special thought of becoming a child again, of turning back to the parents' protection, of coming into the mother once more in order to be born again. But incest stands in the path to this goal, that is to say, the necessity of in some way again gaining entrance into the mother's womb. One of the simplest ways would be to impregnate the mother and to reproduce one's self identically, but here the incest prohibition interferes. Therefore the myths of the son or of rebirth teem with all possible proposals as to how incest can be evaded. A very simple method of avoidance is to transform the mother into another being, or to rejuvenate her after birth has occurred, to have her disappear again or have her change back. It is not incestuous cohabitation which is desired, but the rebirth, which now is attained most readily through cohabitation. But this is not the only way, although perhaps the original one. The resistance to the incest prohibition makes the fantasy inventive. For example, it was attempted to impregnate the mother by means of a magic charm of fertility to wish for a child. Attempts in this respect remain in the stage of mythical fantasies, but they have one result, and that is the exercise of the fantasy, which gradually produces paths through the creation of fantastic possibilities in which the libido, taking an active part, can flow off. Thus the libido becomes spiritualized in an imperceptible manner. The power which always wishes evil thus creates a spiritual life. Therefore, in religions, this course is now raised to a system. On that account, it is exceedingly instructive to see how religion takes pains to further these symbolic transferences. The New Testament furnishes us with an excellent example in regard to this. Nicodemus, in the speech regarding rebirth, cannot forbear understanding the matter very realistically. John 3:4. How can a man be born when he is old? Can he enter a second time into his mother's womb and be born? But Jesus endeavors to raise into purity the sensuous view of Nicodemus's mind, molded in materialistic heaviness, and announces to him really the same, and yet not the same. 5. Verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born of water and of the Spirit, he cannot enter into the kingdom of God. 6. That which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the Spirit is spirit. 7. Marvel not that I said unto thee, ye must be born again. 8. The wind bloweth where it listeth, and thou hearest the sound thereof, but canst not tell whence it cometh, and whither it goeth. So is every one that is born of the Spirit. To be born of water means simply to be born from the mother's womb. To be born of the Spirit means to be born from the fructifying breath of the wind. This we learn from the Greek text, where spirit and wind are expressed by the same word, panathawa. That which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the Spirit is spirit. The Spirit bloweth where it listeth. This symbolism rose from the same need as that which produced the Egyptian legend of the vultures, the mother symbol. They were only females and were fertilized by the wind. One recognizes very clearly the ethical demand as the foundation of these mythologic assertions. Thou must say of the mother that she was not impregnated by a mortal in the ordinary way, but by a spiritual being in an unusual manner. This demand stands in strict opposition to the real truth. Therefore, the myth is a fitting solution. One can say it was a hero who died and was born again in a remarkable manner, and in this way attained immortality. The need which this demand asserts is evidently a prohibition against a definite fantasy concerning the mother. A son may naturally think that a father has generated him in a carnal way, but not that he himself impregnated the mother, and so caused himself to be born again into renewed youth. This incestuous fantasy, which for some reason possesses an extraordinary strength, and therefore appears as a compulsory wish, is repressed, and conforming to the above demand, under certain conditions, expresses itself again symbolically concerning the problem of birth, or rather concerning individual rebirth from the mother. In Jesus' challenge to Nicodemus, we clearly recognize this tendency. Think not carnally, or thou art carnal, but think symbolically, then art thou spirit. It is evident how extremely educative and developing this compulsion toward symbolism can be. Nicodemus would remain fixed in low commonplaces if he did not succeed in raising himself through symbols above this repressed incestuous desire. As a righteous Philistine of culture, he probably was not very anxious for this effort, because men seem really to remain satisfied in repressing the incestuous libido, and at best to express it by some modest religious exercises. Yet it seems to be important, on the other side, that man should not merely renounce and repress and thereby remain firmly fixed in the incestuous bond, but that he should redeem those dynamic forces which lie bound up in incest in order to fulfill himself. For man needs his whole libido to fill out the boundaries of his personality, and then for the first time he is in a condition to do his best. The paths by which man may manifest his incestuously fixed libido seem to have been pointed out by the religious mythologic symbols. On this account, Jesus teaches Nicodemus, Thou thinkest of thy incestuous wish for rebirth, but thou must think that thou art born from the water, and that thou art generated by the breath of the wind, and in this way thou shalt share in eternal life. Thus the libido, which lies inactive in the incestuous bond, repressed and in fear of the law, and the avenging Father God, can be led over into sublimation through the symbol of baptism, birth from water, and of generation, spiritual birth, through the symbol of the descent of the Holy Ghost. Thus man becomes a child again and is born into a circle of brothers and sisters, but his mother is the communion of the saints, the church, and his circle of brothers and sisters is humanity, with whom he is united anew in the common inheritance of the primitive symbol. It seems that at the time in which Christianity had its origin, this process was especially necessary for that period as the result of the incredible contrast between slavery and the freedom of the citizens and masters had entirely lost the consciousness of the common bond of mankind. One of the next and most essential reasons for the energetic regression to the infantile in Christianity, which goes hand in hand with the revival of the incest problem, was probably to be found in the far-reaching depreciation of women. At that time, sexuality was so easily attainable that the result could only be a very excessive depreciation of the sexual object. The existence of personal values was first discovered by Christianity, and there are many people who have not discovered it even in the present day. However, the depreciation of the sexual object hinders the outflow of that libido which cannot be satisfied by sexual activity because it belongs to an already desexualized higher order. If it were not so, a Don Juan could never be neurotic, but the contrary is the case. For how might those higher valuations be given to a worthless, despised object? Therefore, the libido, after having seen a Helen in every woman for so long a time, sets out on a search for the difficult to obtain, the worshipped, but perhaps unattainable goal, and which in the unconscious is the mother. Therefore, the symbolic needs, based on the incest resistance, arise again in an increased degree, which promptly transforms the beautiful, sinful world of the Olympian gods into incomprehensible, dreamlike, dark mysteries, which, with their accessions of symbols and obscure, meaningful texts, remove us very far from the religious feelings of that Roman Greco world. When we see how much trouble Jesus took to make acceptable to Nicodemus the symbolic perception of things, that is to say, really a repression and veiling over of the actual facts, and how important it was for the history of civilization in general that people thought and still think in this way, then we understand the revolt which it raised everywhere against the psychologic discovery of the true background of the neurotic or normal symbolism. Always and everywhere we encounter the odious realm of sexuality, which represents to all righteous people of today something defiled. However, less than 2,000 years have passed since the religious cult of sexuality was more or less openly in full bloom. To be sure, they were heathen and did not know better, but the nature of religious power does not change from cycle to cycle. If one has once received an effectual impression of the sexual contents of the ancient cults, and if one realizes oneself that the religious experience, that is, the union with the God of antiquity, was understood by antiquity as a more or less concrete coitus, then truly one can no longer fancy that the motor forces of a religion have suddenly become wholly different since the birth of Christ. Exactly the same thing has occurred as with the hysteric, who at first indulges in some quite unbeautiful infantile sexual manifestations, and afterwards develops a hyper-aesthetic negation in order to convince everyone of his special purity. Christianity, with its repression of the manifest sexual, is the negative of the ancient sexual cult. The original cult has changed its tokens. One only needs to realize how much of the gay paganism, even to the inclusion of unseemly gods, has been taken into the Christian church. Thus the old indecent Priapus celebrated a gay festival of resurrection in St. Tychon, also partly in the physicians, Saints Cosma and Damian, who graciously condescended to accept the membra virilia in wax at their festival. Saint Valis of old memories emerges again to be worshipped in country chapels, to say nothing of the rest of the paganism. There are those who have not yet learned to recognize sexuality as a function equivalent to hunger, and who therefore consider it as disgraceful that certain taboo institutions, which were considered as asexual refuges, are now recognized as overflowing with sexual symbolism. Those people are doomed to the painful realization that such is still the case in spite of their great revolt. One must learn to understand that opposed to the customary habit of thought, psychoanalytic thinking reduces and resolves those symbolic structures which have become more and more complicated through countless elaboration. This means a course of reduction which would be an intellectual enjoyment if the object were different. But here it becomes distressing, not only aesthetically, but apparently also ethically, because the repressions which are to be overcome have been brought about by our best intentions. We must commence to overcome our virtuousness with the certain fear of falling into baseness on the other side. This is certainly true, for virtuousness is always inwardly compensated by a great tendency towards baseness, and how many profligates are there who inwardly preserve a mawkish virtue and moral megalomania. Both categories of men turn out to be snobs when they come in contact with analytic psychology, because the moral man has imagined an objective and cheap verdict on sexuality, and the unmoral man is entirely unaware of the vulgarity of his sexuality and of his incapacity for an unselfish love. One completely forgets that one can most miserably be carried away not only by a vice but also by a virtue. There is a fanatic, orgiastic self-righteousness which is just as base and which entails just as much injustice and violence as a vice. At this time, when a large part of mankind is beginning to discard Christianity, it is worthwhile to understand clearly why it was originally accepted. It was accepted in order to escape at last from the brutality of antiquity. As soon as we discard it, licentiousness returns, as impressively exemplified by life in our large modern cities. This step is not a forward step, but a backward one. It is as with individuals who have laid aside one form of transference and have no new one. Without fail, they will occupy regressively the old path of transference to their great detriment, because the world around them has since then essentially changed. He who is repelled by the historical and philosophical weakness of the Christian dogmatism and the religious emptiness of an historical Jesus, of whose person we know nothing and whose religious value is partly Talmudic, partly Hellenic wisdom, and discards Christianity and therewith Christian morality, is certainly confronted with the ancient problem of licentiousness. Today the individual still feels himself restrained by the public hypocritical opinion, and therefore prefers to lead a secret, separate life, but publicly to represent morality. It might be different if men in general all at once found the moral mask too dull, and if they realized how dangerously their beasts lie in wait for each other, and then truly a frenzy of demoralization might sweep over humanity. This is the dream, the wish dream of the morally limited man of today. He forgets necessity, which strangles men and robs them of their breath, and which with a stern hand interrupts every passion. It must not be imputed to me that I am wishing to refer the libido back by analytical reduction to the primitive, almost conquered stages, entirely forgetting the fearful misery this would entail for humanity. Indeed, some individuals would let themselves be transported by the old-time frenzy of sexuality, from which the burden of guilt has been removed to their own greatest detriment. But these are the ones who, under other circumstances, would have prematurely perished in some other way. However, I well know the most effectual and most inexorable regulator of human sexuality. This is necessity. With this leaden weight, human lust will never fly too high. Today there are countless neurotics who are so simply because they do not know how to seek happiness in their own manner. They do not even realize where the lack lies, and besides these neurotics, there are many more normal people, and precisely people of the higher type, who feel restricted and discontented. For all these, reduction to the sexual elements should be undertaken in order that they may be reinstated into the possession of their primitive self, and thereby learn to know and value its relation to the entire personality. In this way alone can certain requirements be fulfilled and others be repudiated as unfit because of their infantile character. In this way the individual will come to realize that certain things are to be sacrificed, although they are accomplished but in another sphere. We imagine that we have long renounced, sacrificed, and cut off our incest wish, and that nothing of it is left. But it does not occur to us that this is not true, but that we unconsciously commit incest in another territory. In religious symbols, for example, we come across incest, we consider the incestuous wish vanished and lost, and then rediscover it in full force in religion. This process or transformation has taken place unconsciously in secular development, just as in Part 1 it is shown that a similar unconscious transformation of the libido is an ethically worthless pose, and with which I compared the Christianity of early Roman antiquity, where evidently licentiousness and brutality were strongly resisted. So here I must remark in regard to the sublimation of the incestuous libido that the belief in the religious symbol has ceased to be an ethical ideal. But it is an unconscious transformation of the incest wish into symbolic acts and symbolic concepts which cheat men, as it were, so that heaven appears to them as a father, and earth as a mother, and the people upon it children and brothers and sisters. Thus man can remain a child for all time and satisfy his incest wish all unawares. This state would doubtless be ideal if it were not infantile, and therefore merely a one-sided wish, which maintains a childish attitude. The reverse is anxiety. Much is said of pious people who remain unshaken in their trust in God and wander unswervingly safe and blessed through the world. I've never seen this chitter yet. It is probably a wish figure. The rule is great uncertainty among believers, which they drown with fanatical cries among themselves or among others. Moreover, they have religious doubts, moral uncertainty, doubts of their own personality, feelings of guilt, and, deepest of all, great fear of the opposite aspect of reality, against which the most highly intelligent people struggle with all their force. This other side is the devil, the adversary, or expressed in modern terms, the corrective of reality, of the infantile world picture which has been made acceptable through the predominating pleasure principle. But the world is not a garden of God, of the Father, but a place of terrors. Not only is heaven no father, and earth no mother, and the people not brothers nor sisters, but they represent hostile, destroying powers to which we are abandoned, the more surely, the more childishly and thoughtlessly we have entrusted ourselves to the so-called fatherly hand of God. One should never forget the harsh speech of the first Napoleon that the good God is always on the side of the heaviest artillery. The religious myth meets us here as one of the greatest and most significant human institutions, which, despite misleading symbols, nevertheless gives man assurance and strength so that he may not be overwhelmed by the monsters of the universe. The symbol, considered from the standpoint of actual truth, is misleading indeed, but it is psychologically true, because it was and is the bridge to all the greatest achievements of humanity. But this does not mean to say that this unconscious way of transformation of the incest wish into religious exercises is the only one or the only possible one. There is also a conscious recognition and understanding with which we can take possession of this libido, which is bound up in incest and transformed into religious exercises, so that we no longer need the stage of religious symbolism for this end. It is thinkable that instead of doing good to our fellow men for the love of Christ, we do it from the knowledge that humanity, even as ourselves, could not exist if, among the herd, the one could not sacrifice himself for the other. This would be the course of moral autonomy, of perfect freedom, when man could, without compulsion, wish that which he must do, and this from knowledge, without delusion, through belief in the religious symbols. It is a positive creed which keeps us infantile, and therefore ethically inferior. Although of the greatest significance from the cultural point of view, and of imperishable beauty from the aesthetic standpoint, this delusion can no longer ethically suffice humanity striving after moral autonomy. The infantile and moral danger lies in belief in the symbol, because through that we guide the libido to an imaginary reality. The simple negation of the symbol changes nothing, for the entire mental disposition remains the same. We merely remove the dangerous object, but the object is not dangerous. The danger is our own infantile mental state, for love of which we have lost something very beautiful and ingenious through the simple abandonment of the religious symbol. I think belief should be replaced by understanding. Then we would keep the beauty of the symbol, but still remain free from the depressing results of submission to belief. This would be the psychoanalytic cure for belief and disbelief. The vision following upon that of the city is that of a strange fir tree with gnarled branches. This vision does not seem extraordinary to us after all that we have learned of the tree of life and its associations with the city and the waters of life. This especial tree seems simply to continue the category of the mother symbols. The attribute strange probably signifies, as in dreams, a special emphasis, that is, a special underlying complex material. Unfortunately, the author gives us no individual material for this, as the tree already suggested in the symbolism of the city is particularly emphasized through the further development of Miss Miller's visions here. I find it necessary to discuss at some length the history of the symbolism of the tree. It is well known that trees have played a large part in the cult myth from the remotest times. The typical myth tree is the tree of paradise or of life, which we discover abundantly used in Babylonian and also in Jewish lore. And in pre-Christian times, the pine tree of Attis, the tree or trees of Mithra, in Germanic mythology, Yggdrasil, and so on. The hanging of the Attis image on the pine tree, the hanging of Marsyas, which became a celebrated artistic motive, the hanging of Odin, the Germanic hanging sacrifices, indeed the whole series of hanged gods, teaches us that the hanging of Christ on the cross is not a unique occurrence in religious mythology, but belongs to the same circle of ideas as others. In this world of imagery, the cross of Christ is the tree of life and equally the wood of death. This contrast is not astounding. Just as the origin of man from trees was a legendary idea, so there were also burial customs in which people were buried in hollow trees. From that, the German language retains, even now, the expression Totenbaum, tree of death, for a coffin, keeping in mind the fact that the tree is predominantly a mother symbol. Then the mystic significance of this manner of burial can be in no way incomprehensible to us. The dead are delivered back to the mother for rebirth. We encounter this symbol in the Osiris myth handed down by Plutarch, which is in general typical in various aspects. Rhea is pregnant with Osiris, at the same time also with Isis. Osiris and Isis mate even in the mother's womb, motive of the night journey on the sea with incest. Their son is Arueris, later called Horus. It is said of Isis that she was born in absolute humidity. Tetraparte on Lyra and Mapata Eveda Thea. In the fourth place, Isis was born in absolute humidity. It is said of Osiris that a certain Pamiles in Thebes heard a voice from the temple of Zeus while drawing water, which commanded him to proclaim that Osiris was born. Thelas Bathapeas Eve Ens. Osiris, the great beneficent king Osiris. In honor of this, the Pamilian were celebrated. They were similar to the Phallophorion. Pamilus is a phallic demon, similar to the original Dionysus. The myth reduced reads, Osiris and Isis were generated by Phallus from the water mother womb in the ordinary manner. Cronos had made Rhea pregnant. The relation was secret, and Rhea was his sister. Helios, however, observed it and cursed the relation. Osiris was killed in a crafty manner by the god of the underworld Typhon, who locked him in a chest. He was thrown into the Nile, and so carried out to sea. Osiris, however, mated in the underworld with his second sister, Nephthys, motive of the night journey to the sea with incest. One sees here how the symbolism is developed. In the mother womb, before the outward existence, Osiris commits incest. In death, the second intrauterine existence, Osiris again commits incest, both times with a sister who is simply substituted for the mother as a legal, uncensored symbol, since the marriage with a sister in early antiquity was not merely tolerated but was really commended. Zarathustra also recommended the marriage of kindred. This form of myth would be impossible today because cohabitation with a sister, being incestuous, would be repressed. The wicked Typhon entices Osiris craftily into a box or chest. This distortion of the true state of affairs is transparent. The original sin caused men to wish to go back into the mother again, that is, the incestuous desire for the mother, condemned by law, is the ruse supposedly invented by Typhon. The fact is, the ruse is very significant. Man tries to sneak into rebirth through subterfuge in order to become a child again. An early Egyptian hymn even raises an accusation against the mother Isis because she destroys the sun god Re by treachery. It was interpreted as the ill will of the mother towards her son that she banished and betrayed him. The hymn describes how Isis fashioned a snake, put it in the path of Re, and how the snake wounded the sun god with a poisonous bite, from which wound he never recovered, so that finally he had to retire on the back of the heavenly cow. But this cow is the cow-headed goddess, just as Osiris is the bull Apis. The mother is accused as if she were the cause of man flying to the mother in order to be cured of the wound which she had herself inflicted. This wound is the prohibition of incest. Man is thus cut off from the hopeful certainty of childhood and early youth, from all the unconscious, instinctive happenings which permit the child to live as an appendage of his parents, unconscious of himself. There must be contained in this many sensitive memories of the animal age, where there was not any thou shalt and thou shalt not, but all was just simple occurrence. Even yet, a deep animosity seems to live in man because a brutal law has separated him from the instinctive yielding to his desires and from the great beauty of the harmony of the animal nature. This separation manifested itself, among other things, in the incest prohibition and its correlates, laws of marriage, etc. Therefore, pain and anger relate to the mother, as if she were responsible for the domestication of the sons of men. In order not to become conscious of his incest wish, his backward harking to the animal nature, the son throws all the burden of the guilt on the mother, from which arises the idea of the terrible mother. The mother becomes for him a specter of anxiety, a nightmare. After the completed night journey to the sea, the chest of Osiris was cast ashore by Byblos and lay in the branches of an erica which grew around the coffin and became a splendid tree. The king of the land had the tree placed as a column under his roof. During this period of Osiris's absence, the winter solstice, the lament customary during thousands of years for the dead god and his return occurs, and its epithios is a feast of joy. A passage from the mournful quest of Isis is especially noteworthy. She flutters like a swallow, lamenting around the column which encloses the god sleeping in death. This same motive returns in the Kifhauser saga. Later on, Typhon dismembers the corpse and scatters the pieces. We come upon the motive of dismemberment in countless sun myths, namely the inversion of the idea of the composition of the child in the mother's womb. In fact, the mother Isis collects the pieces of the body with the help of the jackal-headed Anubis. She finds the corpse with the help of dogs. Here, the nocturnal devourers of bodies, the dogs and jackals, become the assistants of the composition of the reproduction. The Egyptian vulture owes its symbolic meaning as mother to this necrophagic habit. In Persian antiquity, the corpses were thrown out for the dogs to devour, just as today in the Indian funeral pyres the removal of the carcasses is left to the vultures. Persia was familiar with the custom of leading a dog to the bed of one dying, whereupon the latter had to present the dog with a morsel. The custom, on its surface, evidently signifies that the morsel is to belong to the dog, so that he will spare the body of the dead, precisely as Cerberus was soothed by the honey cakes which Hercules gave to him in the journey to hell. But when we bear in mind the jackal-headed Anubis who rendered his good services in the gathering together of the dismembered Osiris, and the mother significance of the vulture, then the question arises whether something deeper was not meant by this ceremony. Kreutzer has also concerned himself with this idea and has come to the conclusion that the astral form of the dog ceremony that is, the appearance of Sirius, the dog star, at the period of the sun's highest position, is related to this in that the introduction of the dog has a compensatory significance, death being thereby made reversedly equal to the sun's highest position. This is quite in conformity with psychologic thought, which results from the very general fact that death is interpreted as entrance into the mother's womb, rebirth. This interpretation would seem to be supported by the otherwise enigmatic function of the dog in the Sacrificium Mithriacum. In the monuments, a dog always leaps up upon the bull killed by Mithra. However, this sacrifice is probably to be interpreted through the Persian legend as well as through the monument as the moment of the highest fecundity. The most beautiful expression of this is seen upon the magnificent Mithra relief of Hedernheim. Upon one side of a large stone slab, formerly probably rotating, is seen the stereotyped overthrowing and sacrifice of the bull, but upon the other side stands Sol with a bunch of grapes in his hand, Mithra with the cornucopia, the dadophores with fruits, corresponding to the legend that all fecundity proceeds from the dead bull of the world, fruits from the horns, wine from its blood, grain from the tail, cattle from its sperma, leek from its nose, and so on. Sylvanus stands above this scene with the animals of the forest arising from him. The significance suspected by Kreutzer might very easily belong to the dog in this connection. Let us now turn back to the myth of Osiris. In spite of the restoration of the corpse accomplished by Isis, the resuscitation succeeds only incompletely, insofar as the phallus of Osiris cannot again be produced because it was eaten by the fishes. The power of life was wanting. Osiris, as a phantom, once more impregnated Isis, but the fruit is Harpocrates, who was feeble in tois leithon yolos in the lower limbs, that is, corresponding to the significance of theof at the feet. Here, as is plainly evident, foot is used in the phallic meaning. This incurability of the setting sun corresponds to the incurability of Re in the above-mentioned older Egyptian sun hymn. Osiris, although only a phantom, now prepares the young son, his son Horus, for a battle with Typhon, the evil spirit of darkness. Osiris and Horus correspond to the father-son symbolism mentioned in the beginning, which symbolic figure, corresponding again to the above formulation, is flanked by the well-formed and ugly figures of Horus and Harpocrates, the latter appearing mostly as a cripple, often represented distorted to a mere caricature. He is confused in the tradition very much with Horus, with whom he also has the name in common. Hor Pi Crude, as his real name reads, is composed from crude, child, and Hor from the adjective Hri, equals up on top, and signifies the upcoming child as the rising sun, and opposed to Osiris, who personifies the setting sun, the sun of the west. Thus Osiris and Horpi Crude or Horus are one being, both husband and son of the same mother, Hathor Isis. The Kadam Ra, the sun god of Lower Egypt, represented as a ram, has at his side as the female divinity of the land, Hat Mahit, who wears the fish on her head. She is the mother and wife of Bai Nebdid, Ram, local name of Janum Ra. In the hymn of Hibis, Amon Ra was invoked. Thy Chum Ram dwells in Mendes, united as the quadruple god Thumuis. He is the phallus, the lord of the gods. The bull of his mother rejoices in the cow, Ahet the mother, and man fructifies through his semen. In further inscriptions, Hat Mahit was directly referred to as the mother of Mendes. Mendes is the Greek form of Ba Nebdid, ram. She is also invoked as the good, with the additional significance of Ta Nofert, or young woman. The cow as symbol of the mother is found in all possible forms and variations of Hathor, Isis, and also in the female Nun. Parallel to this is the primitive goddess Nit or Neith. The protoplasm, which related to the Hindu Atman, is equally of masculine and feminine nature. Nun is therefore invoked as Amon, the original water, which is in the beginning. He is also designated as the father of fathers, the mother of mothers. To this corresponds the invocation to the female side of Nun Amon, of Nit or Neith. Nit, the ancient, the mother of God, the mistress of Esne, the father of fathers, the mother of mothers, who is the beetle and the vulture, the being in its beginning. Nit, the ancient, the mother who bore the light god, Ra, who bore, first of all, when there was nothing, which brought forth. The cow, the ancient, which bore the sun, and then laid the germ of gods and men. The word Nun has the significance of young, fresh, new, also the oncoming waters of the Nile flood. In a transferred sense, Nun was also used for the chaotic primitive waters, in general for the primitive generating matter, which was personified by the goddess Nunet. From her Nut sprang the goddess of heaven, who was represented with a starry body, and also as the heavenly cow with a starry body. When the sun god, little by little, retires on the back of the heavenly cow, just as poor Lazarus returns into Abraham's bosom, each has the same significance. They return into the mother, in order to rise as Horus. Thus it can be said that in the morning the goddess is the mother, at noon the sister wife, and in the evening again the mother, who receives the dying in her lap, reminding us of the Pietà of Michelangelo. As shown by the illustration from Diderot's Iconographie chrétienne, this thought has been transferred as a whole into Christianity. Thus the fate of Osiris is explained. He passes into the mother's womb, the chest, the sea, the tree, the column of Ashtartes. He is dismembered, reformed, and reappears again in his son Hor-Pi-Krud. Before entering upon the further mysteries which the beautiful myth reveals to us, there is still much to be said about the symbol of the tree. Osiris lies in the branches of the tree, surrounded by them, as in the mother's womb. The motive of embracing and entwining is often found in the sun myths, meaning that it is the myth of rebirth. A good example is the Sleeping Beauty, also the legend of the girl who is enclosed between the bark and the trunk, but who is freed by a youth with his horn. The horn is of gold and silver, which hints at the sunbeam in the phallic meaning. Compare the previous legend of the horn. An exotic legend tells of the sun hero, how he must be freed from the plant entwining around him. A girl dreams of her lover who has fallen into the water. She tries to save him, but first has to pull seaweed and seagrass from the water. Then she catches him. In an African myth, the hero, after his act, must first be disentangled from the seaweed. In a Polynesian myth, the hero's ship was encoiled by the tentacles of a gigantic polyp. Ray's ship is encoiled by a night serpent on its night journey on the sea. In the poetic rendering of the history of Buddha's birth by Sir Edwin Arnold, The Light of Asia, page 5, the motive of an embrace is also found. Queen Maya stood at noon, her days fulfilled, under a palso in the palace grounds, a stately trunk, straight as a temple shaft, with crown of glossy leaves and fragrant blooms. And knowing the time come for all things new, the conscious tree bent down its boughs to make a bower about Queen Maya's majesty, and earth put forth 1,000 sudden flowers to spread a couch, while ready for the bath, the rock hard by gave out a limpid stream of crystal flow. So brought she forth the child. We come across a very similar motive in the cult legend of the Samian Hera. Yearly it was claimed that the image disappeared from the temple, was fastened somewhere on the seashore on a trunk of a ligos tree, and wound about with its branches. There it was found and was treated with wedding cake. This feast is undoubtedly a Iapos Phanos ritual marriage, because In Samos, there was a legend that Zeus at first had long-continued secret love relation with Hera. In Plataea and Argos, the marriage procession was represented with bridesmaids, marriage feast, and so on. The festival took place in the wedding month, Thaialaia, beginning of February, but in Plataea the image was previously carried into a lonely place in the wood, approximately corresponding to the legend of Plutarch that Zeus had kidnapped Hera and then had hidden her in a cave of Cithaeron. According to our deductions previously made, we must conclude from this that there is still another train of thought, namely the magic charm of rejuvenation, which is condensed in the hieroskosmos. The disappearance and hiding in the wood, in the cave, on the seashore, entwined in a willow tree, points to the death of the sun and rebirth. The early springtime, Thea, the time of marriage, in February, fits in with that very well. In fact, Pausanias informs us that the Argivan Hera became a maiden again by a yearly bath in the spring of Canathos. The significance of the bath is emphasized by the information that in the Plataean cult of Hera Talia, Tritonian nymphs appeared as water carriers. In a tale from the Iliad, where the conjugal couch of Zeus upon Mount Ida is described, it is said, "The son of Saturn spake and took his wife into his arms, while underneath the pair the sacred earth threw up her freshest herbs, the dewy lotus and the crocus flower, and thick and soft the hyacinth. All these upbore them from the ground. Upon this couch they lay, while o'er them a bright golden cloud gathered, and shed its drops of glistening dew. So slumbered on the heights of Gargous the All-Father, overcome by sleep and love, and held his consort in his arms." Translated by W.C. Bryant. Drexler recognizes in this description an unmistakable allusion to the Garden of the Gods on the extreme western shore of the ocean, an idea which might have been taken from a pre-Homeric hierokosmos hymn. This western land is the land of the setting sun, whither Hercules, Gilgamesh, etc. hasten with the sun in order to find their immortality, where the sun and the maternal sea unite in an eternally rejuvenating intercourse. Our supposition of a condensation of the hieroskamos with the myth of rebirth is probably confirmed by this. Pausanias mentions a related myth fragment where the statue of Artemis Orthia is also called Lygodesma, chained with willows, because it was found in a willow tree. This tale seems to be related to the general Greek celebration of hierogosmos with the above-mentioned customs. The motive of the devouring, which Frobenius has shown to be a regular constituent of the sun myths, is closely related to this. Also, metaphorically, the whale dragon, mother's womb, always devours the hero. The devouring may also be partial instead of complete. A 6-year-old girl who goes to school unwillingly dreams that her leg is encircled by a large red worm. She had a tender interest for this creature, contrary to what might be expected. An adult patient who cannot separate from an older friend on account of an extraordinarily strong mother transference dreams that she had to get across some deep water. Typical idea with this friend. Her friend fell in. Mother transference. She tries to drag her out and almost succeeds, but a large crab seizes on the dreamer by the foot and tries to pull her in. Etymology also confirms this conception. There is an Indo-Germanic root, velu, vel, with the meaning of encircling, surrounding, turning. From this is derived Sanskrit val, velati, equals to cover, to surround, to encircle, to encoil, symbol of the snake. Vali equals creeping plant. Uluta equals boa constrictor, equals Latin volutus. Lithuanian velu, velti, equals wilkaln, to roll up. Church, Slavonian, Belina equals Old High German, Wella equals Wella, wave or billow. To the root velu also belongs the root uvo, with the meaning cover, corium, womb. The serpent, on account of its casting its skin, is an excellent symbol of rebirth. Sanskrit Yulba has the same meaning. Latin vulva, volvula, vulva. To velu also belongs the root ulvora, with the meaning of fruitful field covering or husk of plants, sheath. Sanskrit vara equals sown field. Zend vara equals plant. See the personification of the plowed furrow. The same root vel has also the meaning of wallen, to undulate. Sanskrit yulmukha equals conflagration. Phalea, phala, Gothic vulan equals wallen, to undulate. Old High German and Middle High German walm equals heat, glow. It is typical that in the state of involution, the hair of the sun hero always falls out from the heat. Further, the root vel is found with the meaning to sound and to will, to wish. Libido. The motive of recoiling is mother symbolism. This is verified by the fact that the trees, for example, bring forth again, like the whale in the legend of Jonah. They do that very generally. Thus, in the Greek legend, the Melia Verarapa, Melian virgins of the ash trees, are the mothers of the race of men of the Iron Age. In northern mythology, Asgar, the ash tree, is the primitive father. His wife, Embla, is the Emsig, the active one, and not, as was earlier believed, the aspen. Asgar probably means, in the first place, the phallic spear of the ash tree. Compare the Sabine custom of parting the bride's hair with the lance. The Bundahesh symbolizes the first people, Mashia and Mashian, as the tree, Rivas, one part of which places a branch in a hole of the other part. The material which, according to the northern myth, was animated by the god when he created men, is designated as tree, equals wood, tree. I recall also Ulen equals wood, which in Latin is called materia. In the wood of the world, ash, Yggdrasil, a human pair hid themselves at the end of the world, from whom sprang the race of the renewed world. The Noah motive is easily recognized in this conception. The night journey on the sea, at the same time, in the symbol of Yggdrasil, a mother idea is again apparent. At the moment of the destruction of the world ash becomes the guardian mother, the tree of death and life. 1. Aperlaionion, pregnant. This function of rebirth of the world ash also helps to elucidate the representation met with in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, which is called the Gate of Knowledge of the Soul of the East. I am the pilot in the holy keel. I am the steersman who allows no rest in the ship of Ra. I know that tree of emerald green from whose midst Ra rises to the height of the clouds. Ship and tree of the dead, death ship and death tree are here closely connected. The conception is that Ra, born from the tree, ascends Osiris in the Erica. The representation of the sun god Mithra is probably explained in the same way. He is represented upon the Hedernheim relief with half his body arising from the top of a tree. In the same way, numerous other monuments show Mithra half embodied in the rock and illustrate a rock birth similar to men. Frequently there is a stream near the birthplace of Mithra. This conglomeration of symbols is also found in the birth of Ascanes, the first Saxon king, who grew from the Harz rocks, which are in the midst of the wood near a fountain. Here we find all the mother symbols united: earth, wood, water, three forms of tangible matter. We can wonder no longer that in the Middle Ages the tree was poetically addressed with the title of honor, mistress. Likewise, it is not astonishing that the Christian legend transformed the tree of death, the cross, into the tree of life, so that Christ was often represented on a living and fruit-bearing tree. This reversion of the cross symbol to the tree of life, which even in Babylon was an important and authentic religious symbol, is also considered entirely probable by Zerkler, an authority on the history of the cross. The pre-Christian meaning of the symbol does not contradict this interpretation. On the contrary, its meaning is life. The appearance of the cross in the sun worship, here the cross with equal arms, and the swastika cross as representative of the sun's rays, as well as in the cult of the goddess of love, Isis, with the crux ansata, the rope, the speculum veneris, etc., in no way contradicts the previous historical meaning. The Christian legend has made abundant use of this symbolism. The student of medieval history is familiar with the representation of the cross growing above the grave of Adam. The legend was that Adam was buried on Golgotha. Seth had planted on his grave a branch of the paradise tree, which became the cross and tree of death of Christ. We all know that through Adam's guilt, sin, and death came into the world, and Christ, through his death, has redeemed us from the guilt. To the question in what had Adam's guilt consisted, it is said that the unpardonable sin to be expiated by death was that he dared to pick a fruit from the paradise tree. The results of this are described in an Oriental legend. One to whom it was permitted to cast one look into paradise after the fall saw the tree there and the 4 streams. But the tree was withered, and in its branches lay an infant. The mother had become pregnant. This remarkable legend corresponds to the Talmudic tradition that Adam, before Eve, already possessed a demon wife by name Lilith, with whom he quarreled for mastership. But Lilith raised herself into the air through the magic of the name of God and hid herself in the sea. Adam forced her back with the help of 3 angels. Lilith became a nightmare, a Lamia, who threatened those with child and who kidnapped the newborn child. The parallel myth is that of the Lamias, the specters of the night who terrified the children. The original legend is that Lamia enticed Zeus, but the jealous Hera, however, caused Lamia to bring only dead children into the world. Since that time, the raging Lamia is the persecutor of children, whom she destroys wherever she can. This motive frequently recurs in fairy tales, where the mother often appears directly as a murderess or as a devourer of men. A German paradigm is the well-known tale of Hansel and Gretel. Lamia is actually a large, voracious fish, which establishes the connection with the whale-dragon myth so beautifully worked out by Frobenius, in which the sea monster devours the sun hero for rebirth and where the hero must employ every stratagem to conquer the monster. Here again we meet with the idea of the terrible mother in the form of the voracious fish, the mouth of death. In Frobenius there are numerous examples where the monster has devoured not only men but also animals, plants, an entire country, all of which are redeemed by the hero to a glorious rebirth. The Lamias are typical nightmares, the feminine nature of which is abundantly proven. Their universal peculiarity is that they ride upon their victims. Their counterparts are spectral horses which bear their riders along in a mad gallop. One recognizes very easily in these symbolic forms the type of anxious dream which, as Ricklin shows, has already become important for the interpretation of fairy tales through the investigation of Leisner. The typical writing takes on a special aspect through the results of the analytic investigation of infantile psychology. The 2 contributions of Freud and myself have emphasized on one side the anxiety significance of the horse, on the other side the sexual meaning of the fantasy of writing. When we take these experiences into consideration, we need no longer be surprised that the maternal world Ash Yggdrasil is called in German the frightful horse. Carnegider says of nightmares in Latin, Even today the country people drive off these nymphs, mother goddesses, Myra, by throwing a bone at the head of a horse upon the roof. Bones of this kind can often be seen throughout the land on the farmhouses of the country people. By night, however, they are believed to ride at the time of the first sleep, and they are believed to tire out their horses by long journeys. The connection of nightmare and horse seems at first glance to be present also etymologically, nightmare and mare. The Indo-Germanic root for Mara is mark, Mara is the horse, English mare, Old High German Mara, male horse, and Maraha, female horse, Old Norse mare, Mara equals nightmare, Anglo-Saxon Myra, Mara. The French Cauchemar comes from calcare, equals to tread, to step, a viterative meaning therefore to tread or press down. It was also said of the cock who stepped upon the hen. This movement is also typical for the nightmare, therefore it is said of King Van Landi, Mara trod Han, the Mara trod on him in sleep even to death. A synonym for nightmare is the troll or treader, treader. This movement, calcare, is proven again by the experience of Freud and myself with children, where a special infantile sexual significance is attached to stepping or kicking. The common Aryan root mar means to die, therefore mara, the dead or death. From this results mors paropos equals fate, also parope. As is well known, the Norns, sitting under the world ash, personified fate like Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos. With the Celts, the conception of the fates probably passes into that of matris and matroni, which had a divine significance among the Germans. A well-known passage in Julius Caesar, De Bello Gallico 150, informs us of this meaning of the mother in Latin, that these matrons should declare by lots whether it would be to their advantage or not to engage in battle. In Slav, Mara means witch, Polna, Mora equals demon, nightmare, Mor or More, Swiss German means sow, also as an insult. The Bohemian Mura means nightmare and evening moth, sphinx. This strange connection is explained through analysis, where it often occurs that animals with movable shells, Venus shell, or wings are utilized for very transparent reasons as symbols of the female genitals. The Sphingina are the twilight moths. They, like the nightmare, come in the darkness. Finally, it is to be observed that the sacred olive tree of Athens is called Puopia. That was derived from Puopus. Hilaropatios wished to cut down the tree, but killed himself with the axe in the attempt. The sound resemblance of mar, mare, with mir equals C in Latin, mar equals C is remarkable, although etymologically accidental. Might it refer back to the great primitive idea of the mother, who in the first place meant to us our individual world, and afterwards became the symbol of all worlds. Goethe said of the mothers, they are encircled by images of all creatures. The Christians, too, could not refrain from reuniting their Mother of God with water. Ave Maria's Stella is the beginning of a hymn to Mary. Then again it is the horses of Neptune, which symbolize the waves of the sea. It is probably of importance that the infantile word mama, mother's breast, is repeated in its initial sound in all possible languages, and that the mothers of two religious heroes are called Mary and Maya. That the mother is the horse of the child is to be seen most plainly in the primitive custom of carrying the child on the back or letting it ride on the hip. Odin hung on the world ash the mother, his horse of terror. The Egyptian sun god sits on the back of his mother, the heavenly cow. We have already seen that according to Egyptian conceptions, Isis, the mother of God, played an evil trick on the sun god with the poisonous snake. Also, Isis behaved treacherously toward her son Horus in Plutarch's tradition. That is, Horus vanquished the evil Typhon, who murdered Osiris treacherously. Terrible mother equals Typhon. Isis, however, set him free again. Horus thereupon rebelled, laid hands on his mother, and tore the regal ornaments from her head, whereupon Hermes gave her a cow's head. Then Horus conquered Typhon. A second time, Typhon in the Greek legend is a monstrous dragon. Even without this confirmation, it is evident that the battle of Horus is the typical battle of the sun hero with the whale dragon. Of the latter, we know that it is a symbol of the dreadful mother, of the voracious jaws of death, where men are dismembered and ground up. Whoever vanquishes this monster has gained a new or eternal youth. For this purpose, one must, in spite of all dangers, descend into the belly of the monster, journey to hell, and spend some time there, imprisonment by night in the sea. The battle with the night serpent signifies, therefore, the conquering of the mother, who is suspected of an infamous crime, that is, the betrayal of the son. A full confirmation of the connection comes to us through the fragment of the Babylonian epic of the creation discovered by George Smith, mostly from the library of Assurbanipal. The period of the origin of the text was probably in the time of Hammurabi, 2000 BC. We learn from this account of creation that the sun god Ea, the son of the depths of the waters and the god of wisdom, had conquered Apsu. Apsu is the creator of the great gods. He existed in the beginning in a sort of trinity with Tiamat, the mother of gods, and Mumu, his vizier. Ea conquered the father, but Tiamat plotted revenge. She prepared herself for battle against the gods. Mother Huber, who created everything, procured invincible weapons, gave birth to giant snakes with pointed teeth, relentless in every way, filled their bellies with poison instead of blood, furious gigantic lizards, clothed them with horrors, let them swell with the splendor of horror, form them rearing, whoever sees them shall die of terror. Their bodies shall rear without turning to escape. She arrayed the lizards, dragons, and lahaman, hurricanes, mad dogs, scorpion men, mighty storms, fishmen, and rams, with relentless weapons, without fear of conflict. Powerful are Tiamat's commands, irresistible are they. After Tiamat had powerfully done her work, she conceived evil against the gods, her descendants. In order to revenge Apsu, Tiamat did evil. When Ea now heard this thing, he became painfully anxious. Sorrowfully he sat himself. He went to the father, his creator, Ansar, to relate to him all that Tiamat plotted. Tiamat, our mother, has taken an aversion to us, has prepared a riotous mob, furiously raging. The gods finally opposed Marduk, the god of spring, the victorious sun, against the fearful host of Tiamat. Marduk prepared for battle. Of his chief weapon, which he created, it is said, he created the evil wind, Imhala, the south storm, and the hurricane, the fourth wind, the seventh wind, the whirlwind, and the harmful wind. Then let he loose the winds which he had created, the seven, to cause confusion within Tiamat. They followed behind him. Then the Lord took up the cyclone, his great weapon. For his chariot he mounted storm wind, the incomparable, the terrible one. His chief weapon is the wind and a net with which he will entangle Tiamat. He approaches Tiamat and challenges her to a combat. Then Tiamat and Marduk, the wise one of the gods, came together, rising for the fight, approaching to the battle. Then the Lord spread out his net and caught her. He let loose the Imhala in his train at her face. Then Tiamat now opened her mouth as wide as she could. He let the Imhala rush in so that her lips could not close. With the raging winds he filled her womb. Her inward parts were seized, and she opened wide her mouth. He touched her with the spear, dismembered her body. He slashed her inward parts and cut out her heart, subdued her and put an end to her life. He threw down her body and stepped upon it. After Marduk slew the mother, he devised the creation of the world. There the Lord rested, contemplating her body. Then divided he the colossus, planning wisely. He cut it apart like a flat fish into two parts. One half he took, and with it he covered the heavens. In this manner Marduk created the universe from the mother. It is clearly evident that the killing of the mother dragon here takes place under the idea of a wind fecundation with negative accompaniments. The world is created from the mother, that is to say, from the libido taken away from the mother through sacrifice. We shall have to consider this significant formula more closely in the last chapter. The most interesting parallels to this primitive myth are to be found in the literature of the Old Testament. As Hinkle has brilliantly pointed out, it is worthwhile to trace the psychology of these parallels. Isaiah 51:9, Awake, awake, put on strength, O arm of the Lord. Awake as in the ancient days, in the generation of old. Art thou not it that hath cut Rahab and wounded the dragon? 10. Art thou not it which hath dried the sea, the waters of the great deep, that hath made the depths of the sea a way for the ransomed to pass over? The name of Rahab is frequently used for Egypt in the Old Testament, also dragon. Isaiah chapter 30, verse 7 calls Egypt the silent Rahab and means, therefore, something evil and hostile. Rahab is the well-known whore of Jericho, who later, as the wife of Prince Salma, became the ancestress of Christ. Here Rahab appeared as the old dragon, as Tiamat, against whose evil power Marduk or Jehovah marched forth. The expression, the ransom, refers to the Jews freed from bondage, but it is also mythological, for the hero again frees those previously devoured by the whale, Frobenius. Psalm 89:10, Thou hast broken Rahab in pieces as one that is slain. Job 26:12-13, He divideth the sea with his power, and by his understanding he smiteth through the proud. By his spirit he hath garnished the heavens, his hand hath formed the crooked serpent. Hinkle places Rahab as identical with chaos, that is the same as Tiamat. Hinkle translates the breaking to pieces as violation. Tiamat, or Rahab, as the mother, is also the whore. Gilgamesh treats Ishtar in this way when he accuses her of whoredom. This insult towards the mother is very familiar to us from dream analysis. The dragon Rahab appears also as Leviathan, the water monster, maternal sea. Psalm 74:13-15. 13. Thou didst divide the sea by thy strength, thou breakest the heads of the dragons in the waters. 14. Thou breakest the heads of Leviathan in pieces, and gavest him to be meat to the people inhabiting the wilderness. 15. Thou didst cleave the fountain and the flood, thou didst dry up mighty rivers. While only the phallic meaning of the Leviathan was emphasized in the first part of this work, we now discover also the maternal meaning. A further parallel is Isaiah 27:1. In that day the Lord with his cruel and great and strong sword shall punish Leviathan, the piercing serpent, even Leviathan, that crooked serpent, and he shall slay the dragon that is in the sea. We come upon a special motive in Job chapter 41:5-1. Canst thou draw out Leviathan with an hook, or his tongue with a cord which thou lettest down? Canst thou put an hook in his nose, or bore his jaw through with a thorn? Numerous parallels to this motive are to be found among exotic myths and Frobenius, where the maternal sea monster was also fished for. The comparison of the mother libido with the elementary powers of the sea and the powerful monsters born by the earth show how invincibly great is the power of that libido which we designate as maternal. We have already seen that the incest prohibition prevents the son from reproducing himself through the mother, but this must be done by the god, as is shown with remarkable clearness and candor in the pious Egyptian mythology, which has preserved the most ancient and simple concepts. Thus, Chnum, the molder, the potter, the architect, molds his egg upon the potter's wheel, for he is the immortal growth, the reproduction of himself and his own rebirth, the creator of the egg which emerged from the primitive waters. In the Book of the Dead it says, I am the sublime falcon, the sun god, which has come forth from his egg. Another passage in the Book of the Dead reads, I am the creator of none, who has taken his place in the underworld. My nest is not seen, and my egg is not broken. A further passage reads, that great and noble God in his egg, who is his own originator of that which has arisen from him. Therefore the God Nagaga Ur is also called the Great Cackler, Book of the Dead. I cackle like a goose and I whistle like a falcon. The mother is reproached with the incest prohibition as an act of willful maliciousness by which she excludes the son from immortality. Therefore, God must at least rebel, overpower, and chastise the mother. Compare Adam and Lilith above. The overpowering signifies incestuous rape. Herodotus has preserved for us a valuable fragment of this religious fantasy, and how they celebrate their feast to Isis in the city of Busiris I have already previously remarked. After the sacrifice, all of them, men and women, full 10,000 people, begin to beat each other, but it would be sin for me to mention for whom they do beat each other. But in Primus they celebrated the sacrifice with holy actions, as in the other places. About the time when the sun sets, some few priests are busy around the image. Most of them stand at the entrance with wooden clubs, and others who would fulfill a vow, more than 1,000 men, also stand in a group with wooden cudgels opposite them. Now on the eve of the festival they take the image out in a small and gilded temple into another sacred edifice. Then the few who remain with the image draw a four-wheeled chariot upon which the temple stands with the image which it encloses. But the others who stand in the anterooms are not allowed to enter. Those under a vow who stand by the god beat them off. Now occurs a furious battle with clubs in which they bruise each other's bodies, and as I believe, many even die from their wounds. Notwithstanding this, the Egyptians consider that none die. The natives claim that this festival gathering was introduced for the following reason. In this sanctuary lived the mother of Ares. Now Ares was brought up abroad, and when he became a man, he came to have intercourse with his mother. The servants of his mother, who had seen him, did not allow him to enter peacefully, but prevented him, at which he fetched people from another city who mistreated the servants and had entrance to his mother. Therefore they asserted that this slaughter was introduced at the feast for Ares. It is evident that the pious here fight their way to a share in the mystery of the raping of the mother. This is the part which belongs to them, while the heroic deed belongs to the god. By Ares is meant the Egyptian Typhon, as we have good reasons to suppose. Thus Typhon represents the evil longing for the mother, with which other myth forms reproach the mother, according to the well-known example. The death of Balder, quite analogous to the death of Osiris, attack of Cygnus of Re, because of the wounding by the branch of the mistletoe, seems to need a similar explanation. It is recounted in the myth how all creatures were pledged not to hurt Balder, save only the mistletoe, which was forgotten, presumably because it was too young. This killed Balder. Mistletoe is a parasite. The female piece of wood in the fire-boring ritual was obtained from the wood of a parasitical or creeping plant, the fire mother. The mare rests upon Marentak, in which Grimm suspects the mistletoe. The mistletoe was a remedy against barrenness. In Gaul, the Druid alone was allowed to climb the holy oak amid solemn ceremonies after the completed sacrifice in order to cut off the ritual mistletoe. This act is a religiously limited and organized incest. That which grows on the tree is the child, which man might have by the mother. Then man himself would be in a renewed and rejuvenated form, and precisely this is what man cannot have, because the incest prohibition forbids it. As the Celtic custom shows, the act is performed by the priest only, with the observation of certain ceremonies. The hero god and the redeemer of the world, however, do the unpermitted, the superhuman thing, and through it purchase immortality. The dragon who must be overcome for this purpose means, as much have been for some time clearly seen, the resistance against the incest. Dragon and serpent, especially with the characteristic accumulation of anxiety attributes, are the symbolic representations of anxiety which correspond to the repressed incest wish. It is therefore intelligible when we come across the tree with the snake again and again. In paradise the snake even tempts to sin. The snake or dragon possesses, in particular, the meaning of treasure, guardian, and defender. The phallic as well as the feminine meaning of the dragon indicates that it is, again, a symbol of the sexual, neutral, or bisexual libido, that is to say, a symbol of the libido in opposition. In this significance, the black horse, Apa-Osha, the demon of opposition, appears in the old Persian song Tish-Traya, where it obstructs the sources of the rain lake. The white horse, Tish-Traya, makes 2 futile attempts to vanquish Apa-Osha. At the third attempt, with the help of Ahur-Mazda, he is successful, whereupon the sluices of heaven open and a fruitful rain pours down upon the earth. In this song, one sees very beautifully in the choice of symbol how libido is opposed to libido, will against will, the discordance of primitive man with himself, which he recognizes again in all the adversity and contrasts of external nature. The symbol of the tree encoiled by the serpent may also be translated as the mother defended from incest by resistance. This symbol is by no means rare upon Mithraic monuments. The rock encircled by a snake is to be comprehended similarly because Mithra is one born from a rock. The menace of the newborn by the snake, Mithra Hercules, is made clear through the legend of Lilith and Lamia. Python, the dragon of Leto, and Poini, who devastates the land of Crotopus, are sent by the father of the newborn. This idea indicates the localization, well known in psychoanalysis, of the incest anxiety in the father. The father represents the active repulse of the incest wish of the son. The crime, unconsciously wished for by the son, is imputed to the father under the guise of a pretended murderous purpose, this being the cause of the mortal fear of the son for the father, a frequent neurotic symptom. In conformity with this idea, the monster to be overcome by the young hero is frequently a giant, the guardian of the treasure, or the woman. A striking example is the giant Chambaba in the Gilgamesh epic, who protected the garden of Ishtar. He is overcome by Gilgamesh, whereby Ishtar is won. Thereupon she makes erotic advances towards Gilgamesh. This data should be sufficient to render intelligible the role of Horace in Plutarch, especially the violent usage of Isis. Through overpowering the mother, the hero becomes equal to the son. He reproduces himself. He wins the strength of the invincible son, the power of eternal rejuvenation. We thus understand a series of representations from the Mithraic myth on the Hedernheim relief. There we see, first of all, the birth of Mithra from the top of the tree. The next representation shows him carrying the conquered bull, comparable to the monstrous bull overcome by Gilgamesh. This bull signifies the concentrated significance of the monster, the father, who is giant and dangerous animal, embodies the incest prohibition, and agrees with the individual libido of the son hero, which he overcomes by self-sacrifice. The third picture represents Mithra when he grasps the head ornament of the sun, the nimbus. This act recalls to us, first of all, the violence of Horus towards Isis, secondly, the Christian basic thought that those who have overcome attain the crown of eternal life. On the fourth picture, Sol kneels before Mithra. These last two representations show plainly that Mithra has taken to himself the strength of the sun, so that he becomes the Lord of the Sun as well. He has conquered his animal nature, the bull. The animal knows no incest prohibition. Man is therefore man because he conquers the incest wish, that is, the animal nature. Thus Mithra has sacrificed his animal nature, the incest wish, and with that has overcome the mother, that is to say, the terrible death-bringing mother. A solution is already anticipated in the Gilgamesh epic through the formal renunciation of the horrible Ishtar by the hero, the overcoming of the mother in the Mithraic sacrifice, which had almost an ascetic character, took place no longer by the archaic overpowering, but through the renunciation, the sacrifice of the wish. The primitive thought of incestuous reproduction through entrance into the mother's womb had already been displaced, because man was so far advanced in domestication that he believed that the eternal life of The sun is reached not through the perpetuation of incest, but through the sacrifice of the incest wish. This important change, expressed in the Mithridatic mystery, finds its full expression for the first time in the symbol of the crucified God. A bleeding human sacrifice was hung on the tree of life for Adam's sins. The firstborn sacrifices its life to the mother when he suffers, hanging on the branch, a disgraceful and painful death, a mode of death which belongs to the most ignominious forms of execution, which Roman antiquity had reserved for only the lowest criminal. Thus the hero dies as if he had committed the most shameful crime. He does this by returning into the birth-giving branch of the tree of life, at the same time paying for his guilt with the pangs of death. The animal nature is repressed most powerfully in this deed of the highest courage and the greatest renunciation. Therefore a greater salvation is to be expected for humanity, because such a deed alone seems appropriate to expiate Adam's guilt. As has already been mentioned, the hanging of the sacrifice on the tree is a generally widespread ritual custom, Germanic examples being especially abundant. The ritual consists in the sacrifice being pierced by a spear. Thus it is said of Odin, Edda, Havamal, I know that I hung on the wind-swept tree 9 nights through, wounded by a spear dedicated to Odin, I myself to myself. The hanging of the sacrifice to the cross also occurred in America prior to its discovery. Mueller mentions the Fejrvarian manuscript of Mexican hieroglyphic codex, at the conclusion of which there is a colossal cross, in the middle of which there hangs a bleeding divinity. Equally interesting is the cross of Palenque. Up above is a bird, on either side 2 human figures who look at the cross and hold a child against it, either for sacrifice or baptism. The old Mexicans are said to have invoked the favor of Centeotls, the daughter of heaven and the goddess of wheat, every spring by nailing upon the cross a youth or a maiden, and by shooting the sacrifice with arrows. The name of the Mexican cross signifies tree of our life or flesh. An effigy from the island of Philae represents Osiris in the form of a crucified god, wept over by Isis and Nephthys, the sister consort. The meaning of the cross is certainly not limited to the tree of life, as has already been shown. Just as the tree of life has also a phallic sub-meaning as libido symbol, so there is a further significance to the cross than life or immortality. Mueller uses it as a sign of rain and of fertility because it appears among the Indians distinctly as a magic charm of fertility. It goes without saying, therefore, that it plays a role in the sun cult. It is also noteworthy that the sign of the cross is an important sign for the keeping away of all evil, like the ancient gesture of Magnifica. The phallic amulets also serve the same purpose. Zerkler appears to have overlooked the fact that the phallic crux ansata is the same cross which has flourished in countless examples in the soil of antiquity. Copies of this crux ansata are found in many places, and almost every collection of antiquities possesses one or more specimens. Finally, it must be mentioned that the form of the human body is imitated in the cross as of a man with arms outspread. It is remarkable that in early Christian representations, Christ is not nailed to the cross, but stands before it with arms outstretched. Maurice gives a striking basis for this interpretation when he says, "It is a fact not less remarkable than well attested that the Druids in their groves were accustomed to select the most stately and beautiful tree as an emblem of the deity they adored, and cutting off the side branches, they affixed 2 of the largest of them to the highest part of the trunk, in such a manner that those branches extended on each side like the arms of a man, and together with the body presented the appearance of a huge cross, and in the bark in several places was also inscribed the letter T, Tau." The tree of knowledge of the Hindu Dakshaina sect assumes human form. It was represented as a mighty, thick trunk in the form of a human head, from the top of which grew out 2 longer branches hanging down at the sides, and 1 short, vertical uprising branch crowned by a bud or blossom-like thickening. Robertson, in his Evangelical Myths, mentions that in the Assyrian system there exists the representation of the divinity in the form of a cross, in which the vertical beam corresponds to a human form, and the horizontal beam to a pair of conventionalized wings. Old Grecian idols, such, for example, as were found in large numbers in Aegina, have a similar character, an immoderately long head and arms slightly raised, wing-shaped, and in front distinct breasts. I must leave it an open question as to whether the symbol of the cross has any relation to the two pieces of wood in the religious fire production, as is frequently claimed. It does appear, however, as if the cross symbol actually still possessed the significance of union, for this idea belongs to the fertility charm, and especially to the thought of eternal rebirth, which is most intimately bound up with the cross. The thought of union, expressed by the symbol of the cross, is met with in Timaeus of Plato, where the world soul is conceived as stretched out between heaven and earth in the form of an X, chi, hence in the form of a St. Andrew's cross. When we now learn furthermore that the world soul contains in itself the world as a body, then this picture inevitably reminds us of the mother. Dialogues of Plato, Jowett, Volume 2, page 528. And in the center he put the soul, which he diffused through the whole, and also spread over all the body round about. And he made one solitary and only heaven, a circle moving in a circle, having such excellence as to be able to hold converse with itself, and needing no other friendship or acquaintance. Having these purposes in view, he created the world to be a blessed God. This highest degree of inactivity and freedom from desire, symbolized by the being enclosed within itself, signifies divine blessedness. The only human prototype of this conception is the child in the mother's womb, or rather more, the adult man in the continuous embrace of the mother from whom he originates. Corresponding to this mythologic philosophic conception, the enviable Diogenes inhabited a tub, thus giving mythologic expression to the blessedness and resemblance to the divine in his freedom from desire. Plato says as follows of the bond of the world soul to the world body: Now God did not make the soul after the body, although we have spoken of them in this order, for when he put them together, he would never have allowed that the elder should serve the younger. But this is what we say at random, because we ourselves too are very largely affected by chance. Whereas he made the soul in origin and excellence prior to and older than the body to be the ruler and mistress, of whom the body was to be the subject. It seems conceivable from other indications that the conception of the soul in general is a derivative of the mother imago, that is to say, a symbolic designation for the amount of libido remaining in the mother imago. Compare the Christian representation of the soul as the bride of Christ. The further development of the world soul in Timaeus takes place in an obscure fashion in mystic numerals. When the mixture was completed, the following occurred. This entire compound he divided lengthwise into two parts, which he joined to one another at the center like the figure of an X. This passage approaches very closely the division and union of Atman, who after the division is compared to a man and a woman who hold each other in an embrace. Another passage is worth mentioning. After the entire union of the soul had taken place, according to the master's mind, he formed all that is corporeal within this and joined it together so as to penetrate it throughout. Moreover, I refer to my remarks about the maternal meaning of the world soul in Plotinus in chapter 2. A similar detachment of the symbol of the cross from a concrete figure we find among the Muskhogean Indians, who stretch above the surface of the water, ponder stream, two ropes crosswise, and at the point of intersection throw into the water fruits, oil, and precious stones as a sacrifice. Here the divinity is evidently the water, not the cross, which designates the place of sacrifice only. Through the point of intersection, the sacrifice at the place of union indicates why this symbol was a primitive charm of fertility, why we meet it so frequently in the pre-Christian era among the goddesses of love, mother goddesses, especially among the Egyptians in Isis and the sun god. We have already discussed the continuous union of these two divinities as the cross, Tau, T, crux, ansata, always recurs in the hand of Tum, the supreme god, the hegemon of the Aeneid. It may not be superfluous to say something more of the destination of Tum. The Tum of On Heliopolis bears the name, the father of his mother. What that means needs no explanation. Jusis, or Nebet Hotpet, the goddess joined to him, was called sometimes the mother, sometimes the daughter, sometimes the wife of the god. The day of the beginning of autumn is designated in the Heliopolitan inscriptions as the festival of the goddess Jasasit, as the arrival of the sister for the purpose of uniting with her father. It is the day in which the goddess Mehnit completes her work, so that the god Osiris may enter into the left eye, by which the moon is meant. The day is also called the filling up of the sacred eye with its needs. The heavenly cow with the moon eye, the cow-headed Isis, takes to herself in the autumn equinox the seed which procreates Horus. Moon as keeper of the seed. The eye evidently represents the genitals, as in the myth of Indra, who had to bear spread over his whole body the likeness of Yoni, vulva, on account of a Bathsheba outrage, but was so far pardoned by the gods that the disgraceful likeness of Yoni was changed into eyes. The pupil in the eye is a child. The great god becomes a child again. He enters the mother's womb in order to renew himself. In a hymn it is said, "Thy mother, the heavens, stretches forth her arms to thee." In another place it is said, "Thou shinest, O Father of the gods, upon the back of thy mother. Daily thy mother takes thee in her arms. When thou illuminatest the dwelling of night, thou unitest with thy mother, the heavens." The Tum of Pitum Heliopolis not only bears the crux ansata as a symbol, but also has this sign as his most frequent surname, that is, Ankh or Anki, which means life for the living. He is chiefly honored as the demon serpent Agatho, of whom it is said the holy demon serpent Agatho goes forth from the city Nezi. The snake, on account of casting its skin, is the symbol of renewal, as is the scarabaeus, a symbol of the sun, of whom it is said that he, being of masculine sex only, reproduces himself. The name Chanam, another name for Tum, always meaning the sun god, comes from the verb kanam, which means to bind together, to unite. Kanam appears chiefly as the potter, the moulder of his egg. The cross seems, therefore, to be an extraordinarily condensed symbol. Its supreme meaning is that of the tree of life, and therefore is a symbol of the mother. The symbolization in a human form is therefore intelligible. The phallic forms of the crux ansata belong to the abstract meaning of life and fertility, as well as to the meaning of union, which we can now very properly interpret as cohabitation with the mother for the purpose of renewal. It is therefore not only a very touching, but also a very significant, naive symbol when Mary, in an Old English lament of the Virgin, accuses the cross of being a false tree, which unjustly and without reason destroyed the pure fruit of her body, her gentle birdling, with a poisonous draught, the draught of death, which is destined only for the guilty descendants of the sinner Adam. Her son was not a sharer in that guilt. Compare with this the cunning of Isis with the fatal draught of love. Mary laments, Cross, thou art the evil stepmother of my son. So high hast thou hung him that I cannot even kiss his feet. Cross, thou art my mortal enemy. Thou hast slain my little blue bird. The Holy Cross answers, Woman, I thank thee for my honor. Thy splendid fruit, which now I bear, shines as a red blossom, not alone to save thee, but to save the whole world. This precious flower blooms in thee. Santa Crux says of the relation to each other of the two mothers, Isis in the morning and Isis in the evening, Thou hast been crowned as Queen of Heaven on account of the child which thou hast borne. But I shall appear as the shining relic to the whole world at the day of judgment. I shall then raise my lament for thy divine Son, innocently slain upon me. Thus the murderous mother of death unites with the mother of life in bringing forth a child. In their lament for the dying God, and as outward token of their union, Mary kisses the cross and is reconciled to it. The naive Egyptian antiquity has preserved for us the union of the contrasting tendencies in the mother idea of Isis. Naturally, this imago is merely a symbol of the libido of the son for the mother, and describes the conflict between love and incest resistance. The criminal, incestuous purpose of the son appears projected as criminal cunning in the mother imago. The separation of the son from the mother signifies the separation of man from the generic consciousness of animals, from that infantile archaic thought characterized by the absence of individual consciousness. It was only the power of the incest prohibition which created the self-conscious individual who formerly had been thoughtlessly one with the tribe, and in this way alone did the idea of individual and final death become possible. Thus, through the sin of Adam, death came into the world. This, as is evident, is expressed figuratively, that is, in contrast form. The mother's defense against the incest appears to the son as a malicious act which delivers him over to the fear of death. This conflict faces us in the Gilgamesh epic in its original freshness and passion, where also the incest wish is projected onto the mother. The neurotic who cannot leave the mother has good reasons. The fear of death holds him there. It seems as if no idea and no word were strong enough to express the meaning of this. Entire religions were constructed in order to give words to the immensity of this conflict. This struggle for expression, which continued down through the centuries, certainly cannot have its source in the restricted realm of the vulgar conception of incest. Rather, one must understand the law, which is ultimately expressed as incest prohibition, as coercion to domestication, and consider the religious systems as institutions which first receive, then organize, and gradually sublimate the motor forces of the animal nature, not immediately available for cultural purposes. We will now return to the visions of Miss Miller. Those now following need no further detailed discussion. The next vision is the image of a purple bay. The symbolism of the sea connects smoothly with that which precedes. One might think here, in addition of the reminiscences of the Bay of Naples, which we came across in Part 1. In the sequence of the whole, however, we must not overlook the significance of the bay. In French, it is called une baie, which probably corresponds to a bay in the English text. It might be worthwhile here to glance at the etymological side of this idea. Bay is generally used for something which is open, just as the Catalonian word badia, by, comes from badar, to open. In French, bailler means to have the mouth open to gape. Another word for the same is mirbusen, bay or gulf, Latin sinus, and a third word is gulf, which in French stands in closest relation to gouffre, equals abyss. Gulf is derived from thanatos, which also means bosom and womb, mother womb, also vagina. It can also mean a fold of a dress or pocket, and may also mean a deep valley between high mountains. These expressions clearly show what primitive ideas lie at their base. They render intelligible Goethe's choice of words at that place where Faust wishes to follow the sun with winged desire in order in the everlasting day to drink its eternal light. The mountain chain with all its gorges deep would then no more impede my godlike motion, and now before mine eyes expands the ocean with all its bays in shining sleep. Faust's desire, like that of every hero, inclines toward the mysteries of rebirth, of immortality. Therefore his course leads to the sea, and down into the monstrous jaws of death, the horror and narrowness of which at the same time signify the new day. Out on the open ocean speeds my dreaming, the glassy flood before my feet is gleaming, a new day beckons to a newer shore. A fiery chariot, borne on buoyant pinions, sweeps near me now. I soon shall ready be to pierce the ether's high, unknown dominions, to reach new spheres of pure activity. This godlike rapture, this supreme existence. Yes, let me dare those gates to fling asunder, which every man would fain go slinking by. 'Tis time through deeds this word of truth to thunder, that with the height of gods man's dignity may vie. Nor from that gloomy gulf to shrink affrighted, where fancy doth herself to self-born pangs compel, to struggle toward that pass benighted, around whose narrow mouth flame all the fires of hell. To take this step with cheerful resolution, though nothingness should be the certain swift conclusion. It sounds like a confirmation when the succeeding vision of Miss Miller's is une falaise à pic, a steep precipitous cliff. Compare gouffre. The entire series of individual visions is completed, as the author observes, by a confusion of sounds, somewhat resembling wama, wama. This has a very primitive, barbaric sound. Since we learn from the author nothing of the subjective roots of this sound, nothing is left us but the suspicion that this sound might be considered, taken in connection with the whole, as a slight mutilation of the well-known call, ma. The battle for deliverance from the mother. There now comes a pause in the production of visions by Miss Miller. Then the activity of the unconscious is resumed very energetically. A forest with trees and bushes appears. After the discussions in the preceding chapter, there is need only of a hint that the symbol of the forest coincides essentially with the meaning of the holy tree. The holy tree is found generally in a sacred forest enclosure or in the garden of paradise. The sacred grove often takes the place of the taboo tree and assumes all the attributes of the latter. The erotic symbolism of the garden is generally known. The forest, like the tree, has mythologically a maternal significance. In the vision which now follows, the forest furnishes the stage upon which the dramatic representation of the end of Chawantipal is played. This act, therefore, takes place in or near the mother. First, I will give the beginning of the drama, as it is in the original text, up to the first attempt at sacrifice. At the beginning of the next chapter, the reader will find the continuation, the monologue, and the sacrificial scene. The drama begins as follows. The personage, Chawantipal, came from the south, on horseback, around him a cloak of vivid colors, red, blue, and white. An Indian in a costume of doeskin, covered with beads and ornamented with feathers, advances, squats down, and prepares to let fly an arrow at Jawantapal. The latter presents his breast in an attitude of defiance, and the Indian, fascinated by that sight, slinks away and disappears within the forest. The hero, Jawantapal, appears on horseback. This fact seems of importance because, as the further course of the drama shows, see Chapter 8, the horse plays no indifferent role, but suffers the same death as the hero, and is even called faithful brother by the latter. These allusions point to a remarkable similarity between horse and rider. There seems to exist an intimate connection between the two, which guides them to the same destiny. We already have seen that the symbolization of the libido in resistance through the terrible mother in some places runs parallel with the horse. Strictly speaking, it would be incorrect to say that the horse is or means the mother. The mother idea is a libido symbol, and the horse is also a libido symbol, and at some points the two symbols intersect in their significances. The common feature of the two ideas lies in the libido, especially in the libido repressed from incest. The hero and the horse appear to us in this setting like an artistic formation of the idea of humanity with its repressed libido, whereby the horse acquires the significance of the animal unconscious, which appears domesticated and subjected to the will of man. Agni upon the ram, Wotan upon Sleipnir, Ahur Mazda upon Angromania, Yahweh upon the monstrous seraph, Christ upon the ass, Dionysus upon the ass, Mithra upon the horse, men upon the human-footed horse, Freer upon the golden bristle boar, etc., are parallel representations. The chargers of mythology are always invested with great significance. They very often appear anthropomorphized. Thus, men's horse has human forelegs, Balaam's ass, human speech. The retreating bull upon whose back Mithra springs in order to strike him down is, according to a Persian legend, actually the god himself. The mock crucifix of the Palatine represents the crucified with an ass's head, perhaps in reference to the ancient legend that in the Temple of Jerusalem the image of an ass was worshipped. As Drosselbart, horse's mane, Wotan is half human, half horse. An old German riddle very prettily shows this unity between horse and horseman. Who are the two who travel to Thing? Together they have 3 eyes, 10 feet and 1 tail, and thus they travel over the land. Legends ascribe properties to the horse which psychologically belong to the unconscious of man. Horses are clairvoyant and clairaudient. They show the way when the lost wanderer is helpless. They have mantic powers. In the Iliad, the horse prophesies evil. They hear the words which the corpse speaks when it is taken to the grave, words which men cannot hear. Caesar learned from his human-footed horse, probably taken from the identification of Caesar with the Phrygian men, that he was to conquer the world. An ass prophesied to Augustus the victory of Actium. The horse also sees phantoms. All these things correspond to typical manifestations of the unconscious. Therefore, it is perfectly intelligible that the horse, as the image of the wicked animal component of man, has manifold connections with the devil. The devil has a horse's foot, in certain circumstances a horse's form. At crucial moments he suddenly shows a cloven foot, proverbial, in the same way as in the abduction of Hatting. Sleipnir suddenly looked out from behind Wotan's mantle. Just as the nightmare rides on the sleeper, so does the devil, and therefore it is said that those who have nightmares are ridden by the devil. In Persian lore, the devil is the steed of God. The devil, like all evil things, represents sexuality. Witches have intercourse with him, in which case he appears in the form of a goat or horse. The unmistakably phallic nature of the devil is communicated to the horse as well. Hence this symbol occurs in connections where this is the only meaning which would furnish an explanation. It is to be mentioned that Loki generates in the form of a horse, just as does the devil when in horse's form as an old fire god. Thus the lightning was represented theoromorphically as a horse. An uneducated hysteric told me that as a child she had suffered from extreme fear of thunder because every time the lightning flashed, she saw immediately afterwards a huge black horse reaching upwards as far as the sky. It is said in a legend that the devil, as the divinity of lightning, casts a horse's foot lightning upon the roofs. In accordance with the primitive meaning of thunder as fertilizer of the earth, the phallic meaning is given both to lightning and the horse's foot. In mythology, the horse's foot really has the phallic function, as in this dream. An uneducated patient who originally had been violently forced to coitus by her husband very often dreams, after separation, that a wild horse springs upon her and kicks her in the abdomen with his hind foot. Plutarch has given us the following words of a prayer from the Dionysus Orgies in Greek. Come, O Dionysus, in thy temple of Elis, come with the graces into thy holy temple, come in sacred frenzy with the bull's foot. Pegasus with his foot strikes out of the earth the spring Hippocrene. Upon a Corinthian statue of Bellerophon, which was also a fountain, the water flowed out from the horse's hoof. Balder's horse gave rise to a spring through his kick. Thus the horse's foot is the dispenser of fruitful moisture. A legend of Lower Austria, told by Jans, informs us that a gigantic man on a white horse is sometimes seen riding over the mountains. This means a speedy rain. In the German legend, the goddess of birth, Frau Halle, appears on horseback. Pregnant women near confinement are prone to give oats to a white horse from their aprons and to pray him to give them a speedy delivery. It was originally the custom for the horse to rub against the woman's genitals. The horse, like the ass, had in general the significance of a priapic animal. Horses' tracks are idols dispensing blessing and fertility. Horses' tracks established a claim and were of significance in determining boundaries, like the priaps of Latin antiquity. Like the phallic dactyly, a horse opened the mineral riches of the Harz Mountains with his hoof. The horseshoe, an equivalent for horse's foot, brings luck and has apotropaic meaning. In the Netherlands, an entire horse's foot is hung up in the stable to ward against sorcery. The analogous effect of the phallus is well known, hence the phalli at the gates. In particular, the horse's leg turned lightning aside, according to the principle similia similibus. Horses also symbolize the wind, that is to say, the tertium comparationis is again the libido symbol. The German legend recognizes the wind as the wild huntsman in pursuit of the maiden. Stormy regions frequently derive their names from horses, as the White Horse Mountain of the Lüneburger Heath. The centaurs are typical wind gods and have been represented as such by Birkeland's artistic intuition. Horses also signify fire and light. The fiery horses of Helios are an example. The horses of Hector are called Xanthos, yellow bright, Bordeaux swift-footed, lamppost shining, and Ithon burning. A very pronounced fire symbolism was represented by the mystic quadriga mentioned by Dio Chrysostomus. The supreme god always drives his chariot in a circle. 4 horses are harnessed to the chariot. The horse driven on the periphery moves very quickly. He has a shining coat and bears upon it the signs of the planets and the zodiac. This is a representation of the rotary fire of heaven. The second horse moves more slowly and is illuminated only on one side. The third moves still more slowly, and the fourth rotates around himself. But once the outer horse set the second horse on fire with his fiery breath, and the third flooded the fourth with his streaming sweat, then the horses dissolve and pass over into the substance of the strongest and most fiery, which now becomes the charioteer. The horses also represent the 4 elements. The catastrophe signifies the conflagration of the world, and the deluge, whereupon the division of the god into many parts ceases, and the divine unity is restored. Doubtless the quadriga may be understood astronomically as a symbol of time. We already saw in the first part that the Stoic representation of fate is a fire symbol. It is therefore a logical continuation of the thought when time, closely related to the conception of destiny, exhibits this same libido symbolism. Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 1:1 says, "The morning glow, verily, is the head of the sacrificial horse, the sun his eye, the wind his breath, the all-spreading fire his mouth, the ear is the belly of the sacrificial horse. The sky is his back, the atmosphere the cavern of his body, the earth the vault of his belly, the poles are his sides, in between the poles his ribs, the seasons his limbs, the months and fortnights his joints. Days and nights are his feet, stars his bones, clouds his flesh. The food he digests is the deserts, the rivers are his veins, the mountains his liver and lungs, the herbs and trees his hair, the rising sun is his forepart, the setting sun his afterpart, the ocean is his kinsman, the sea his cradle." The horse undoubtedly here stands for a time symbol, and also for the entire world. We come across in the Mithric religion a strange god of time, Ion, called Kronos or Deus Leontocephalus, because his stereotype representation is a lion-headed man who, standing in a rigid attitude, is encoiled by a snake whose head projects forward from behind over the lion's head. The figure holds in each hand a key. On the chest rests a thunderbolt. Upon his back are the 4 wings of the wind. In addition to that, the figure sometimes bears the zodiac on his body. Additional attributes are a cock and implements. In the Carolingian Psalter of Utrecht, which is based upon ancient models, the saeculum Ion is represented as a naked man with a snake in his hand. As is suggested by the name of the divinity, he is a symbol of time, most interestingly composed from libido symbols. The lion, the zodiac sign of the greatest summer heat, is the symbol of the most mighty desire. "My soul roars with the voice of a hungry lion," says Mechthild of Magdeburg. In the mystery, the serpent is often antagonistic to the lion, corresponding to that very universal myth of the battle of the sun with the dragon. In the Egyptian Book of the Dead, Tum is even designated as a he-cat, because as such he fought the snake Apophis. The encoiling also means the engulfing, the entering into the mother's womb. Thus, time is defined by the rising and setting of the sun, that is to say, through the death and renewal of the libido. The addition of the cock again suggests time, and the addition of implements suggests the creation through time. Durée, Créatrice, Bergson. Oromazdes and Ahriman were produced through Zerwanakarana, the infinitely long duration. Time, this empty and purely formal concept, is expressed in the mysteries by transformations of the creative power, the libido. Macrobius says, in Latin, the present time is indicated by the head of the line because his condition is strong and impetuous. Philo of Alexandria has a better understanding. In Latin, time is thought by the wickedest people to be a divinity who deprives willing people of essential being. By good men, it is considered to be the cause of the things of the world, but to the wisest and best, it does not seem time, but God. In Ferdusi, time is often the symbol of fate, the libido nature of which we have already learned to recognize. The Hindu text mentioned above includes still more. Its symbol of the horse contains the whole world. His kinsman and his cradle is the sea, the mother, similar to the world soul, the maternal significance of which we have seen above. Just as Ion represents the libido in an embrace, that is to say, in the state of death and of rebirth, so here the cradle of the horse is the sea, that is, the libido is in the mother, dying and rising again, like the symbol of the dying and resurrected Christ, who hangs like ripe fruit upon the tree of life. We have already seen that the horse is connected through Yggdrasil with the symbolism of the tree. The horse is also a tree of death. Thus, in the Middle Ages, the funeral pyre was called St. Michael's horse, and the Neo-Persian word for coffin means wooden horse. The horse has also the role of Psychopompus. He is the steed to conduct the souls to the other world. Horsewomen fetch the souls, Valkyries. Neo-Greek songs represent Charon on a horse. These definitions obviously lead to the mother symbolism. The Trojan horse was the only means by which the city could be conquered, because only he who has entered the mother and been reborn is an invincible hero. The Trojan horse is a magic charm, like the Nodfire, which also serves to overcome necessity. The formula evidently reads, in order to overcome the difficulty, thou must commit incest, and once more be born from thy mother. It appears that striking a nail into the sacred tree signifies something very similar. The Stock im Eisen in Vienna seems to have been such a palladium. Still another symbolic form is to be considered. Occasionally, the devil rides upon a three-legged horse. The goddess of death, Hel, in time of pestilence, also rides upon a three-legged horse. The gigantic ass, which is three-legged, stands in the heavenly rain lake, Vurukasha. His urine purifies the water of the lake, and from his roar all useful animals become pregnant, and all harmful animals miscarry. The triad further points to the phallic significance. The contrasting symbolism of hell is blended into one conception in the ass of Urukasha. The libido is fructifying as well as destroying. These definitions as a whole plainly reveal the fundamental features. The horse is a libido symbol, partly of phallic, partly of maternal significance, like the tree. It represents the libido in this application, that is, the libido repressed through the incest prohibition. In the Miller drama, an Indian approaches the hero, ready to shoot an arrow at him. Jawantapal, however, with a proud gesture, exposes his breast to the enemy. This idea reminds the author of the scene between Cassius and Brutus in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. A misunderstanding has arisen between the two friends when Brutus reproaches Cassius for withholding from him the money for the legions. Cassius, irritable and angry, breaks out into the complaint. Come, Antony, and young Octavius, come. Revenge yourselves alone on Cassius, for Cassius is aweary of the world, hated by one he loves, braved by his brother, checked like a bondman, all his faults observed, set in a notebook, learned and conned by rote to cast into my teeth. Oh, I could weep my spirit from mine eyes. There is my dagger, and here my naked breast, within a heart, dearer than Plutus mine, richer than gold. If that thou beest a Roman, take it forth. I, that denied thee gold, will give my heart. Strike as thou didst at Caesar, for I know when thou didst hate him worst, thou lovest him better than ever thou lovest Cassius. The material here would be incomplete without mentioning the fact that this speech of Cassius shows many analogies to the agonized delirium of Cyrano. Compare Part 1. Only Cassius is far more theatrical and overdrawn. Something childish and hysterical is in his manner. Brutus does not think of killing him, but administers a very chilling rebuke in the following dialogue. Brutus, sheathe your dagger. Be angry when you will, it shall have scope. Do what you will, dishonor shall be humor. O Cassius, you are yoked with a lamb that carries anger as the flint bears fire, who, much in force, shows a hasty spark, and straight is cold again. Cassius. Hath Cassius lived to be but mirth and laughter to his Brutus, when grief and blood ill-tempered vexeth him? Brutus. When I spoke that, I was ill-tempered too. Cassius. Do you confess so much? Give me your hand. Brutus. And my heart too. Cassius. O Brutus. Brutus. What's the matter? Cassius. Have not you love enough to bear with me, when that rash humour which my mother gave me makes me forgetful? Brutus. Yes, Cassius, and from henceforth, when you are over earnest with your Brutus, he'll think your mother chides and leave you so. The analytic interpretation of Cassius's irritability plainly reveals that at these moments he identifies himself with the mother, and his conduct therefore is truly feminine, as his speech demonstrates most excellently, for his womanish love-seeking and desperate subjection under the proud masculine will of Brutus calls forth the friendly remark of the latter that Cassius is yoked with a lamb, that is to say, has something very weak in his character, which is derived from the mother. One recognizes in this, without any difficulty, the analytic hallmarks of an infantile disposition, which, as always, is characterized by a prevalence of the parent imago, here the mother imago. An infantile individual is infantile because he has freed himself insufficiently or not at all from the childish environment, that is, from his adaptation to his parents. Therefore, on one side, he reacts falsely towards the world as a child towards his parents, always demanding love and immediate reward for his feelings. On the other side, on account of the close connection to the parents, he identifies himself with them. The infantile individual behaves like the father and mother. He is not in a condition to live for himself and to find the place to which he belongs. Therefore, Brutus very justly takes it for granted that the mother chides in Cassius, not he himself. The psychologically valuable fact which we gather here is the information that Cassius is infantile and identified with the mother. The hysterical behavior is due to the circumstance that Cassius is still in part a lamb and an innocent and entirely harmless child. He remains, as far as his emotional life is concerned, still far behind himself. This we often see among people who, as masters, apparently govern life and fellow creatures. They have remained children in regard to the demands of their love nature. The figures of the Miller dramas, being children of the creator's fantasy, depict as natural those traits of character which belong to the author. The hero, the wish figure, is represented as most distinguished because the hero always combines in himself all wished-for ideals. Cyrano's attitude is certainly beautiful and impressive. Cassius's behavior has a theatrical effect. Both heroes prepare to die effectively, in which attempt Cyrano succeeds. This attitude betrays a wish for death in the unconscious of our author, the meaning of which we have already discussed at length as the motive for her poem of the Moth. The wish of young girls to die is only an indirect expression which remains a pose even in case of real death, for death itself can be opposed. Such an outcome merely adds beauty and value to the pose under certain conditions. That the highest summit of life is expressed through the symbolism of death is a well-known fact, for creation beyond oneself means personal death. The coming generation is the end of the preceding one. This symbolism is frequent in erotic speech. The lascivious speech between Lucius and the wanton servant maid in Apuleius, Metamorphosis, Book 232, is one of the clearest examples. In Latin, "Fight," she said, "and fight bravely, for I will not give away an inch nor turn my back. Face to face, come on, if you are a man. Strike home, do your worst and die. The battle this day is without quarter, till, weary in body and mind, we lie powerless and gasping for breath in each other's arms." This symbolism is extremely significant because it shows how easily a contrasting expression originates and how equally intelligible and characteristic such an expression is. The proud gesture with which the hero offers himself to death may very easily be an indirect expression which challenges the pity or sympathy of the other, and thus is doomed to the calm analytic reduction to which Brutus proceeds. The behavior of Chawantipole is also suspicious because the Cassius scene, which serves as its model, betrays indiscreetly that the whole affair is merely infantile, and one which owes its origin to an overactive mother imago. When we compare this piece with the series of mother symbols brought to light in the previous chapter, we must say that the Cassius scene merely confirms once more what we have long supposed, that is to say, that the motor power of these symbolic visions arises from an infantile mother transference, that is to say, from an undetached bond to the mother. In the drama, the libido, in contradistinction to the inactive nature of the previous symbols, assumes a threatening activity, a conflict becoming evident in which the one part threatens the other with murder. The hero, as the ideal image of the dreamer, is inclined to die. He does not fear death. In accordance with the infantile character of this hero, it would most surely be time for him to take his departure from the stage, or in childish language, to die. Death is to come to him in the form of an arrow wound. Considering the fact that heroes themselves are very often great archers, or succumb to an arrow wound, Saint Sebastian as an example, it may not be superfluous to inquire into the meaning of death through an arrow. We read in the biography of the stigmatized nun, Catherine Emmerich, the following description of the evidently neurotic sickness of her heart. When only in her novitiate, she received as a Christmas present from the Holy Christ a very tormenting heart trouble for the whole period of her nun's life. God showed her inwardly the purpose. It was on account of the decline of the spirit of the order, especially for the sins of her fellow sisters. But what rendered this trouble most painful was the gift which she had possessed from youth, namely to see before her eyes the inner nature of man as he really was. She felt the heart trouble physically as if her heart was continually pierced by arrows. These arrows, and this represented the still worse mental suffering, she recognized as the thoughts, plots, secret speeches, misunderstandings, scandal, and uncharitableness in which her fellow sisters, wholly without reason and unscrupulously, were engaged against her and her God-fearing way of life. It is difficult to be a saint because even a patient and long-suffering nature will not readily bear such a violation and defends itself in its own way. The companion of sanctity is temptation, without which no true saint can live. We know from analytic experience that these temptations can pass unconsciously, so that only their equivalents would be produced in consciousness in the form of symptoms. We know that it is proverbial that heart and smart, hurts and schmerz rhyme. It is a well-known fact that hysterics put a physical pain in place of a mental pain. The biographer of Emmerich has comprehended that very correctly. Only her interpretation of the pain is, as usual, projected. It is always the others who secretly assert all sorts of evil things about her, and this she pretended gave her the pains. The case, however, bears a somewhat different aspect, the very difficult renunciation of all life's joys. This death before the bloom is generally painful, and especially painful are the unfulfilled wishes and the attempts of the animal nature to break through the power of repression. The gossip and jokes of the sisters very naturally center around these most painful things, so that it must appear to the saint as if her symptoms were caused by this. Naturally, again, she could not know that gossip tends to assume the role of the unconscious, which, like a clever adversary, always aims at the actual gaps in our armor. A passage from Gautama Buddha embodies this idea. A wish earnestly desired, produced by will and nourished, when gradually it must be thwarted, burrows like an arrow in the flesh. The wounding and painful arrows do not come from without through gossip, which only attacks externally, but they come from ambush, from our own unconscious. This, rather than anything external, creates the defenseless suffering. It is our own repressed and unrecognized desires which fester like arrows in our flesh. In another connection, this was clear to the nun, and that most literally. It is a well-known fact, and one which needs no further proof to those who understand, that these mystic scenes of union with the Savior generally are intermingled with an enormous amount of sexual libido. Therefore, it is not astonishing that the scene of the stigmata is nothing but an incubation through the Savior, only slightly changed metaphorically as compared with the ancient conception of unio mystica as cohabitation with the God. Emmerich relates the following of her stigmatization. I had a contemplation of the sufferings of Christ, and implored him to let me feel with him his sorrows, and prayed 5 paternosters to the honor of the 5 sacred wounds. Lying on my bed with outstretched arms, I entered into a great sweetness and into an endless thirst for the torments of Jesus. Then I saw a light descending upon me. It came obliquely from above. It was a crucified body, living and transparent, with arms extended, but without a cross. The wounds shone brighter than the body. They were 5 circles of glory coming forth from the whole glory. I was enraptured, and my heart was moved with great pain, and yet with sweetness from longing to share in the torments of my Savior. And my longings for the sorrows of the Redeemer increased more and more on gazing on his wounds, and passed from my breast, through my hands, sides, and feet, to his holy wounds. Then from the hands, then from the sides, then from the feet of the figure, 3-fold shining red beams ending below in an arrow shot forth to my hands, sides, and feet. The beams, in accordance with the phallic fundamental thought, are 3-fold, terminating below in an arrow point. Like Cupid, the sun too has its quiver full of destroying or fertilizing arrows, sun rays which possess phallic meaning. On this significance evidently rests the Oriental custom of designating brave sons as arrows and javelins of the parents. To make sharp arrows is an Arabian expression for to generate brave sons. The Psalms declare, 127:4, like as the arrows in the hands of the giant, even so are the young children. Compare with this the remarks previously made about boys. Because of this significance of the arrow, it is intelligible why the Scythian king Arianthes, when he wished to prepare a census, demanded an arrowhead from each man. A similar meaning attaches equally to the lance. Men are descended from the lance, because the ash is the mother of lances. Therefore the men of the Iron Age are derived from her. the marriage custom to which Ovid alludes, comat virginius hasta recurra comus fastorum, Book 2, 560, has already been mentioned. Caeneus issued a command that his lance be honored. Pindar relates in the legend of this Caeneus, he descended into the depths, splitting the earth with a straight foot. He is said to have originally been a maiden named Caenis, who, because of her complacence, was transformed into an invulnerable man by Poseidon. Ovid pictures the battle of the Lapithae with the invulnerable Caeneus, how at last they covered him completely with trees because they could not otherwise touch him. Ovid says at this place, in Latin, the result is doubtful. The body borne down by the weight of the forest is carried into empty Tartarus. Amphicetes denies this. From out of the midst of the mass he sees a bird with tawny feathers issue into the liquid air. Rasha considers this bird to be the golden plover, Charadrius pluvialis, which borrows its name from the fact that it lives in the Zapathastha, a crevice in the earth. By his song he proclaims the approaching rain. Caeneus was changed into this bird. We see again in this little myth the typical constituents of the libido myth: original bisexuality, immortality, invulnerability through entrance into the mother, splitting the mother with the foot and to become covered up, and resurrection as a bird of the soul and a bringer of fertility, ascending sun. When this type of hero causes his lance to be worshipped, it probably means that his lance is a valid and equivalent expression of himself. From our present standpoint, we understand in a new sense that passage in Job, which I mentioned in chapter 4 of the first part of this book. He has sent me up for his mark. His archers compass me round about. He cleaveth my reins asunder, and doth not spare. He poureth out my gall upon the ground. He breaketh me with breach upon breach. He runneth upon me like a giant. Job 16, 12, 13, 14. Now we understand this symbolism as an expression for the soul torment caused by the onslaught of the unconscious desires. The libido festers in his flesh. A cruel god has taken possession of him and pierced him with his painful libidian projectiles with thoughts which overwhelmingly pass through him. As a dementia precox patient once said to me during his recovery, "Today a thought suddenly thrust itself through me." This same idea is found again in Nietzsche in Zarathustra, the magician, stretched out, shivering like one half dead whose feet are warmed, shaken, alas, by unknown fevers, trembling from the icy pointed arrows of frost, hunted by thee, O thought, unutterable, veiled, horrible one, thou huntsman behind the clouds, struck to the ground by thee, thou mocking eye that gazeth at me from the dark. Thus do I lie, bending, writhing, tortured with all eternal tortures, smitten by thee, cruelest huntsman, thou unfamiliar god. Smite deeper, smite once more, pierce through and rend my heart. What meaneth this torturing with blunt-toothed arrows? Why gazeth thou again, never weary of human pain, with malicious god-lightning eyes? Thou wilt not kill, but torture, torture. No long drawn-out explanation is necessary to enable us to recognize in this comparison the old universal idea of the martyred sacrifice of God, which we have met previously in the Mexican sacrifice of the cross and in the sacrifice of Odin. This same conception faces us in the oft-repeated martyrdom of Saint Sebastian, where, in the delicate glowing flesh of the young god, all the pain of renunciation, which has been felt by the artist, has been portrayed. An artist always embodies in his artistic work a portion of the mysteries of his time. In a heightened degree, the same is true of the principal Christian symbol, the crucified one, pierced by the lance, the conception of the man of the Christian era, tormented by his wishes, crucified and dying in Christ. This is not torment which comes from without, which befalls mankind, but that he himself is the hunter, murderer, sacrificer, and sacrificial knife is shown us in another of Nietzsche's poems, wherein the apparent dualism is transformed into the soul conflict through the use of the same symbolism. O Zarathustra, most cruel Nimrod, whilom hunter of God, the snare of all virtue and arrow of evil, now hunted by thyself, thine own prey, pierced through thyself, now alone with thee, twofold in thine own knowledge, mid 100 mirrors, false to thyself, mid 100 memories, uncertain, ailing with each wound, shivering with each frost, caught in thine own snares, self-knower, self-hangman. Why didst thou strangle thyself with the noose of thy wisdom? Why hast thou enticed thyself into the paradise of the old serpent? Why hast thou crept into thyself, thyself? The deadly arrows do not strike the hero from without, but it is he himself who, in disharmony with himself, hunts, fights, and tortures himself. Within himself, will has turned against will, libido against libido. Therefore, the poet says, pierced through thyself, that is to say, wounded by his own arrow. Because we have discerned that the arrow is a libido symbol, the idea of penetrating or piercing through consequently becomes clear to us. It is a phallic act of union with oneself, a sort of self-fertilization, introversion, also a self-violation, a self-murder. Therefore Zarathustra may call himself his own hangman, like Odin, who sacrifices himself to Odin. The wounding by one's own arrow means, first of all, the state of introversion. What this signifies we already know. The libido sinks into its own depths, a well-known comparison of Nietzsche's, and finds there below, in the shadows of the unconscious, the substitute for the upper world, which it has abandoned, the world of memories, mid 100 memories, the strongest and most influential of which are the early infantile memory pictures. It is the world of the child, this paradise-like state of earliest childhood from which we are separated by a hard law. In this subterranean kingdom slumber sweet feelings of home and the endless hopes of all that is to be. As Heinrich in The Sunken Bell by Gerhard Hauptmann says in speaking of his miraculous work, there is a song lost and forgotten, a song of home, a love song of childhood, brought up from the depths of the fairy well, known to all, but yet unheard. However, as Mephistopheles says, the danger is great. These depths are enticing. They are the mother and death. When the libido leaves the bright upper world, whether from the decision of the individual or from decreasing life force, then it sinks back into its own depths, into the source from which it has gushed forth, and turns back to that point of cleavage, the umbilicus, through which it once entered into this body. This point of cleavage is called the mother, because from her comes the source of the libido. Therefore, when some great work is to be accomplished, before which weak man recoils, doubtful of his strength, his libido returns to that source, and this is the dangerous moment in which the decision takes place between annihilation and new life. If the libido remains arrested in the wonder kingdom of the inner world, then the man has become, for the world above, a phantom. Then he is practically dead or desperately ill. But if the libido succeed in tearing itself loose and pushing up into the world above, then a miracle appears. This journey to the underworld has been a fountain of youth, and new fertility springs from his apparent death. This train of thought is very beautifully gathered into a Hindu myth. Once upon a time, Vishnu sank into an ecstasy, introversion, and during the state of sleep bore Brahma, who, enthroned upon the lotus flower, arose from the navel of Vishnu, bringing with him the Vedas, which he diligently read. Birth of creative thought from introversion. But through Vishnu's ecstasy, a devouring flood came upon the world, devouring through introversion, symbolizing the danger of entering into the mother of death. A demon, taking advantage of the danger, stole the Vedas from Brahma and hid them in the depths, devouring of the libido. Brahma roused Vishnu, and the latter, transforming himself into a fish, plunged into the flood, fought with the demon, battled with the dragon, conquered him, and recaptured the Vedas, treasure obtained with difficulty. Self-concentration and the strength derived therefrom correspond to this primitive train of thought. It also explains numerous sacrificial and magic rites which we have already fully discussed. Thus the impregnable Troy falls because the besiegers creep into the belly of a wooden horse, for he alone is a hero who is reborn from the mother like the sun. But the danger of this venture is shown by the history of Philoctetes, who was the only one in the Trojan expedition who knew the hidden sanctuary of Chrysae, where the Argonauts had sacrificed already, and where the Greeks planned to sacrifice in order to assure a safe ending to their undertaking. Chrysae was a nymph upon the island of Chrysae, according to the account of the scholiasts in Sophocles' Philoctetes. This nymph loved Philoctetes and cursed him because he spurned her love. This characteristic projection, which is also met with in the Gilgamesh epic, should be referred back, as suggested, to the repressed incest wish of the son, who is represented through the projection as if the mother had the evil wish, for the refusal of which the son was given over to death. In reality, however, the son becomes mortal by separating himself from the mother. His fear of death, therefore, corresponds to the repressed wish to turn back to the mother, and causes him to believe that the mother threatens or pursues him. The teleological significance of this fear of persecution is evident. It is to keep son and mother apart. The curse of Chrysae is realized insofar that Philoctetes, according to one version, when approaching his altar, injured himself in his foot with one of his own deadly poisonous arrows, or according to another version, this is better and far more abundantly proven, was bitten in his foot by a poisonous serpent. From then on he is ailing. This very typical wound, which also destroyed Ra, is described in the following manner in an Egyptian hymn. The ancient of the gods moved his mouth, he cast his saliva upon the earth, and what he spat fell upon the ground with her hands. Isis kneaded that and the soil which was about it together. From that she created a venerable worm, and made him like a spear. She did not twist him living around her face, but threw him coiled upon the path, upon which the great god wandered at ease through all his lands. The venerable god stepped forth radiantly. The gods who served Pharaoh accompanied him, and he proceeded as every day. Then the venerable worm stung him. The divine god opened his mouth, and the voice of his majesty echoed even to the sky, and the gods exclaimed, "Behold!" Thereupon he could not answer. His jaws chattered, all his limbs trembled, and the poison gripped his flesh, as the Nile seizes upon the land. In this hymn, Egypt has again preserved for us a primitive conception of the serpent's sting. The aging of the autumn sun, as an image of human senility, is symbolically traced back to the mother through the poisoning by the serpent. The mother is reproached because her malice causes the death of the sun god. The serpent, the primitive symbol of fear, illustrates the repressed tendency to turn back to the mother, because the only possibility of security from death is possessed by the mother as the source of life. Accordingly, only the mother can cure him, sick unto death, and therefore the hymn goes on to depict how the gods were assembled to take counsel. And Isis came with her wisdom. Her mouth is full of the breath of life. Her words banish sorrow, and her speech animates those who no longer breathe. She said, "What is that? What is that, divine Father? Behold, a worm has brought you sorrow. Tell me thy name, divine Father, because the man remains alive who is called by his name." Whereupon Ra replied, "I am he who created heaven and earth, and piled up the hills, and created all beings thereon. I am he who made the water and caused the great flood, who produced the bull of his mother, who is the procreator," etc. The poison did not depart, it went further. The great god was not cured. Then said Isis to Ra, "Thine is not the name thou hast told me. Tell me true, that the poison may leave thee, for he whose name is spoken will live." Finally, Ra decides to speak his true name. He is approximately healed, imperfect composition of Osiris, but he has lost his power, and finally he retreats to the heavenly cow. The poisonous worm is, if one may speak in this way, a negative phallus, a deadly, not an animating form of libido, therefore a wish for death instead of a wish for life. The true name is soul and magic power, hence a symbol of libido. What Isis demands is the retransference of the libido to the mother goddess. This request is fulfilled literally, for the aged god turns back to the divine cow, the symbol of the mother. This symbolism is clear from our previous explanations. The onward urging, living libido, which rules the consciousness of the son, demands separation from the mother. The longing of the child for the mother is a hindrance on the path to this, taking the form of a psychologic resistance, which is expressed empirically in the neurosis by all manners of fears, that is to say, the fear of life. The more a person withdraws from adaptation to reality and falls into slothful inactivity, the greater becomes his anxiety, cum grano salis, which everywhere besets him, at each point as a hindrance upon his path. The fear springs from the mother, that is to say, from the longing to go back to the mother, which is opposed to the adaptation to reality. This is the way in which the mother has become apparently the malicious pursuer. Naturally, it is not the actual mother, although the actual mother, with the abnormal tenderness with which she sometimes pursues her child, even into adult years, may gravely injure it through a willful prolonging of the infantile state in the child. It is rather the mother imago which becomes bulimia. The mother imago, however, possesses its power solely and exclusively from the son's tendency not only to look and to work forwards, but also to glance backwards to the pampering sweetness of childhood, to that glorious state of irresponsibility and security with which the protecting mother care once surrounded him. The retrospective longing acts like a paralyzing poison upon the energy and enterprise, so that it may well be compared to a poisonous serpent which lies across our path. Apparently, it is a hostile demon which robs us of energy, but in reality, it is the individual unconscious, the retrogressive tendency of which begins to overcome the conscious forward striving. The cause of this can be, for example, the natural aging, which weakens the energy, or it may be great external difficulties, which cause man to break down and become a child again, or it may be, and this is probably the most frequent cause, the woman who enslaves the man so that he can no longer free himself and becomes a child again. It may be of significance also that Isis, as sister wife of the sun god, creates the poisonous animal from the spittle of the god, which is perhaps a substitute for sperma, and therefore is a symbol of libido. She creates the animal from the libido of the god. That means she receives his power, making him weak and dependent, so that by this means she assumes the dominating role of the mother. Mother transference to the wife. This part is preserved in the legend of Samson, in the role of Delilah, who cut off Samson's hair, the sun's rays, thus robbing him of his strength. Any weakening of the adult man strengthens the wishes of the unconscious. Therefore, the decrease of strength appears directly as the backward striving towards the mother. There is still to be considered one more source of the reanimation of the mother imago. We've already met it in the discussion of the mother scene in Faust, that is to say, the willed introversion of a creative mind, which, retreating before its own problem and inwardly collecting its forces, dips, at least for a moment, into the source of life, in order there to wrest a little more strength from the mother for the completion of its work. It is a mother-child play with oneself, in which lies much weak self-admiration and self-adulation. Among 100 mirrors, Nietzsche, a narcissus state, a strange spectacle, perhaps, for profane eyes. The separation from the mother imago, the birth out of oneself, reconciles all conflicts through the sufferings. This is probably meant by Nietzsche's verse, "Why hast thou enticed thyself into the paradise of the old serpent? Why hast thou crept into thyself? A sick man now, sick of a serpent's poison, a captive now, whom the hardest destiny befell, in thine own pit, bowed down as thou workest, encaved within thyself, burrowing into thyself, helpless, stiff, a corpse, overwhelmed with 100 burdens, overburdened by thyself, a wise man, a self-knower, the wise Zarathustra, thou sufferedst the heaviest burden and foundest thou thyself." The symbolism of this speech is of the greatest richness. He is buried in the depths of self, as if in the earth, really a dead man who has turned back to Mother Earth, a Cairneus piled with 100 burdens and pressed down to death, the one who groaning bears the heavy burden of his own libido, of that libido which draws him back to the mother. Who does not think of the Taurophoria of Mithra, who took his bull, according to the Egyptian hymn, the bull of his mother? That is, his love for his mother, the heaviest burden upon his back, and with that entered upon the painful course of the soul called transitus. This path of passion led to the cave in which the bull was sacrificed. Christ, too, had to bear the cross, the symbol of his love for the mother, and he carried it to the place of sacrifice, where the lamb was slain in the form of the God, the infantile man, a self-executioner, and then to burial in the subterranean sepulchre. That which in Nietzsche appears as a poetical figure of speech is really a primitive myth. It is as if the poet still possessed a dim idea or capacity to feel and reactivate those imperishable phantoms of long-past worlds of thought in the words of our present-day speech and in the images which crowd themselves into his fantasy. Hauptmann also says, poetic rendering is that which allows the echo of the primitive word to resound through the form. The sacrifice, with its mysterious and manifold meaning, which is rather hinted at than expressed, passes unrecognized in the unconscious of our author. The arrow is not shot. The hero, Jepawatapal, is not yet fatally poisoned and ready for death through self-sacrifice. We can now say, according to the preceding material, this sacrifice means renouncing the mother, that is to say, renunciation of all bonds and limitations which the soul has taken with it from the period of childhood into the adult life. From various hints of Miss Miller's, it appears that at the time of these fantasies she was still living in the circle of the family, evidently at an age which was in urgent need of independence. That is to say, man does not live very long in the infantile environment or in the bosom of his family without real danger to his mental health. Life calls him forth to independence, and he who gives no heed to this hard call because of childish indolence and fear is threatened by a neurosis, and once the neurosis has broken out, it becomes more and more a valid reason to escape the battle with life and to remain for all time in the morally poisoned infantile atmosphere. The fantasy of the arrow wound belongs in this struggle for personal independence. The thought of this resolution has not yet penetrated the dreamer. On the contrary, she rather repudiates it. After all the preceding, it is evident that the symbolism of the arrow wound through direct translation, must be taken as a coitus symbol. The Okkida Moraturis attains by this means the sexual significance belonging to it. Chawantapal naturally represents the dreamer, but nothing is attained and nothing is understood through one's reduction to the coarse sexual, because it is a commonplace that the unconscious shelters coitus wishes, the discovery of which signifies nothing further. The coitus wish under this aspect is really a symbol for the individual demonstration of the libido separated from the parents, of the conquest of an independent life. This step towards a new life means at the same time the death of the past life. Therefore, Chawantapal is the infantile hero, the son, the child, the lamb, the fish, who is still enchained by the fetters of childhood, and who has to die as a symbol of the incestuous libido, and with that sever the retrogressive bond. For the entire libido is demanded for the battle of life, and there could be no remaining behind. The dreamer cannot yet come to this decision, which will tear aside all the sentimental connections with father and mother, and yet it must be made in order to follow the call of the individual destiny. The dual mother role. After the disappearance of the assailant, Chawantapal begins the following monologue. From the extreme ends of these continents, from the farthest lowlands, after having forsaken the palace of my father, I've been wandering aimlessly during 100 moons, always pursued by my mad desire to find her who will understand. With jewels I have tempted many fair ones. With kisses I have tried to snatch the secret of their hearts. With acts of bravery I have conquered their admiration. He reviews the women he has known. Cheetah, the princess of my race, she is a little fool, vain as a peacock, having naught in her head but jewels and perfume. Tanan, the young peasant, Ba, a mere sow, no more than a breast and a stomach, caring only for pleasure. And then Kima, the priestess, a true parrot, repeating hollow phrases learnt from the priests, all for show, without real education or sincerity, suspicious poseur and hypocrite. Alas, not one who understands me, not one who resembles me, not one who has a soul sister to mine. There is not one among them all who has known my soul, not one who could read my thought. Far from it, not one capable of seeking with me the luminous summits, or of spelling with me the superhuman word love. Here Chawantapal himself says that his journeying and wandering is a quest for that other, and for the meaning of life which lies in union with her. In the first part of this work, we merely hinted gently at this possibility. The fact that the seeker is masculine and the sought for of feminine sex is not so astonishing, because the chief object of the unconscious transference is the mother, as has probably been seen from that which we have already learned. The daughter takes a male attitude towards the mother. The genesis of this adjustment can only be suspected in our case, because objective proof is lacking. Therefore, let us rather be satisfied with inferences. She who will understand means the mother in the infantile language. At the same time, it also means the life companion. As is well known, the sex contrast concerns the libido but little. The sex of the object plays a surprisingly slight role in the estimation of the unconscious. The object itself, taken as an objective reality, is but of slight significance, but it is of greatest importance whether the libido is transferred or introverted. The original concrete meaning of erfassen, to seize, begreifen, to touch, etc., allows us to recognize clearly the underside of the wish, to find a congenial person. But the upper intellectual half is also contained in it, and is to be taken into account at the same time. One might be inclined to assume this tendency if it were not that our culture abused the same, for the misunderstood woman has become almost proverbial, which can only be the result of a wholly distorted valuation. On the one side, our culture undervalues most extraordinarily the importance of sexuality. On the other side, sexuality breaks out as a direct result of the repression burdening it at every place where it does not belong, and makes use of such an indirect manner of expression that one may expect to meet it suddenly almost anywhere. Thus the idea of the intimate comprehension of a human soul, which is in reality something very beautiful and pure, is soiled and disagreeably distorted through the entrance of the indirect sexual meaning. The secondary meaning, or better expressed, the misuse which repressed and denied sexuality forces upon the highest soul functions, makes it possible, for example, for certain of our opponents to scent in psychoanalysis prurient erotic confessionals. These are subjective wish fulfillment deliria which need no contra-arguments. This misuse makes the wish to be understood highly suspicious if the natural demands of life have not been fulfilled. Nature has first claim on man, only long afterwards does the luxury of intellect come. The medieval ideal of life for the sake of death needs gradually to be replaced by a natural conception of life in which the normal demands of men are thoroughly kept in mind, so that the desires of the animal sphere may no longer be compelled to drag down into their service the high gifts of the intellectual sphere in order to find an outlet. We are inclined, therefore, to consider the dreamer's wish for understanding, first of all, as a repressed striving towards the natural destiny. This meaning coincides absolutely with psychoanalytic experience that there are countless neurotic people who, apparently, are prevented from experiencing life because they have an unconscious and often also a conscious repugnance to the sexual fate, under which they imagine all kinds of ugly things. There is only too great an inclination to yield to this pressure of the unconscious sexuality and to experience the dreaded, unconsciously hoped for, disagreeable sexual experience, so as to acquire by that means a legitimately founded horror which retains them more surely in the infantile situation. This is the reason why so many people fall into that very state towards which they have the greatest abhorrence. That we were correct in our assumption that in Miss Miller it is a question of the battle for independence is shown by her statement that the hero's departure from his father's house reminds her of the fate of the young Buddha, who likewise renounced all luxury to which he was born in order to go out into the world to live out his destiny to its completion. Buddha gave the same heroic example as did Christ, who separated from his mother and even spoke bitter words. Matthew chapter 10, 5:34. Think not that I am come to send peace on earth. I came not to send peace, but a sword. 35. For I am come to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. 36. and a man's foes shall be they of his own household. 37. He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. Or Luke chapter 12, 5:51. Suppose ye that I am come to give peace on earth? I tell you, nay, but rather division. 52. For from henceforth there shall be 5 in one house, divided, 3 against 2, and 2 against 3. 53. The father shall be divided against the son, and the son against the father, the mother against the daughter, and the daughter against the mother-in-law against the daughter-in-law, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. Horus snatched from his mother her head adornment, the power. Just as Adam struggled with Lilith, so he struggles for power. Nietzsche, inhuman, all too human, expressed the same in very beautiful words. One may suppose that a mind in which the type of free mind is to ripen and sweeten at maturity has had its decisive crisis in a great detachment, so that before this time it was just so much the more a fettered spirit and appeared chained forever to its corner and its pillar. What binds it most firmly? What cords are almost untearable? Among human beings of a high and exquisite type it would be duties, that reverence which is suitable for youth, that modesty and tenderness for all the old, honored and valued things, that thankfulness for the earth from which they grew, for the hand which guided them, for the shrine where they learnt to pray. Their loftiest moments themselves come to bind them the firmest, to obligate them the most permanently. The great detachment comes suddenly for people so bound. Better to die than to live here. Thus rings the imperative voice of seduction, and this here, this at home, is all that it, the soul, has loved until now. A sudden terror and suspicion against that which it has loved, a lightning flash of scorn towards that which is called duty, a rebellious, arbitrary, volcanic, impelling desire for traveling, for strange countries, estrangements, coolness, frigidity, disillusionments, a hatred of love, perhaps a sacrilegious touch, and glance backwards, there where just now it adored and loved, perhaps a blush of shame over what it has just done, and at the same time an exultation over having done it, an intoxicating internal joyous thrill in which a victory reveals itself. A victory over what? Over whom? An enigmatic, doubtful, questioning victory, but the first triumph. Of such woe and pain is formed the history of the great detachment. It is like a disease which can destroy men, this first eruption of strength and will towards self-assertion. The danger lies, as is brilliantly expressed by Nietzsche, in isolation, in one's self. Solitude surrounds and embraces him, ever more threatening, ever more constricting, ever more heart-strangling, the terrible goddess and mater, Sawa Cupidinum. The libido taken away from the mother, who is abandoned only reluctantly, becomes threatening as a serpent, the symbol of death, for the relation to the mother must cease, must die, which itself almost causes man's death. In mater saeva cupidinum, the idea attains rare, almost conscious perfection. I do not presume to try to paint, in better words than has Nietzsche, the psychology of the wrench from childhood. Miss Miller furnishes us with a further reference to a material which has influenced her creation in a more general manner. This is the great Indian epic of Longfellow, the Song of Hiawatha. If my readers have had patience to read thus far, and to reflect upon what they have read, they frequently must have wondered at the number of times I introduce for comparison such apparently foreign material, and how often I widen the base upon which Miss Miller's creations rest. Doubts must often have arisen whether it is justifiable to enter into important discussions concerning the psychologic foundations of myths, religions, and culture in general on the basis of such scanty suggestions. It might be said that behind the Miller fantasies such a thing is scarcely to be found. I need hardly emphasize the fact that I, too, have sometimes been in doubt. I had never read Hiawatha until in the course of my work I came to this part. Hiawatha, a poetical compilation of Indian myths, gives me, however, a justification for all preceding reflections, because this epic contains an unusual number of mythologic problems. This fact is probably of great importance for the wealth of suggestions in the Miller fantasies. We are therefore compelled to obtain an insight into this epic. Nawadaha sings the songs of the epic of the hero Hiawatha, the friend of man. There he sang of Hiawatha, sang the songs of Hiawatha, sang his wondrous birth and being, how he prayed and how he fasted, how he lived and toiled and suffered, that the tribes of men might prosper, that he might advance his people. The teleological meaning of the hero as that symbolic figure which unites in itself libido in the form of admiration and adoration in order to lead to higher sublimations by way of the symbolic bridges of the myths is anticipated here. Thus we become quickly acquainted with Hiawatha as a savior, and are prepared to hear all that which must be said of a savior, of his marvelous birth, of his early great deeds, and his sacrifice for his fellow men. The first song begins with a fragment of evangelism. Gitcha Manita, the master of life, tired of the quarrels of his human children, calls his people together and makes known to them the joyous message. I will send a prophet to you, a deliverer of the nations, who shall guide you and shall teach you, who shall toil and suffer with you. If you listen to his counsels, you will multiply and prosper. If his warnings pass unheeded, you will fade away and perish. Gitcha Manito, the mighty, the creator of the nations, is represented as he stood erect on the great red pipestone quarry. From his footprints flowed a river, leaped into the light of morning, or the precipice, plunging downward, gleamed like Ishkuda, the comet. The water flowing from his footsteps sufficiently proves the phallic nature of this creator. I refer to the earlier utterances concerning the phallic and fertilizing nature of the horse's foot and the horse's steps, and especially do I recall Hippocrene and the foot of Pegasus. We meet with the same idea in Psalm 65, 29-11. Thou visitest the earth and waterest it. Thou makest it very plenteous. The river of God is full of water. Thou preparest there corn, for so thou providest for the earth. Thou waterest her furrows. Thou sendest rain into the little valleys thereof. Thou makest it soft with the drops of rain, and blessest the increase of it. Thou crownest the year with thy goodness, and thy paths drop fatness. Wherever the fertilizing God steps, there is fruitfulness. We already have spoken of the symbolic meaning of treading in discussing the nightmares. Caeneus passes into the depths, splitting the earth with a foot outstretched. Amphiaraus, another chthonic hero, sinks into the earth, which Zeus has opened for him by a stroke of lightning. Compare with that the above-mentioned vision of a hysterical patient who saw a black horse after a flash of lightning. Identity of horse's footstep and flash of lightning. By means of a flash of lightning, heroes were made immortal. Faust attained the mothers when he stamped his foot. Stamp and descend, stamping thou'lt rise again. The heroes in the sun-devouring myths often stamp at or struggle in the jaws of the monster. Thus Tor stamped through the ship's bottom in battle with the monster and went as far as the bottom of the sea. Caeneus, concerning kicking as an infantile fantasy, see above. The regression of the libido to the pre-sexual stage makes this preparatory action of treading either a substitution for the coitus fantasy or for the fantasy of re-entrance into the mother's womb. The comparison of water flowing from the footsteps with a comet is a light symbolism for the fructifying moisture, sperma. According to an observation by Humboldt, Cosmos, certain South American Indian tribes call the meteors urine of the stars. Mention is also made of how Gitche Manito makes fire. He blows upon a forest so that the trees, rubbing upon each other, burst into flame. This demon is therefore an excellent libido symbol. He also produced fire. After this prologue, in the second song, the hero's previous history is related. The great warrior, Mudjekeewis, Hiawatha's father, has cunningly overcome the great bear, the terror of the nations, and stolen from him the magic belt of wampum, a girdle of shells. Here we meet the motive of the treasure attained with difficulty, which the hero rescues from the monster. Who the bear is shown by the poet's comparisons. Mudjekeewis strikes the bear on his head after he has robbed him of the treasure. With the heavy blow, bewildered rose the great bear of the mountains, but his knees beneath him trembled, and he whimpered like a woman. Mudjekeewis said derisively to him, "Else you would not cry and whimper like a miserable woman. But you, bear, sit here and whimper, and disgrace your tribe by crying, like a wretched Shogadaya, like a cowardly old woman." These three comparisons with a woman are to be found near each other on the same page. Mudjekeewis has, like a true hero, once more torn life from the jaws of death, from the all-devouring, terrible mother. This deed, which, as we have seen, is also represented as a journey to hell, night journey through the sea, the conquering of the monster from within, signifies at the same time entrance into the mother's womb, a rebirth, the results of which are perceptible also for Mudjekeewis. As in the Zosimos vision, here too the entering one becomes the breath of the wind or spirit. Mudjekeewis becomes the west wind, the fertilizing breath, the father of winds. His sons become the other winds. An intermezzo tells of them and of their love stories, of which I will mention only the courtship of Wabins, the east wind, because here the erotic wooing of the wind is pictured in an especially beautiful manner. Every morning he sees a beautiful girl in a meadow whom he eagerly courts. Every morning, gazing earthward, still the first thing he beheld there was her blue eyes looking at him, two blue lakes among the rushes. The comparison with water is not a matter of secondary importance, because from wind and water shall man be born anew. And he wooed her with caresses, wooed her with his smile of sunshine, with his flattering words he wooed her, with his sighing and his singing, gentlest whispers in the branches, softest music, sweetest odors, etc. In these onomatopoetic verses, the wind's caressing courtship is excellently expressed. The third song presents the previous history of Hiawatha's mother. His grandmother, when a maiden, lived in the moon. There she once swung upon a liana, but a jealous lover cut off the liana, and Nokomis, Hiawatha's grandmother, fell to earth. The people who saw her fall downwards thought that she was a shooting star, This marvelous descent of Nokomis is more plainly illustrated by a later passage of this same song. There little Hiawatha asks the grandmother, "What is the moon?" Nokomis teaches him about it as follows. The moon is the body of a grandmother, whom a warlike grandson has cast up there in wrath. Hence the moon is the grandmother. In ancient beliefs, the moon is also the gathering place of departed souls, the guardian of seeds, therefore once more a place of the origin of life, of predominantly feminine significance. The remarkable thing is that Nokomis, falling upon the earth, gave birth to a daughter, Winona, subsequently the mother of Hiawatha. The throwing upwards of the mother and her falling down and bringing forth seems to contain something typical in itself. Thus a story of the 17th century relates that a mad bull threw a pregnant woman as high as a house and tore open her womb, and the child fell without harm upon the earth. On account of his wonderful birth, this child was considered a hero or doer of miracles, but he died at an early age. The belief is widespread among lower savages that the sun is feminine and the moon masculine. Among the Namaqua, a Hottentot tribe, the opinion is prevalent that the sun consists of transparent bacon. The people who journey on boats draw it down by magic every evening, cut off a suitable piece, and then give it a kick so that it flies up again into the sky. Weitz, Anthropology 2:342. The infantile nourishment comes from the mother. In the Gnostic fantasies we come across a legend of the origin of man, which possibly belongs here. The female archons, bound to the vault of heaven, are unable, on account of its quick rotation, to keep their young within them, but let them fall upon the earth, from which men arise. Possibly there is here a connection with barbaric midwifery, the letting fall of the parturient. The assault upon the mother is already introduced with the adventure of Mudjekeewis, and is continued in the violent handling of the grandmother Nokomis, who, as a result of the cutting of the liana and the fall downwards, seems in some way to have become pregnant. The cutting of the branch, the plucking, we have already recognized as mother incest. See above. That well-known verse, Saxon land, where beautiful maidens grow upon trees, and phrases like picking cherries in a neighbor's garden allude to a similar idea. The fall downwards of Nokomis deserves to be compared to a poetical figure in Heine. A star is falling out of the glittering sky, the star of love. I watch it sink in the depths and die. The leaves and buds are falling from many an apple tree. I watch the mirthful breezes embrace them wantonly. Winona later was courted by the caressing west wind and becomes pregnant. Winona, as a young moon goddess, has the beauty of the moonlight. Nokomis warns her of the dangerous courtship of Mudjekeewis, the west wind, but Winona allows herself to become infatuated and conceives from the breath of the wind, from the Benayua, a son, our hero. And the west wind came at evening, found the beautiful Winona lying there amid the lilies, wooed her with his words of sweetness, wooed her with his soft caresses, till she bore a son in sorrow, bore a son of love and sorrow. Fertilization through the breath of the spirit is already a well-known precedent for us. The star or comet plainly belongs to the birth scene as a libido symbol. Nokomis, too, comes to earth as a shooting star. Murrika's sweet poetic fantasy has devised a similar divine origin. And she who bore me in her womb and gave me food and clothing, she was a maid, a wild brown maid, who looked on men with loathing. She fleered at them and laughed out loud, and bade no suitor tarry. I'd rather be the wind's own bride than have a man and marry. Then came the wind and held her fast, his captive love enchanted, and lo, by him a married child within her womb was planted. Buddha's marvelous birth story, retold by Sir Edwin Arnold, also shows traces of this. Maya, the queen, dreamed a strange dream, dreamed that a star from heaven, splendid, six-rayed in color, rosy pearl, whereof the token was an elephant, six-tusked and white as milk of Kamadhuk, shot through the void, and shining into her, entered her womb upon the right. During Maya's conception, a wind blows over the land. A wind blew with unknown freshness over lands and seas. After the birth, the four genii of the east, west, south, and north come to render service as bearers of the palanquin, the coming of the wise men at Christ's birth. We also find here a distinct reference to the four winds, for the completion of the symbolism there is to be found in the Buddha myth, as well as in the birth legend of Christ, besides the impregnation by star and wind, also the fertilization by an animal, here an elephant, which with its phallic trunk fulfilled in Maya the Christian method of fructification through the ear or the head. It is well known that in addition to the dove, the unicorn is also a procreative symbol of the Logos. Here arises the question why the birth of a hero always had to take place under such strange symbolic circumstances. It might also be imagined that a hero arose from ordinary surroundings and gradually grew out of his inferior environment, perhaps with 1,000 troubles and dangers. And indeed this motive is by no means strange in the hero myth. It might be said that superstition demands strange conditions of birth and generation, but why does it demand them? The answer to this question is that the birth of the hero, as a rule, is not that of an ordinary mortal, but is a rebirth from the mother spouse. Hence it occurs under mysterious ceremonies. Therefore, in the very beginning lies the motive of the two mothers of the hero. As Rank has shown us through many examples, the hero is often obliged to experience exposure and upbringing by foster parents, and in this manner he acquires the two mothers. A striking example is the relation of Hercules to Hera. In the Hiawatha epic, Winona dies after the birth, and Nokomis takes her place. Maya dies after the birth, and Buddha is given a stepmother. The stepmother is sometimes an animal, the she-wolf of Romulus and Remus, etc. The twofold mother may be replaced by the motive of twofold birth, which has attained a lofty significance in the Christian mythology, namely through baptism, which, as we have seen, represents rebirth. Thus man is born not merely in a commonplace manner, but also born again in a mysterious manner, by means of which he becomes a participator of the kingdom of God of immortality. Anyone may become a hero in this way who is generated anew through his own mother, because only through her does he share in immortality. Therefore it happened that the death of Christ on the cross, which creates universal salvation, was understood as baptism, that is to say, as rebirth through the second mother, the mysterious tree of death. Christ says, "But I have a baptism to be baptized with, and how am I straitened till it be accomplished?" Luke 12:50. He interprets his death agony symbolically as birth agony. The motive of the two mothers suggests the thought of self-rejuvenation, and evidently expresses the fulfillment of the wish that it might be possible for the mother to bear me again. At the same time, applied to the heroes, it means one is a hero who is born again by her who has previously been his mother. That is to say, a hero is he who may again produce himself through his mother. The countless suggestions in the history of the procreation of the heroes indicate the latter formulations. Hiawatha's father first overpowered the mother under the symbol of the bear. Then himself becoming a god, he procreates the hero. What Hiawatha has to do as hero, Nokomis hinted to him in the legend of the origin of the moon. He is forcibly to throw his mother upwards, or throw downwards. Then she would become pregnant by this act of violence, and could bring forth a daughter. This rejuvenated mother would be allotted, according to the Egyptian rite, as a daughter-wife to the sun god, the father of his mother, for self-reproduction. What action Hiawatha takes in this regard we shall see presently. We've already studied the behavior of the pre-Asiatic gods related to Christ. Concerning the pre-existence of Christ, the Gospel of St. John is full of this thought. Thus the speech of John the Baptist, "This is he of whom I said, After me cometh a man which is preferred before me, for he was before me." John 1:30. Also the beginning of the Gospel is full of deep mythologic significance. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. 3. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. 4. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. 5. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehendeth it not. 6. There was a man sent from God, whose name was John. 7. The same came for a witness, to bear witness of the light. 8. He was not that light, but was sent to bear witness of that light. 9. That was the true light, which lighteth every man that cometh into the world. This is the proclamation of the reappearing light, the reborn Son, which formerly was and which will be again. In the baptistry at Pisa, Christ is represented, bringing the tree of life to man. His head is surrounded by a sun halo. Over this relief stand the words, Introitus Solus. Because the one born was his own procreator, the history of his procreation is strangely concealed under symbolic events, which are meant to conceal and deny it. Hence the extraordinary assertion of the virgin conception. This is meant to hide the incestuous impregnation. But do not let us forget that this naive assertion plays an unusually important part in the ingenious symbolic bridge, which is to guide the libido out from the incestuous bond to higher and more useful applications, which indicate a new kind of immortality, that is to say, immortal work. The environment of Hiawatha's youth is of importance. By the shores of Gitchigumi, by the shining Big Sea Water, stood the wigwam of Nokomis, daughter of the moon Nokomis. Dark behind it rose the forest, rose the black and gloomy pine trees, rose the firs with cones upon them. Bright before it beat the water, beat the clear and sunny water, beat the shining Big Sea Water. In this environment, Nokomis brought him up. Here she taught him the first words and told him the first fairy tales, and the sounds of the water and the wood were intermingled, so that the child learned not only to understand man's speech, but also that of nature. At the door, on summer evenings, sat the little Hiawatha, heard the whispering of the pine trees, heard the lapping of the water, sounds of music, words of wonder. Mini wawa, said the pine trees. Mudway aushka, said the water. Hiawatha hears human speech in the sounds of nature. Thus he understands nature's speech. The wind says wah-wah. The cry of the wild goose is wah-wah. Wah-wah-tasi means the small glowworm, which enchants him. Thus the poet paints most beautifully the gradual gathering of external nature into the compass of the subjective, and the intimate connection of the primary object to which the first lisping words were applied, and from which the first sounds were derived, with the secondary object, the wider nature, which usurps imperceptibly the mother's place, and takes possession of those sounds heard first from the mother, and also of those feelings which we all discover later in ourselves in all the warm love of Mother Nature. The later blending, whether pantheistic, philosophic, or aesthetic, of the sentimental, cultured man with nature, is looked at retrospectively a reblending with the mother, who was our primary object, and with whom we truly were once wholly one. Therefore it is not astonishing when we again see emerging, in the poetical speech of a modern philosopher, Carl Jung, the old pictures which symbolize the unity with the mother, illustrated by the confluence of subject and object. In his recent book, Ziel und Welt, 1912, Joel writes as follows in the chapter called Primal Experience. I lay on the seashore, the shining waters glittering in my dreamy eyes. At a great distance fluttered the soft breeze, throbbing, shimmering, stirring, lulling to sleep. Comes the wave, beat to the shore or to the ear, I know not. Distance and nearness become blurred into one, without and within glide into each other. Nearer and nearer, dearer and more homelike sounds the beating of the waves. Now like a thundering pulse in my head it strikes, and now it beats over my soul, devours it, embraces it, while it itself at the same time floats out like the blue waste of waters. Yes, without and within are one. Glistening and foaming, flowing and fanning and roaring, the entire symphony of the stimuli experience sounds in one tone. All thought becomes one thought, which becomes one with feeling. The world exhales in the soul, and the soul dissolves in the world. Our small life is encircled by a great sleep, the sleep of our cradle, the sleep of our grave, the sleep of our home, from which we go forth in the morning, to which we again return in the evening. Our life but the short journey, the interval between the emergence from the original oneness and the sinking back into it. Blue shimmers the infinite sea, wherein dreams the jellyfish of the primitive life, toward which without ceasing our thoughts hark back dimly through eons of existence, for every happening entails a change and a guarantee of the unity of life. At that moment when they are no longer blended together, in that instant man lifts his head, blind and dripping from the depths of the stream of experience, from the oneness with the experience. At that moment of parting, when the unity of life, in startled surprise, detaches the change and holds it away from itself as something alien, at this moment of alienation, the aspects of the experience have been substantialized into subject and object, and in that moment consciousness is born. Joel paints here, in unmistakable symbolism, the confluence of subject and object as the reunion of mother and child. The symbols agree with those of mythology, even in their details. The encircling and devouring motive is distinctly suggested. The sea devouring the sun and giving birth to it anew is already an old acquaintance. The moment of the rise of consciousness, the separation of subject and object, is a birth. Truly philosophical thought hangs with lame wings upon the few great primitive pictures of human speech, above the simple, all-surpassing greatness of which no thought can rise. The idea of the jellyfish is not accidental. Once when I was explaining to a patient the maternal significance of water, at this contact with the mother complex, she experienced a very unpleasant feeling. It makes me squirm, she said, as if I touched a jellyfish. Here, too, the same idea, the blessed state of sleep before birth and after death, is, as Joel observed, something like old, shadowy memories of that unsuspecting, thoughtless state of early childhood, where as yet no opposition disturbed the peaceful flow of dawning life, to which the inner longing always draws us back again, and from which the active life must free itself anew with struggle and death, so that it may not be doomed to destruction. Long before Joel, an Indian chieftain had said the same thing in similar words to one of the restless wise men. Ah, my brother, you will never learn to know the happiness of thinking nothing and doing nothing. This is next to sleep. This is the most delightful thing there is. Thus we were before birth, thus we shall be after death. We shall see in Hiawatha's later fate how important his early impressions are in his choice of a wife. Hiawatha's first deed was to kill a roebuck with his arrow. Dead he lay there in the forest, by the ford across the river. This is typical of Hiawatha's deeds. Whatever he kills, for the most part, lies next to or in the water. sometimes half in the water and half on the land. It seems that this must well be so. The later adventures will teach us why this must be so. The buck was no ordinary animal, but a magic one, that is to say, one with an additional unconscious significance. Hiawatha made for himself gloves and moccasins from its hide. The gloves imparted such strength to his arms that he could crumble rocks to dust, and the moccasins had the virtue of the 7-league boots. By enwrapping himself in the buck's skin, he really became a giant. This motive, together with the death of the animal at the fort in the water, reveals the fact that the parents are concerned, whose gigantic proportions, as compared with the child, are of great significance in the unconscious. The Toys of Giants is a wish inversion of the infantile fantasy. The dream of an 11-year-old girl expresses it. I'm as high as a church steeple. Then a policeman comes. I tell him, if you say anything, I will cut off your head. The policeman, as the analysis brought out, referred to the father, whose gigantic size was overcompensated by the church steeple. In Mexican human sacrifices, the gods were represented by criminals who were slaughtered and flayed, and the Corybantes then clothed themselves in the bloody skins in order to illustrate the resurrection of the gods, the snake's casting of his skin as a symbol of rejuvenation. Hiawatha has therefore conquered his parents, primarily the mother, although in the form of a male animal. Compare the bear of Mudjekeewis, and from that comes his giant strength. He has taken on the parent's skin, and now has himself become a great man. Now he started forth to his first great battle, to fight with the father Mudjekeewis in order to avenge his dead mother Winona. Naturally, under this figure of speech hides the thought that he slays the father in order to take possession of the mother. Compare the battle of Gilgamesh with the giant Chumbaba and the ensuing conquest of Ishtar. The father, in the psychologic sense, merely represents the personification of the incest prohibition, that is to say, resistance, which defends the mother. Instead of the father, it may be a fearful animal, the great bear, the snake, the dragon, etc., which must be fought and overcome. The hero is a hero because he sees in every difficulty of life resistance to the forbidden treasure, and fights that resistance with the complete yearning which strives towards the treasure, attainable with difficulty or unattainable, the yearning which paralyzes and kills the ordinary man. Hiawatha's father is Mudjekeewis, the west wind. The battle therefore takes place in the west. Thence came life, impregnation of Winona. Thence also came death, death of Winona. Hiawatha therefore fights the typical battle of the hero for rebirth in the western sea, the battle with the devouring terrible mother, this time in the form of the father. Mudjekeewis, who himself had acquired a divine nature through his conquest of the bear, now is overpowered by his son. Back retreated Mudjekeewis, rushing westward o'er the mountains, stumbling westward down the mountains. 3 whole days retreated fighting, still pursued by Hiawatha to the doorways of the west wind, to the portals of the sunset, to the earth's remotest border, where into the empty spaces sinks the sun as a flamingo drops into her nest at nightfall. The 3 days are a stereotype form representing the stay in the sea prison of night, 21st until 24th of December. Christ, too, remained 3 days in the underworld. The treasure, difficult to attain, is captured by the hero during this struggle in the west. In this case, the father must make a great concession to the son. He gives him divine nature, that very wind nature, the immortality of which alone protected Mudjekeewis from death. He says to his son, I will share my kingdom with you. Ruler shall you be henceforward of the northwest wind, Ki-Waden, of the home wind, the Ki-Waden. That Hiawatha now becomes the ruler of the home wind has its close parallel in the Gilgamesh epic, where Gilgamesh finally receives the magic herb from the wise old Utnapishtim, who dwells in the west, which brings him safe once more over the sea to his home. But this, when he is home again, is retaken from him by a serpent. When one has slain the father, one can obtain possession of his wife, and when one has conquered the mother, one can free oneself. On the return journey, Hiawatha stops at the clever arrow makers, who possesses a lovely daughter. And he named her from the river, from the waterfall he named her Minnehaha, laughing water. When Hiawatha, in his earliest childhood dreaming, felt the sounds of water and wind press upon his ears, he recognized in these sounds of nature the speech of his mother. The murmuring pine trees on the shore of the great sea said Minnewawa, and above the murmuring of the winds and the splashing of the water, he found his earliest childhood dreams once again in a woman, Minnehaha, the laughing water. And the hero, before all others, finds in woman the mother in order to become a child again, and finally to solve the riddle of immortality. The fact that Minnehaha's father is a skillful arrow maker betrays him as the father of the hero, and the woman he had with him as the mother. The father of the hero is very often a skillful carpenter or other artisan. According to an Arabian legend, Tara, Abraham's father, was a skillful master workman who could carve arrows from any wood. That is to say, in the Arabian form of speech, he was a procreator of splendid sons. Moreover, he was a maker of images of gods. Tabashtar, Agni's father, is the maker of the world, a smith and carpenter, the discoverer of fire boring. Joseph, the father of Jesus, was also a carpenter. Likewise, Kinyaris, Adonis's father, who is said to have invented the hammer, the lever, roofing, and mining. Hephaestus, the father of Hermes, is an artistic master workman and sculptor. In fairy tales, the father of the hero is very modestly the traditional wood cutter. These conceptions were also alive in the cult of Osiris. There the divine image was carved out of a tree trunk and then placed within the hollow of the tree. Fraser, Golden Bough, Part 4. In Rigveda, the world was also hewn out of a tree by the world sculptor. The idea that the hero is his own procreator leads to the fact that he is invested with paternal attributes, and reversedly, the heroic attributes are given to the father. In Mani, there exists a beautiful union of the motives. He accomplishes his great labors as a religious founder, hides himself for years in a cave. He dies, is skinned, stuffed, and hung up hero. Besides, he is an artist and has a crippled foot. A similar union of motives is found in Wieland, the smith. Hiawatha kept silent about what he saw at the old arrow makers on his return to Nokomis, and he did nothing further to win Minnehaha. But now something happened which, if it were not in an Indian epic, would rather be sought in the history of a neurosis. Hiawatha introverted his libido. That is to say, he fell into an extreme resistance against the real sexual demand. Freud. He built a hut for himself in the wood in order to fast there and to experience dreams and visions. For the first 3 days he wandered as once in his earliest youth through a forest and looked at all the animals and plants. Master of life, he cried, desponding, must our lives depend on these things? The question whether our lives must depend upon these things is very strange. It sounds as if life were derived from these things, that is to say, from nature in general. Nature seems suddenly to have assumed a very strange significance. This phenomenon can be explained only through the fact that a great amount of libido was stored up and now is given to nature. As is well known, men of even dull and prosy minds in the springtime of love suddenly become aware of nature and even make poems about it. But we know that libido, prevented from an actual way of transference, always reverts to an earlier way of transference. Minnehaha, the laughing water, is so clearly an allusion to the mother that the secret yearning of the hero for the mother is powerfully touched. Therefore, without having undertaken anything, he goes home to Nokomis, but there again he is driven away, because Minnehaha already stands in his path. He turns, therefore, even further away into that early youthful period, the tones of which recall Minnehaha most forcibly to his thoughts, where he learnt to hear the mother's sounds in the sounds of nature. In this very strange revival of the impressions of nature, we recognize a regression to those earliest and strongest nature impressions, which stand next to the subsequently extinguished, even stronger impressions which the child received from the mother. The glamour of this feeling for her is transferred to other objects of the childish environment, father's house, playthings, etc., from which later those magic, blissful feelings proceed, which seem to be peculiar to the earliest childish memories. When, therefore, Hiawatha hides himself in the lap of nature, it is really the mother's womb, and it is to be expected that he will emerge again, new-born, in some form. Before turning to this new creation arising from introversion, there is still a further significance of the preceding question to be considered, whether life is dependent upon these things. Life may depend upon these things in the degree that they serve for nourishment. We must infer in this case that suddenly the question of nutrition came very near the hero's heart. This possibility will be thoroughly proven in what follows. The question of nutrition indeed enters seriously into consideration, first because regression to the mother necessarily revives that special path of transference, namely that of nutrition through the mother. As soon as the libido regresses to the pre-sexual stage, there we may expect to see the function of nutrition and its symbols put in place of the sexual function. Thence is derived an essential root of the displacement from below upwards, Freud, because in the pre-sexual stage, the principal value belongs not to the genitals, but to the mouth. Secondly, because the hero fasted, his hunger becomes predominant. Fasting, as is well known, is employed to silence sexuality. Also, it expresses symbolically the resistance against sexuality translated into the language of the pre-sexual stage. On the fourth day of his fast, the hero ceased to address himself to nature. He lay exhausted, with half-closed eyes, upon his couch, sunk deep in dreams, and the picture of extreme introversion. We have already seen that in such circumstances an infantile, internal equivalent for reality appears in the place of external life and reality. This is also the case with Hiawatha, and he saw a youth approaching, dressed in garments green and yellow, coming through the purple twilight, through the splendor of the sunset. Plumes of green bent o'er his forehead, and his hair was soft and golden. This remarkable apparition reveals himself in the following manner to Hiawatha. From the Master of Life descending, I, the friend of man, Mondamin, come to warn you and instruct you how by struggle and by labor you shall gain what you have prayed for.
Rise up from your bed of branches. Rise, O youth, and wrestle with me. Mondamin is the maize, a god who is eaten, arising from Hiawatha's introversion. His hunger, taken in a double sense, his longing for the nourishing mother, gives birth from his soul to another hero, the edible maize, the son of the earth mother. Therefore he again arises at sunset, symbolizing the entrance into the mother, and in the western sunset glow he begins again the mystic struggle with the self-created God, the God who has originated entirely from the longing for the nourishing mother. The struggle is again the struggle for liberation from this destructive and yet productive longing. Mondamin is therefore equivalent to the mother, and the struggle with him means the overpowering and impregnation of the mother. This interpretation is entirely proven by a myth of the Cherokees, who invoke it, the maize, under the name of the old woman, in allusion to a myth that it sprang from the blood of an old woman killed by her disobedient sons. Faint with famine, Hiawatha started from his bed of branches, from the twilight of his wigwam, forth into the flush of sunset, came and wrestled with Mondamin. At his touch he felt new courage, throbbing in his brain and bosom, felt new life and hope and vigor run through every nerve and fiber. The battle at sunset with the god of the maize gives Hiawatha new strength, and thus it must be, because the fight for the individual depths against the paralyzing longing for the mother gives creative strength to men. Here indeed is the source of all creation, but it demands heroic courage to fight against these forces and to wrest from them the treasure difficult to attain. He who succeeds in this has in truth attained the best. Hiawatha wrestles with himself for his creation. The struggle lasts again, the charmed 3 days. The 4th day, just as Mondamin prophesied, Hiawatha conquers him, and Mondamin sinks to the ground in death. As Mondamin previously desired, Hiawatha digs his grave in Mother Earth, and soon afterwards from this grave the young and fresh maize grows for the nourishment of mankind. Concerning the thought of this fragment, we have therein a beautiful parallel to the mystery of Mithra, where first the battle of the hero with his bull occurs. Afterwards Mithra carries in transitus the bull into the cave where he kills him. From this death all fertility grows, all that is edible. The cave corresponds to the grave. The same idea is represented in the Christian mysteries, although generally in more beautiful human forms. The soul struggle of Christ in Gethsemane, where he struggles with himself in order to complete his work. Then the transitus, the carrying of the cross, where he takes upon himself the symbol of the destructive mother, and therewith takes himself to the sacrificial grave, from which after 3 days he triumphantly arises. All these ideas express the same fundamental thoughts. Also, the symbol of eating is not lacking in the Christian mystery. Christ is a God who is eaten in the Lord's Supper. His death transforms him into bread and wine, which we partake of in grateful memory of his great deed. The relation of Agni to the Soma drink and that of Dionysus to wine must not be omitted here, as evident parallel is Samson's rending of the lion and the subsequent inhabitation of the dead lion by honeybees, which gives rise to the well-known German riddle. In German, food went from the glutton and sweet from the strong. In the Eleusinian mysteries, these thoughts seem to have played a role. Besides Demeter and Persephone, Iacchus is chief god of the Eleusinian cult. He was the pure Eternus, the eternal boy, of whom Ovid says the following in Latin: "Thou boy eternal, thou most beautiful one seen in the heavens without horns, standing with thy virgin head," etc. In the great Eleusinian festival procession, the image of Iacchos was carried. It is not easy to say which god is Iacchos, possibly a boy or a newborn son similar to the Etrurian Tagus, who bears the surname the freshly plowed boy, because according to the myth he arose from the furrow of the field behind the peasant who was plowing. This idea shows unmistakably the Mandamin motive. The plow is of well-known phallic meaning. The furrow of the field is personified by the Hindus as woman. The psychology of this idea is that of a coitus, referred back to the pre-sexual stage of nutrition. The sun is the edible fruit of the field. Iacchos passes in part as son of Demeter or of Persephone, also appropriately as consort of Demeter. Hero, as procreator of himself, he is also called, in Greek, equals libido, also mother libido. He was identified with Dionysus, especially with the Thracian Dionysus Zagreus, of whom a typical fate of rebirth was related. Hera had goaded the Titans against Zagreus, who, assuming many forms, sought to escape them, until they finally took him when he had taken on the form of a bull. In this form he was killed, Mithra sacrificed, and dismembered, and the pieces were thrown into a cauldron, but Zeus killed the Titans by lightning and swallowed the still throbbing heart of Zagreus. Through this act he gave him existence once more, and Zagreus, as Iacchos, again came forth. Iacchos carries the torch, the phallic symbol of procreation, as Plato testifies. In the festival procession, the sheaf of corn, the cradle of Iacchos, was carried, in Latin, Mystica Vanus Iacchi. The Orphic legend relates that Iacchos was brought up by Persephone when, after 3 years' slumber, in Greek, a winnowing fan used as cradle, he awoke. This statement distinctly suggests the Mandamin motive. The 20th of Boedromion, the month Boedromion lasts from about the 5th of September to the 5th of October, is called Iacchos in honor of the hero. On the evening of this day, the great torchlight procession took place on the seashore, in which the quest and lament of Demeter was represented. The role of Demeter, who, seeking her daughter, wanders over the whole earth without food or drink, has been taken over by Hiawatha in the Indian epic. He turns to all created things without obtaining an answer. As Demeter first learns of her daughter from the subterranean Hecate, so does Hiawatha first find the one sought for, Mandamin, in the deepest introversion, descent to the mother. Hiawatha produces from himself Mandamin as a mother produces the son. The longing for the mother also includes the producing mother, first devouring, then birth-giving. Concerning the real contents of the mysteries, we learn through the testimony of Bishop Asterius about 390 A.D. the following. Is not there in Eleusis the gloomiest descent and the most solemn communion of the Hierophant and the priestess between him and her alone? Are the torches not extinguished, and does not the vast multitude regard as their salvation that which takes place between the two in the darkness? That points undoubtedly to a ritual marriage, which was celebrated subterraneously in Mother Earth. The priestess of Demeter seems to be the representative of the earth goddess, perhaps the furrow of the field. The descent into the earth is also the symbol of the mother's womb, and was a widespread conception under the form of cave worship. Plutarch relates of the Magi that they sacrificed to Ahriman, in Greek, in a sunless place. Lucian lets the magician Mithrobarzanes, in Greek, descend into a sunless desert place, descend into the bowels of the earth. According to the testimony of Moses, of the Quran, the sister fire and the brother spring were worshipped in Armenia in a cave. Julian gave an account from the Attis legend of a, in Greek, descent into a cave, from whence Cybele brings up her son-lover, that is to say, gives birth to him. The cave of Christ's birth in Bethlehem, house of bread, is said to have been an Attis Spilium. A further Eleusinian symbolism is found in the festival of Hierogamos in the form of the mystic chests, which, according to the testimony of Clemens of Alexandria, may have contained pastry, salt, and fruits. The Synthema confession of the mystic transmitted by Clemens is suggestive in still other directions. I have fasted, I have drunk of the barley drink I have taken from the chest, and after I have labored, I have placed it back in the basket, and from the basket into the chest. The question as to what lay in the chest is explained in detail by Dietrich. The labor he considers a phallic activity which the mystic has to perform. In fact, representations of the mystic basket are given, wherein lies a phallus surrounded by fruits. Upon the so-called lavatelli tomb vase, the sculptures of which are understood to be Eleusinian ceremonies, it is shown how a mystic caressed the serpent entwining Demeter. The caressing of the fear animal indicates a religious conquering of incest. According to the testimony of Clemens of Alexandria, a serpent was in the chest. The serpent in this connection is naturally of phallic nature, the phallus which is forbidden in relation to the mother. Rhoda mentions that in the Arhatophores, pastry in the form of phalli and serpents were thrown into the cave near the Thesmophorion. This custom was a petition for the bestowal of children and harvest. The snake also plays a large part in initiations under the remarkable title, in Greek, He Who Achieved Divinity Through the Womb. Clemens observes that the symbol of the Sabazios mysteries is, in Greek, He Who Achieved Divinity Through the Womb. He is a serpent, and he was drawn through the womb of those who were being initiated. Through Arnobius we learn, in Latin, the golden serpent is crowded into the breast of the initiates and is then drawn out through the lowest parts. In the Orphic hymn 52, Bacchus is invoked by, O fetus, he who is in the vagina or womb, which indicates that the god enters into man as if through the female genitals, according to the testimony of Hippolytus the Hierophant in the mystery exclaimed, The revered one has brought forth a holy boy, Brimos from Brimo. This Christmas gospel, unto us a son is born, is illustrated especially through the tradition that the Athenians secretly showed to the partakers in the Epoptia, the great and wonderful and most perfect epoptic mystery, a mown stalk of wheat. The parallel for the motive of death and resurrection is the motive of losing and finding. The motive appears in religious rites in exactly the same connection, namely in spring festivities, similar to the Hieros Gamos, where the image of the god was hidden and found again. It is an uncanonical tradition that Moses left his father's house when 12 years old to teach mankind. In a similar manner, Christ is lost by his parents, and they find him again as a teacher of wisdom, just as in the Mohammedan legend Moses and Joshua lose the fish, and in his place Chidhur, the teacher of wisdom, appears like the boy Jesus in the temple. So does the corn god, lost and believed to be dead, suddenly arise again from his mother into renewed youth. That Christ was laid in the manger is suggestive of fodder. Robertson therefore places the manger as parallel to the Lycaon. We understand from these accounts why the Eleusinian mysteries were for the mystics so rich in comfort for the hope of a better world. A beautiful Eleusinian epitaph shows this. Truly, a beautiful secret is proclaimed by the blessed gods. Mortality is not a curse, but death a blessing. The hymn to Demeter in the mysteries also says the same. Blessed is he, the earth-born man, who hath seen this, who hath not shared in these divine ceremonies, he hath an unequal fate in the obscure darkness of death. Immortality is inherent in the Eleusinian symbol. In a church song of the 19th century by Samuel Price work, we discover it again. The world is yours, Lord Jesus, the world on which we stand, because it is thy world, it cannot perish. Only the wheat, before it comes up to the light in its fertility, must die in the bosom of the earth, first freed from its own nature. Thou goest, O Lord, our chief, to heaven through thy sorrows, and guide him who believes in thee on the same path. Then take us all equally to share in thy sorrows and kingdoms. Guide us through thy gate of death. Bring thy world into the light. Firmicus relates concerning the Addis mysteries in Latin. On a certain night, an image is placed lying down in a litter. There is weeping and lamentations among the people, with beatings of bodies and tears. After a time, when they have become exhausted from the lamentations, a light appears. Then the priest anoints the throats of all those who were weeping, and softly whispers, "Take courage, O initiates of the redeemed divinity. You shall achieve salvation through your grief." Such parallels show how little human personality and how much divine, that is to say, universally human, is found in the Christ mystery. No man is, or indeed ever was, a hero, for the hero is a God, and therefore impersonal and generally applicable to all. Christ is a spirit, as is shown in the very early Christian interpretation, in different places of the earth, and in the most varied forms, and in the coloring of various periods. The Savior hero appears as a fruit of the entrance of the libido into the personal maternal depths. The Bacchian consecrations represented upon the Farnese relief contain a scene where a mystic, wrapped in a mantle drawn over his head, was led to Silon, who holds the Tylanon chalice covered with a cloth. The covering of the head signifies death. The mystic dies, figuratively, like the seed corn, grows again and comes to the corn harvest. Proclus relates that the mystics were buried up to their necks. The Christian church, as a place of religious ceremony, is really nothing but the grave of a hero, catacombs. The believer descends into the grave in order to rise from the dead with the hero. That the meaning underlying the church is that of the mother's womb can scarcely be doubted. The symbols of Mass are so distinct that the mythology of the sacred act peeps out everywhere. It is the magic charm of rebirth. The veneration of the Holy Sepulchre is most plain in this respect. A striking example is the Holy Sepulchre of Saint Stefano in Bologna. The church itself, a very old polygonal building, consists of the remains of a temple to Isis. The interior contains an artificial spelarum, a so-called Holy Sepulchre, into which one creeps through a very little door. After a long sojourn, the believer reappears reborn from this mother's womb. An Etruscan ossuarium in the Archaeological Museum in Florence is at the same time a statue of Matuta, the goddess of death. The clay figure of the goddess is hollowed within as a receptacle for the ashes. The representation indicate that Matuta is the mother. Her chair is adorned with sphinxes as a fitting symbol for the mother of death. Only a few of the further deeds of Hiawatha can interest us here. Among these is the battle with Mishnama, the fish king, in the 8th song. This deserves to be mentioned as a typical battle of the sun hero. Mishnama is a fish monster who dwells at the bottom of the waters. Challenged by Hiawatha to battle, he devours the hero together with his boat. In his wrath he darted upward, flashing, leaped into the sunshine, opened his great jaws, and swallowed both canoe and Hiawatha. Down into that darksome cavern plunged the headlong Hiawatha, as a log on some black river shoots and plunges down the rapids, found himself in utter darkness, groped about in helpless wonder, till he felt a great heart beating, throbbing in that utter darkness, and he smote it in his anger with his fist, the heart of Nama, felt the mighty king of fishes shudder through each nerve and fiber. Crosswise then did Hiawatha drag his birth canoe for safety, lest from out the jaws of Nama in the turmoil and confusion forth he might be hurled and perish. It is the typical myth of the work of the hero, distributed over the entire world. He takes to a boat, fights with the sea monsters, devoured. He defends himself against being bitten or crushed. Resistance or stamping motive. Having arrived in the interior of the whale dragon, he seeks the vital organ, cuts off, or in some way destroys. Often the death of the monster occurs as a result of a fire which the hero secretly makes within him. He mysteriously creates in the womb of death life, the rising sun. Thus dies the fish, which drifts ashore, where, with the assistance of birds, the hero again attains the light of day. The bird in this sense probably means the reascent of the sun, the longing of the libido, the rebirth of the phoenix. The longing is very frequently represented by the symbol of hovering. The sun symbol of the bird rising from the water is etymologically contained in the singing swan. Swan is derived from the root sven, like sun in tone. See the preceding. This act signifies rebirth and the bringing forth of life from the mother, and by this means the ultimate destruction of death, which according to a Negro myth has come into the world through the mistake of an old woman who, at the time of the general casting of skins, for men renewed their youth through casting their skin like snakes, drew on through absent-mindedness her old skin instead of a new one, and as a result died. But the effect of such an act could not be of any duration. Again and again troubles of the hero are renewed, always under the symbol of deliverance from the mother. Just as Hera, as the pursuing mother, is the real source of the great deeds of Hercules, so does Nokomis allow Hiawatha no rest and raises up new difficulties in his path in form of desperate adventures in which the hero may perhaps conquer, but also perhaps may perish. The libido of mankind is always in advance of his consciousness. Unless his libido calls him forth to new dangers, he sinks into slothful inactivity, or on the other hand, childish longing for the mother overcomes him at the summit of his existence, and he allows himself to become pitifully weak, instead of striving with desperate courage towards the highest. The mother becomes the demon who summons the hero to adventure, and who also places in his path the poisonous serpent which will strike him. Thus Nokomis in the 9th song calls Hiawatha, points with her hand to the west where the sun sets in purple splendor, and says to him, "Yonder dwells the great pearl feather, Megisogwan, the magician, Manito of wealth and wampum, guarded by his fiery serpents, guarded by the black pitch water. You can see his fiery serpents, the Kenabik, the great serpents, coiling, playing in the water." This danger lurking in the west is known to mean death, which no one, even the mightiest, escapes. This magician, as we learn, also killed the father of Nokomis. Now she sends her son forth to avenge the father, Horus. Through the symbols attributed to the magician, it may easily be recognized what he symbolizes. Snake and water belong to the mother, the snake as a symbol of the repressed longing for the mother, or, in other words, as a symbol of resistance, encircles protectingly and defensively the maternal rock, inhabits the cave, winds itself upwards around the mother tree, and guards the precious hoard, the mysterious treasure. The black Stygian water is like the black muddy spring of Dalkarnine, the place where the sun dies and enters into rebirth, the maternal sea of death and night. On his journey thither, Hiawatha takes with him the magic oil of Misha Nama, which helps his boat through the waters of death, also a sort of charm for immortality, like the dragon's blood for Siegfried, etc. First, Hiawatha slays the great serpent of the night journey in the sea over the Stygian waters. It is written, all night long he sailed upon it, sailed upon that sluggish water, covered with its mold of ages, black with rotting water rushes, rank with flags and leaves of lilies, stagnant, lifeless, dreary, dismal, lighted by the shimmering moonlight, and by will-o'-the-wisps illumined, fires by ghosts of dead men kindled in their weary night encampments. The description plainly shows the character of a water of death. The contents of the water point to an already mentioned motive, that of encoiling and devouring. It is said in the key to dreams of Yagadeva, whoever in dreams surrounds his body with based creepers or ropes with snake skins, threads, or tissues, dyes. I refer to the preceding arguments in regard to this. Having come into the Westland, the hero challenges the magician to battle. A terrible struggle begins. Hiawatha is powerless because Megasagwan is invulnerable. At evening, Hiawatha retires wounded, despairing. For a while, in order to rest, paused to rest beneath a pine tree from whose branches trailed the mosses, and whose trunk was coated over with the dead man's moccasin leather, with the fungus white and yellow. This protecting tree is described as coated over with the moccasin leather of the dead, the fungus. This investing of the tree with anthropomorphic attributes is also an important rite wherever tree worship prevails, as for example in India, where each village has its sacred tree, which is clothed and in general treated as a human being. The trees are anointed with fragrant water, sprinkled with powder, adorned with garlands and draperies. Just as among men the piercing of the ears was performed as an apotrophic charm against death, so does it occur with the holy tree. Of all the trees of India, there is none more sacred to the Hindus than the Aswatha, Ficus religiosa. It is known to them as Variska Raja, king of trees. Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahasvar live in it, and the worship of it is the worship of the triad. Almost every Indian village has an Aswatha, etc. This village linden tree, well known to us, is here clearly characterized as the mother symbol. It contains the three gods. Hence, when Hiawatha retires to rest under the pine tree, it is a dangerous step because he resigns himself to the mother, whose garment is the garment of death, the devouring mother. As in the whale dragon, the hero also in this situation needs a helpful bird, that is to say, the helpful animals which represent the benevolent parents. Suddenly from the boughs above him sang the mama, the woodpecker, "Aim your arrows, Hiawatha, at the head of Megasagwan. Strike the tuft of hair upon it, at their roots the long black tresses. There alone can he be wounded." Now, amusing to relate, Mama hurried to his help. It is a peculiar fact that the woodpecker was also the Mama of Romulus and Remus, who put nourishment into the mouths of the twins with his beak. Compare with that the role of the vulture in Leonardo's dream. The vulture is sacred to Mars, like the woodpecker. With the maternal significance of the woodpecker, the ancient Italian folk superstition agrees that from the tree upon which this bird nested, any nail which has been driven in will soon drop out again. The woodpecker owes its special significance to the circumstance that he hammers holes into trees to drive nails in, as above. It is therefore understandable that he was made much of in the Roman legend as an old king of the country, a possessor or ruler of the holy tree, the primitive image of the pater familias. An old fable relates how Circe, the spouse of King Picus, transformed him into the Picus Martius, the woodpecker. The sorceress is the new creating mother who has magic influence upon the son husband. She kills him, transforms him into the soul bird, the unfulfilled wish. Picus was also understood as the wood demon and incubus, as well as the soothsayer, all of which fully indicate the mother libido. Picus was often placed on a par with Pacumnus by the ancients. Pacumnus is the inseparable companion of Pilumnus, and both are actually called infantium dei, the gods of little children. Especially it was said of Pilumnus that he defended newborn children against the destroying attacks of the wood demon Salvanus. Good and bad mother, the motive of the two mothers. The benevolent bird, a wish, thought of deliverance which arises from introversion, advises the hero to shoot the magician under the hair, which is the only vulnerable spot. This spot is the phallic point, if one may venture to say so. It is at the top of the head, at the place where the mystic birth from the head takes place, which even today appears in children's sexual theories. Into that Hiawatha shoots, one may say very naturally, 3 arrows, the well-known phallic symbol, and thus kills Megasagwan. Thereupon he steals the magic wampum armor, which renders him invulnerable, means of immortality. He significantly leaves the dead lying in the water, because the magician is the fearful mother. On the shore he left the body, half on land and half in water. In the sand his feet were buried, and his face was in the water. Thus the situation is the same as with the fish king, because the monster is the personification of the water, of death, which in its turn represents the devouring mother. This great deed of Hiawatha's, where he has vanquished the mother as the death-bringing demon, is followed by his marriage with Minnehaha. A little fable which the poet has inserted in the later song is noteworthy. An old man is transformed into a youth by crawling through a hollow oak tree. In the 14th song is a description of how Hiawatha discovers writing. I limit myself to the description of two hieroglyphic tokens. Gitche Manito, the mighty, he, the master of life, was painted as an egg, with points projecting to the four winds of the heavens. Everywhere is the Great Spirit, was the meaning of this symbol. The world lies in the egg, which encompasses it at every point. It is the cosmic woman with child, the symbol of which Plato as well as the Vedas has made use of. This mother is like the air, which is everywhere, but air is spirit. The mother of the world is a spirit. Michi Manito, the mighty, he, the dreadful spirit of evil, as a serpent was depicted as Kennebeek, the great serpent. But the spirit of evil is fear, is the forbidden desire, the adversary who opposes not only each individual heroic deed, but life in its struggle for eternal duration as well, and who introduces into our body the poison of weakness and age through the treacherous bite of the serpent. It is all that is retrogressive, and as the model of our first world is our mother, all retrogressive tendencies are towards the mother, and therefore are disguised under the incest image. In both these ideas, the poet has represented in mythologic symbols the libido arising from the mother, and the libido striving backward towards the mother. There is a description in the 15th song how Chibiabos, Hiawatha's best friend, the amiable player and singer, the embodiment of the joy of life, was enticed by the evil spirits into ambush, fell through the ice, and was drowned. Hiawatha mourns for him so long that he succeeds with the aid of the magician in calling him back again, but the revivified friend is only a spirit, and he becomes master of the land of spirits. Osiris, lord of the underworld, the two Dioscuri. Battles again follow, and then comes the loss of a second friend, Kawa Sin, the embodiment of physical strength. In the 20th song occur famine and the death of Minnehaha, foretold by two taciturn guests from the land of death. And in the 22nd song, Hiawatha prepares for a final journey to the west land. I am going, O Nokomis, on a long and distant journey to the portals of the sunset, to the regions of the home wind, of the northwest wind, Ki Waden. One long track and trail of splendor, down whose stream, as down a river, westward, westward, Hiawatha sailed into the fiery sunset, sailed into the purple vapors, sailed into the dusk of evening. Thus departed Hiawatha, Hiawatha the beloved, in the glory of the sunset, in the purple mist of evening, to the regions of the home wind, of the northwest wind, Ki Waden, to the islands of the blessed, to the kingdom of Ponema, to the land of the hereafter. The sun, victoriously arising, tears itself away from the embrace and clasp from the enveloping womb of the sea, and sinks again into the maternal sea, into night, the all-enveloping and the all-reproducing, leaving behind in the heights of midday and all its glorious works. This image was the first and was profoundly entitled to become the symbolic carrier of human destiny. In the morning of life, man painfully tears himself loose from the mother, from the domestic hearth, to rise through battle to his heights, not seeing his worst enemy in front of him, but bearing him within himself as a deadly longing for the depths within, for drowning in his own source, for becoming absorbed into the mother. His life is a constant struggle with death, a violent and transitory delivery from the always lurking night. This death is no external enemy, but a deep personal longing for quiet and for the profound peace of non-existence, for a dreamless sleep in the ebb and flow of the sea of life, even in his highest endeavor for harmony and equilibrium, for philosophic depths and artistic enthusiasm. He seeks death, immobility, satiety, and rest. If, like Pyrotheus, he tarries too long in this place of rest and peace, he is overcome by torpidity, and the poison of the serpent paralyzes him for all time. If he is to live, he must fight and sacrifice his longing for the past in order to rise to his own heights, and having reached the noonday heights, he must also sacrifice the love for his own achievements, for he may not loiter. The sun also sacrifices its greatest strength in order to hasten onwards to the fruits of autumn, which are the seeds of immortality, fulfilled in children, in works, in posthumous fame, in a new order of things, all of which in their turn begin and complete the sun's course over again. The Song of Hiawatha contains, as these extracts show, a material which is very well adapted to bring into play the abundance of ancient symbolic possibilities latent in the human mind, and to stimulate it to the creation of mythologic figures, but the products always contain the same old problems of humanity, which rise again and again in new symbolic disguise from the shadowy world of the unconscious. Thus Miss Miller is reminded through the longing of Chewantable of another mythic cycle which appeared in the form of Wagner's Siegfried. Especially is this shown in the passage in Chewantable's monologue where he exclaims, "There is not one who understands me, not one who resembles me, not one who has a soul sister to mine." Miss Miller observes that the sentiment of this passage has the greatest analogy with the feelings which Siegfried experienced for Brunhilde. This analogy causes us to cast a glance at the Song of Siegfried, especially at the relation of Siegfried and Brunhilde.
This analogy causes us to cast a glance at the Song of Siegfried, especially at the relation of Siegfried and Brunhilde. It is a well-recognized fact that Brunhilde, the Valkyr, gives protection to the birth, incestuous, of Siegfried, but while Sieglinde is the human mother, Brunhilde has the role of spiritual mother, mother imago. However, unlike Hera, towards Hercules, she is not a pursuer, but benevolent. This sin in which she is an accomplice by means of the help she renders is the reason for her banishment by Wotan. The strange birth of Siegfried from the sister wife distinguishes him as Horus, as the reborn sun, a reincarnation of the retreating Osiris, Wotan. The birth of the young son of the hero results indeed from mankind, who, however, are merely the human bearers of the cosmic symbolism. Thus the birth is protected by the spirit mother, Hera, Lilith. She sends Sieglinde with the child in her womb, Mary's flight on the night journey on the sea to the east. Onward hasten, turn to the east, O woman, thou cherishest the sublimest hero of the world in thy sheltering womb. The motive of dismemberment is found again in the broken sword of Siegmund, which was kept for Siegfried. From the dismemberment, life is pieced together again, the Medea wonder. Just as a smith forges the pieces together, so is the dismembered dead again put together. This comparison is also found in Timaeus of Plato, the parts of the world joined together with pegs. In the Rig Veda 10:72, the creator of the world, Brahmanaspati, is a smith. Brahmanaspati, as a blacksmith, welded the world together. The sword has the significance of the phallic sun power. Therefore, a sword proceeds from the mouth of the apocalyptic Christ, that is to say, the procreative fire, the word, or the procreative logos. In Rig Veda, Brahmanaspati is also a prayer word which possessed an ancient creative significance, and this prayer of the singers expanding from itself became a cow which was already there before the world, dwelling together in the womb of this God. Fostered children of the same keeper are the gods. Rig Veda 10:31. The Logos became a cow, that is to say, the mother who is pregnant with the gods. In Christian uncanonical fantasies, where the Holy Ghost has feminine significance, we have the well-known motive
of the two mothers, the earthly mother Mary and the spiritual mother, the Holy Ghost. The transformation of the Logos into the mother is not remarkable in itself because the origin of the phenomenon fire speech seems to be the mother libido according to the discussion in the earlier chapter. The spiritual is the mother libido. The significance of the sword in the Sanskrit conception, tejas, is probably partly determined by its sharpness, as is shown above in its connection with the libido conception. The motive of pursuit, the pursuing Sieglinde, analogous to Leto, is not here bound up with the spiritual mother, but with Wotan, therefore corresponding to the Linos legend, where the father of the wife is also the pursuer. Wotan is also the father of Brunhilde. Brunhilde stands in a peculiar relation to Wotan. Brunhilde says to Wotan, "Thou speakest to the will of Wotan by telling me what thou wishest. Who am I, were I not thy will? Wotan, I take counsel only with myself when I speak with thee." Brunhilde is also somewhat the angel of the face, that creative will or word, emanating from God, also the Logos, which became the childbearing woman. God created the world through his word, that is to say, his mother, the woman who is to bring him forth again. He lays his own egg. This peculiar conception, it seems to me, can be explained by assuming that the libido overflowing into speech, thought, has preserved its sexual character to an extraordinary degree as a result of the inherent inertia. In this way, the word had to execute and fulfill all that was denied to the sexual wish, namely the return into the mother in order to attain eternal duration. The word fulfills this wish by itself becoming the daughter, the wife, the mother of the god who brings him forth anew. Wagner has this idea vaguely in his mind in Wotan's lament over Brunhilde. None as she knew my inmost thought, none knew the source of my will as she. She herself was the creating womb of my wish, and so now she has broken the blessed union. Brunhilde's sin is the favoring of Siegmund, but behind this lies incest. This is projected into the brother-sister relation of Siegmund and Sieglinde. In reality, and archaically expressed, Wotan the father has entered into his self-created daughter in order to rejuvenate himself. But this fact must, of course, be veiled. Wotan is rightly indignant with Brunhilde, for she has taken the Isis role, and through the birth of the son has deprived the old man of his power. The first attack of the death serpent in the form of the son, Siegmund, Wotan has repelled. He has broken Siegmund's sword, but Siegmund rises again in a grandson. This inevitable fate is always helped by the woman, hence the wrath of Wotan. At Siegfried's birth, Sieglinde dies, as is proper. The foster mother is apparently not a woman, but a chthonic god, a crippled dwarf who belongs to that tribe which renounces love. The Egyptian god of the underworld, the crippled shadow of Osiris, who celebrated a melancholy resurrection in the sexless semi-ape Harpocrates, is the tutor of Horus, who has to avenge the death of his father. Meanwhile, Brunhilde sleeps the enchanted sleep like a hieroskamos upon a mountain, where Wotan has put her to sleep with the magic thorn, Etta, surrounded by the flames of Wotan's fire, equal to libido, which wards off everyone. But Mime becomes Siegfried's enemy and wills his death through Fafnir. Here Mime's dynamic nature is revealed. He is a masculine representation of the terrible mother, also a foster mother of demoniac nature, who places the poisonous worm, Typhon, in her son's Horus's path. Siegfried's longing for the mother drives him away from Mime, and his travels begin with the mother of death and lead through vanquishing the terrible mother to the woman. Siegfried, off with the imp, I ne'er would see him more. Might I but know what my mother was like, that will my thought never tell me. Her eyes, tender light, surely did shine, like the soft eyes of the doe. Siegfried decides to separate from the demon, which was the mother in the past, and he gropes forward with the longing directed towards the mother. Nature acquires a hidden maternal significance for him, doe. In the tones of nature, he discovers a suggestion of the maternal voice and the maternal language. Siegfried, thou gracious birdling, strange art thou to me. Dost thou in the wood here dwell? Ah, would that I could take thy meaning. Thy song something would say, perchance, of my loving mother. This psychology we've already encountered in Hiawatha by means of his dialogue with the bird. Bird, like wind and arrow, represents the wish, the winged longing. Siegfried entices Fafner from the cave. His desires turn back to the mother and the chthonic demon. The cave-dwelling terror of the woods appears. Fafner is the protector of the treasure. In his cave lies the hoard, the source of life and power. The mother possesses the libido of the son, and jealously does she guard it. Translated into psychological language, this means the positive transference succeeds only through the release of the libido from the mother imago, the incestuous object in general. Only in this manner is it possible to gain one's libido, the incomparable treasure, and this requires a mighty struggle, the whole battle of adaptation. The Siegfried legend has abundantly described the outcome of this battle with Fafner. According to the Edda, Siegfried eats Fafner's heart, the seed of life. He wins the magic cap, through whose power Alberic had changed himself into a serpent. This refers to the motive of casting the skin, rejuvenation. By means of the magic cap, one can vanish and assume different shapes. The vanishing probably refers to dying and to the invisible presence, that is, existence in the mother's womb. A luck-bringing cap, amniotic covering, the newborn child occasionally wears over his head the caul. Moreover, Siegfried drinks the dragon's blood, which makes it possible for him to understand the language of birds, and consequently he enters into a peculiar relation with nature, a dominating position, the result of his knowledge, and finally wins the treasure. Hort is a medieval and old High German word with the meaning of collected and guarded treasure, Gothic Hasd, Old Scandinavian Had, Germanic Hasda, from pre-Germanic Hasdho for Kudtho, the concealed. Klug adds to this the Greek netho, and netho equals to hide, to conceal. Also hut, to guard, English hide, Germanic root hud, from Indo-Germanic kuth, questionable, to Greek netho, and nathos, cavity, feminine genitals. Prellwitz, too, traces Gothic hudsd, Anglo-Saxon hide, English hide, and hoard to Greek netho. Whitley Stokes traces English hide, Anglo-Saxon hiden, New High German hutta, Latin kudo, equals helmet, Sanskrit kuhara, cave, to primitive Celtic kudo, equals concealment, Latin occultatio. The assumption of Klug is also supported in other directions, namely from the point of view of the primitive idea. There exists in Athens a sacred place, a temenos of G, with the surname Olympia. Here the ground is torn open for about a yard in width, and they say, after the flood, at the time of Deucalion, that the water receded here, and every year they throw into the fissure wheat meal kneaded with honey. We have observed previously that among the Arataphorian pastry in the form of snakes and phalli was thrown into a crevice in the earth. This was mentioned in connection with the ceremonies of fertilizing the earth. We have touched slightly already upon the sacrifice in the earth crevice among the Vatsshandis. The flood of death has passed characteristically into the crevice of the earth, that is, back into the mother again, because from the mother the universal great death has come in the first place. The flood is simply the counterpart of the vivifying and all-producing water. In Greek, ocean, who arose to be the producer of all. One sacrifices the honey cake to the mother so that she may spare one from death. Thus every year in Rome a gold sacrifice was thrown into the Lacus Curtius, into the former fissure in the earth, which could only be closed through the sacrificial death of Curtius. He was the typical hero who has journeyed into the underworld in order to conquer the danger threatening the Roman state from the opening of the abyss. Cneius Amphiaros. In the Amphiarion of Oropos, those healed through the temple incubation threw their gifts of gold into the sacred well, of which Pausanias says, if anyone is healed of a sickness through a saying of the oracle, then it is customary to throw a silver or gold coin into the well, because here Amphiaros has ascended as a god. It is probable that this Oropic well is also the place of his katabasis, descent into the lower world. There were many entrances into Hades in antiquity. Thus near Eleusis there was an abyss through which Aidoneus passed up and down when he kidnapped Cora. Dragon and maiden, libido overcome by resistance, life replaced by death. There were crevices in the rocks through which souls could ascend to the upper world. Behind the temple of Chthoniya in Hermione lay a sacred district of Pluto, with a ravine through which Hercules had brought up Cerberus. In addition, there was an Acherusian lake. This ravine was therefore the entrance to the place where death was conquered. The lake also belongs here as a further mother symbol, for symbols appear massed together as they are surrogates, and therefore do not afford the same satisfaction of desire as accorded by reality, so that the unsatisfied remnant of the libido must seek still further symbolic outlets. The ravine in the Areopagus in Athens was considered the seat of inhabitants of the lower world. An old Grecian custom suggests a similar idea. Girls were sent into a cavern where a poisonous snake dwelt as a test of virginity. If they were bitten by the snake, it was a token that they were no longer chaste. We find this same motive again in the Roman legend of Saint Sylvester at the end of the 5th century. In Latin, there was a huge dragon on Mount Tarpeius, where the Capitolium stands. Once a month, with sacrilegious maidens, the priest descended 365 steps into the hell of this dragon, carrying the expiatory offerings of food for the dragon. Then the dragon suddenly and unexpectedly arose, and though he did not come out, he poisoned the air with his breath. Thence came the mortality of man, and the deepest sorrow for the death of the children. When, for the defense of truth, Saint Sylvester had had a conflict with a heathen, it came to this, that the heathen said, Sylvester, go down to the dragon, and in the name of thy God make him desist from the killing of mankind. St. Peter appeared to Sylvester in a dream, and advised him to close his door to the underworld with chains, according to the model in Revelation chapter 20:1. And I saw an angel come down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit. and a great chain in his hand. 2. And he laid hold on the dragon, that old serpent, which is the devil and Satan, and bound him 1,000 years. 3. And cast him into the bottomless pit, and shut him up, and set a seal upon him. The anonymous author of a writing, De Promissionibus, of the beginning of the 5th century, mentions a very similar legend in Latin. Near the city of Rome there was a certain cavern, in which appeared a dragon of remarkable size, mechanically produced, brandishing a sword in his mouth, his eyes glittering like gems, fearful and terrible. Hither came virgins every year, devoted to this service, adorned with flowers, who were given to him in sacrifice. Bringing these gifts, they unknowingly descended the steps to a point where, with diabolical cunning, the dragon was suspended, striking those who came a blow with the sword, so that the innocent blood was shed. Now there was a certain monk who, on account of his good deeds, was well known to Stilicho, the patrician. He killed this dragon as follows. He examined each separate step carefully, both with a rod and his own hand, until, discovering the false step, he exposed the diabolical fraud. Then, jumping over this step, he went down and killed the dragon, cutting him to pieces, demonstrating that one who could be destroyed by human hand could not be a divinity. The hero battling with the dragon has much in common with the dragon, and also he takes over his qualities, for example, invulnerability. As the footnotes show, the similarity is carried still further. Sparkling eyes, sword in his mouth. Translated psychologically, the dragon is merely the son's repressed longing, striving towards the mother. Therefore the son is the dragon, as even Christ is identified with the serpent, which, once upon a time, Similia similibus, had controlled the snake plague in the wilderness, John 3:14. As a serpent, he is to be crucified. That is to say, as one striving backwards towards the mother, he must die hanging or suspended on the mother tree. Christ and the dragon of the Antichrist are in the closest contact in the history of their appearance and their cosmic meaning. Compare Boussay, the Antichrist. The legend of the dragon concealed in the Antichrist myth belongs to the life of the hero and therefore is immortal. In none of the newer forms of myth are the pairs of opposites so perceptibly near as in that of Christ and Antichrist. I refer to the remarkable psychologic description of this problem in Merezhkowski's romance, Leonardo da Vinci. That the dragon is only an artifice is a useful and delightfully rationalistic conceit, which is most significant for that period. In this way, the dismal gods were effectually vulgarized. The schizophrenic insane readily make use of this mechanism in order to depreciate efficient personalities. One often hears the stereotyped lament, "It is all a play, artificial, made up, etc." A dream of a schizophrenic is most significant. He is sitting in a dark room, which has only a single small window through which he can see the sky. The sun and moon appear, but they are only made artificially from oil paper. Denial of the deleterious incest influence. The descent of the 365 steps refers to the sun's course to the cavern of death and rebirth. That this cavern actually stands in a relation to the subterranean mother of death can be shown by a note in Malalas, the historian of Antioch, who relates that Diocletian consecrated there a crypt to Hecate, to which one descends by 365 steps. Cave mysteries seem to have been celebrated for Hecate in Samothrace as well. The serpent also played a great part as a regular symbolic attribute in the service of Hecate. The mysteries of Hecate flourished in Rome towards the end of the 4th century, so that the two foregoing legends might indeed relate to her cult. Hecate is a real spectral goddess of night and phantoms, Amar. She is represented as riding, and in Hesiod occurs as the patron of riders. She sends the horrible nocturnal fear phantom, the impusa, of whom Aristophanes says that she appears enclosed in a bladder swollen with blood. According to Libanius, the mother of Anchises is also called Impusa for the reason that out of dark places she rushes on children and women. Impusa, like Hecate, has peculiar feet. One foot is made of brass, the other of ass dung. Hecate has snake-like feet, which, as in the triple form ascribed to Hecate, points to her phallic libido nature. In Tralles, Hecate appears next to Priapus. There is also a Hecate Aphrodisias. Her symbols are the key, the whip, the snake, the dagger, and the torch. As mother of death, dogs accompany her, the significance of which we have previously discussed at length. As guardian of the door of Hades and as goddess of dogs, she is a threefold form, and really identified with Cerberus. Thus Hercules, in bringing up Cerberus, brings the conquered mother of death into the upper world. As spirit mother, Moon, she sends madness, lunacy. This mythical observation states that the mother sends madness. By far the majority of the cases of insanity consist, in fact, in the domination of the individual by the material of the incest fantasy. In the mysteries of Cerberus, a rod, called in Greek white-leaved, was broken off. This rod protected the purity of virgins and caused anyone who touched the plant to become insane. We recognize in this the motive of the sacred tree, which as mother must not be touched, an act which only an insane person would commit. Hecate, as nightmare, appears in the form of Impusa in a vampire role, or as Lamia, as devourer of men, perhaps also in that more beautiful guise, the bride of Corinth. She is the mother of all charms and witches, the patron of Medea, because the power of the terrible mother is magical and irresistible, working upward from the unconscious. In Greek syncretism, she plays a very significant role. She is confused with Artemis, who also has the surname in Greek far-shooting Hecate, the one striking at a distance, or striking according to her will, in which we recognize again her superior power. Artemis is the huntress with hounds, and so Hecate, through confusion with her, becomes, in Greek, the wild nocturnal huntress. God as huntsman, see above. She has her name in common with Apollo. In Greek, far-shooting, the far-darting. From the standpoint of the libido theory, this connection is easily understandable because Apollo merely symbolizes the more positive side of the same amount of libido. The confusion of Hecate with Brimo as subterranean mother is understandable, also with Persephone and Rhea, the primitive all-mother. Intelligible through the maternal significance is the confusion with Ilithyia, the midwife. Hecate is also the direct goddess of births. In Greek, goddess of birth, the multiplier of cattle, and goddess of marriage. Hecate orphically occupies the center of the world as Aphrodite and Gaia, even as the world soul in general. On a carved gem, she is represented carrying the cross on her head. The beam on which the criminal was scourged is called, in Greek, Hecate. To her, as to the Roman trivia, the triple roads, or Scheideweg, forked road or crossways, were dedicated, and where roads branch off or unite, sacrifices of dogs were brought her. There the bodies of the executed were thrown. The sacrifice occurs at the point of crossing. Etymologically, Scheide, sheath, for example, sword sheath, sheath for watershed, and sheath for vagina, is identical with scheiden, to split or to separate. The meaning of a sacrifice at this place would therefore be as follows: to offer something to the mother at the place of junction or at the fissure. Compare the sacrifice to the chthonic gods in the abyss. The Temenos of Ge, the abyss and the well, are easily understood as the gates of life and death. past which everyone gladly creeps, Faust, and sacrifices there his obolus or his, in Greek, sacrificial cakes offered to the gods, instead of his body, just as Hercules soothed Cerberus with the honey cakes. Compare with this the mythical significance of the dog. Thus the crevice at Delphi, with the spring Castalia, was the seat of the chthonic dragon Python, who was conquered by the sun hero Apollo. Python, incited by Hera, pursued Leta, pregnant with Apollo, but she, on the floating island of Delos, nocturnal journey on the sea, gave birth to her child, who later slew the Python, that is to say, conquered in it the spirit mother. In Hierapolis, Edessa, the temple was erected above the crevice through which the flood had poured out, and in Jerusalem, the foundation stone of the temple covered the great abyss, just as Christian churches are frequently built over caves, grottos, wells, etc. In the Mithra grotto and all the other sacred caves up to the Christian catacombs, which owe their significance not to the legendary persecutions, but to the worship of the dead, we come across the same fundamental motive, the burial of the dead in a holy place, in the garden of the dead, in cloisters, crypts, etc., is restitution to the mother, with a certain hope of resurrection by which such burial is rightfully rewarded. The animal of death, which dwells in the cave, had to be soothed in early times through human sacrifices, later with natural gifts. Therefore, the Attic custom gives to the dead the offering to pacify the dog of hell, the three-headed monster at the gate of the underworld. A more recent elaboration of the natural gifts seems to be the obolus for Charon, who is therefore designated by Rhoda as the second Cerberus, corresponding to the Egyptian dog-faced god Anubis. Dog and serpent of the underworld, dragon, are likewise identical. In the tragedies, the Erinyes are serpents as well as dogs. The serpents Tychon and Echidna are parents of the serpents, Hydra, the dragon of the Hesperides, and Gorgo, and of the dogs Cerberus, Orthrus, Scylla. Serpents and dogs are also protectors of the treasure. The chthonic god was probably always a serpent dwelling in a cave, and was fed with, in Greek, ritual sacrificial food offered to the gods. In the Asclepiadean of the later period, the sacred serpents were scarcely visible, meaning that they probably existed only figuratively. Nothing was left but the hole in which the snake was said to dwell. There, the, in Greek, ritual sacrificial food offered to the gods were placed. Later, the obelisk was thrown in. The sacred cavern in the temple of Kos consisted of a rectangular pit upon which was laid a stone lid with a square hole. This arrangement serves the purpose of a treasure house. The snake hole had become a slit for money, a sacrificial box, and the cave had become a treasure. That this development, which Herzog traces, agrees excellently with the actual condition, is shown by a discovery in the temple of Aesculapius and Hygeia in Ptolemais. An incoiled granite snake with arched neck was found. In the middle of the coil is seen a narrow slit, polished by usage, just large enough to allow a coin of 4 centimeters diameter at most to fall through. At the side are holes for handles to lift the heavy pieces, the under half of which is used as a cover. Herzog Ibid, page 212. The serpent, as protector of the hoard, now lies on the treasure house. The fear of the maternal womb of death has become the guardian of the treasure of life. That the snake in this connection is really a symbol of death, that is to say, of the dead libido, results from the fact that the souls of the dead, like the chthonic gods, appear as serpents, as dwellers in the kingdom of the mother of death. This development of symbol allows us to recognize easily the transitions of the originally very primitive significance of the crevice in the earth as mother to the meaning of treasure house and can therefore support the etymology of hoard treasure, as suggested by Klug. In Greek, means the innermost womb of the earth, Hades, or, as Klug adds, is of similar meaning, cavity or womb. Prowitz does not mention this connection. Fick, however, compares New High German Hort, Gothic Husd, to Armenian Kust, abdomen, church, Slavonian, Sista, Vedic Kosta, abdomen, from the Indo-Germanic root, Kausto equals viscera, lower abdomen, room, storeroom. Prowitz compares certain Greek words equal to urinary bladder, bag, purse, Sanskrit kustras, equal cavity of the loins, then other Greek terms for cavity or vault, little chest, and then I'm pregnant. Here from other Greek words, cave, hole, cup, depression under the eye, swelling, wave, billow, power, force, lord. Old Iranian, cower, cur, equal hero. Sanskrit, cure, -s, equals strong hero. The fundamental Indo-Germanic roots are kivod, equal to swell, to be strong. From that, the above-mentioned Greek words and Latin words interpreted as hollow, vaulted, cavity, hole, cavity, enclosure, cage, scene, and assembly. Cavity, opening, enclosure, stall, swell, participle, swelling, pregnant, Sanskrit, swelling, strong, powerful hero. The treasure which the hero fetches from the dark cavern is swelling life. It is himself the hero, newborn from the anxiety of pregnancy and the birth throes. Thus the Hindu firebringer is called Mata Rikvan, meaning the one swelling in the mother. The hero striving towards the mother is the dragon, and when he separates from the mother, he becomes the conqueror of the dragon. This train of thought, which we have already hinted at previously in Christ and Antichrist, may be traced even into the details of Christian fantasy. There is a series of medieval pictures in which the communion cup contains a dragon, a snake, or some sort of small animal. The cup is the receptacle, the maternal womb, of the God resurrected in the wine. The cup is the cavern where the serpent dwells, the God who sheds his skin in the state of metamorphosis, for Christ is also the serpent. These symbolisms are used in an obscure connection in 1 Corinthians verse 10. Paul writes of the Jews who were all baptized into Moses in the cloud and in the sea, also reborn, and did all drink the same spiritual drink, for they drank of that spiritual rock that followed them, and that rock was Christ. They drank from the mother, the generative rock, birth from the rock, the milk of rejuvenation, the mead of immortality, and this rock was Christ, here identified with the mother because he is the symbolic representative of the mother libido. When we drink from the cup, then we drink from the mother's breast, immortality and everlasting salvation. Paul wrote of the Jews that they ate and then rose up to dance and to indulge in fornication, and then 23,000 of them were swept off by the plague of serpents. The remedy for the survivors, however, was the sight of a serpent hanging on a pole. From it was derived the cure. The cup of blessing which we bless is not the communion of the blood of Christ. The bread which we break, is it not the communion of the body of Christ? For we, being many, are one bread and one body, for we are all partakers of one bread. 1 Corinthians 10, 16, 17. Bread and wine are the body and the blood of Christ, the food of the immortals who are brothers with Christ, and Greek word for those who come from the same womb. We who are reborn again from the mother are all heroes together with Christ and enjoy immortal food. As with the Jews, so too with the Christians, there is imminent danger of unworthy partaking, for this mystery, which is very closely related psychologically with the subterranean hieros gamos of Eleusis, involves a mysterious union of man in a spiritual sense, which was constantly misunderstood by the profane and was retranslated into his language. where mystery is equivalent to orgy and secrecy to vice. A very interesting blasphemer and sectarian at the beginning of the 19th century named Unternacher has made the following comment on the Last Supper. The communion of the devil is in this brothel. All they sacrifice here, they sacrifice to the devil and not to God. There they have the devil's cup and the devil's dish. There they have sucked the head of the snake. There they have fed upon the iniquitous bread and drunken the wine of wickedness. Unternacher is an adherent or a forerunner of the theory of living one's own nature. He dreams of himself as a sort of priapic divinity. He says of himself, "Black-haired, very charming and handsome in countenance, and every one enjoys listening to thee on account of the amiable speeches which come from thy mouth. Therefore the maids love thee." He preaches the cult of nakedness. "Ye fools and blind men, behold, God has created man in his image, as male and female, and has blessed them and said, Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the earth, and make it subject to thee. Therefore he has given the greatest honor to these poor members, and has placed them naked in the garden," etc. Now are the fig leaves and the covering removed, because thou hast turned to the Lord, for the Lord is the Spirit, and where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. There the clearness of the Lord is mirrored with uncovered countenance. This is precious before God, and this is the glory of the Lord, and the adornment of our God, when you stand in the image and honor of your God, as God created you, naked and not ashamed. Who can ever praise sufficiently in the sons and daughters of the living God those parts of the body which are destined to procreate? In the lap of the daughters of Jerusalem is the gate of the Lord, and the just will go into the temple there, to the altar. And in the lap of the sons of the living God is the water pipe of the upper part, which is a tube like a rod to measure the temple and altar. And under the water tube the sacred stones are placed, as a sign and testimony of the Lord, who has taken to himself the seed of Abraham. Out of the seeds in the chamber of the mother, God creates a man with his hands as an image of himself. Then the mother house and the mother chamber is opened in the daughters of the living God, and God himself brings forth a child through them. Thus God creates children from the stones, for the seed comes from the stones. History teaches, in manifold examples, how the religious mysteries are liable to change suddenly into sexual orgies, because they have originated from an overvaluation of the orgy. It is characteristic that this priapic divinity returns again to the old symbol of the snake, which in the mystery enters into the faithful, fertilizing and spiritualizing them, although it originally possessed a phallic significance. In the mysteries of the Ophites, the festival was really celebrated with serpents, in which the animals were even kissed. Compare the caressing of the snake of Demeter in the Eleusinian mysteries. In the sexual orgies of the modern Christian sects, the phallic kiss plays a very important role. Unternacher was an uncultivated, crazy peasant, and it is unlikely that the Orphitic religious ceremonies were known to him. The phallic significance is expressed negatively or mysteriously through the serpent, which always points to a secret related thought. This related thought connects with the mother. Thus, in a dream, a patient found the following imagery. A serpent shot out from a moist cave and bit the dreamer in the region of the genitals. This dream took place at the instant when the patient was convinced of the truth of the analysis and began to free himself from the bond of his mother complex. The meaning is, I am convinced that I am inspired and poisoned by the mother. The contrary manner of expression is characteristic of the dream. At the moment when he felt the impulse to go forwards, he perceived the attachment to the mother. Another patient had the following dream during a relapse in which the libido was again wholly introverted for a time. She was entirely filled within by a great snake. Only one end of the tail peeped out from her arm. She wanted to seize it, but it escaped her. A patient with a very strong introversion, catatonic state, complained to me that a snake was stuck in her throat. This symbolism is also used by Nietzsche in the vision of the shepherd and the snake. And verily what I saw was like nothing I ever saw before. I saw a young shepherd, writhing, choking, twitching with a convulsed face, from whose mouth hung a black, heavy serpent. Did I ever see so much disgust and pallid fear upon a countenance? Might he have been sleeping, and the snake crept into his mouth? There it bit him fast. My hand tore at the serpent, and tore in vain. I failed to tear the serpent out of his mouth. Then there cried out of me, "Bite, bite its head off, bite!" I exclaimed. All my horror, my hate, my disgust, my compassion, all the good and bad, cried out from me in one voice. Ye intrepid ones around me, solve for me the riddle which I saw, make clear to me the vision of the lonesomest one. For it was a vision and a prophecy. What did then I behold in parable? And who is it who is still to come? Who is the shepherd into whose mouth crept the snake? Who is the man into whose throat all the heaviness and the blackest would creep? But the shepherd bit, as my cry had told him. He bit with a huge bite. Far away did he spit the head of the serpent, and sprang up. No longer shepherd, no longer man, a transfigured being, an illuminated being, who laughed. Never yet on earth did a man laugh as he laughed. O my brethren, I heard a laugh which was no human laughter, and now a thirst consumeth me, a longing that is never allayed. My longing for this laugh eats into me. Oh, how can I suffer still to live, and how now can I bear to die? The snake represents the introverting libido. Through introversion, one is fertilized, inspired, regenerated, and reborn from the God. In Hindu philosophy, this idea of creative intellectual activity has even cosmogenic significance. The unknown original creator of all things is, according to Rigveda 10:121, Prajapati, the Lord of creation. In the various Brahmas, his cosmogenic activity was depicted in the following manner. Prajapati desired, I will procreate myself, I will be manifold. He performed tapas. After he had performed tapas, he created these worlds. The strange conception of tapas is to be translated, according to Deussen, as he heated himself with his own heat, with the sense of he brooded, he hatched. Here the hatcher and the hatched are not two but one and the same identical being. As Hiranyagarbha, Prajapati is the egg produced from himself, the world egg from which he hatches himself. He creeps into himself, he becomes his own uterus, becomes pregnant with himself, in order to give birth to the world of multiplicity. Thus Prajapati, through the way of introversion, changed into something new, the multiplicity of the world. It is of especial interest to note how the most remote things come into contact. Deussen observes, in the degree that the conception of tapas, heat, becomes in hot India the symbol of exertion and distress, the tapo attabhayata began to assume the meaning of self-castigation and became related to the idea that creation is an act of self-renunciation on the part of the Creator. Self-incubation and self-castigation and introversion are very closely connected ideas. The Zosimos vision mentioned above betrays the same train of thought, where it is said of the place of transformation that it is, in Greek, the place of discipline. We have already observed that the place of transformation is really the uterus, absorption in oneself. Introversion is an entrance into one's own uterus, and also at the same time, asceticism. In the philosophy of the Brahmins, the world arose from this activity Among the post-Christian Gnostics, it produced the revival and spiritual rebirth of the individual who was born into a new spiritual world. The Hindu philosophy is considerably more daring and logical and assumes that creation results from introversion in general, as in the wonderful hymn of Rigveda 10:29. It is said, "What was hidden in the shell was born through the power of fiery torments. From this first arose love, as the germ of knowledge. The wise found the roots of existence in non-existence by investigating the heart's impulses." This philosophical view interprets the world as an emanation of the libido, and this must be widely accepted from the theoretic as well as the psychologic standpoint, for the function of reality is an instinctive function, having the character of biological adaptation. When the insane Schreber brought about the end of the world through his libido introversion, he expressed an entirely rational psychologic view, just as Schopenhauer wished to abolish through negation, holiness, asceticism, the error of the primal will through which the world was created. Does not Goethe say, "You follow a false trail. Do not think that we are not serious. Is not the kernel of nature in the hearts of men?" The hero who is to accomplish the rejuvenation of the world and the conquest of death is the libido, which, brooding upon itself in introversion, coiling as a snake around its own egg, apparently threatens life with a poisonous bite in order to lead it to death, and from that darkness, conquering itself, gives birth to itself again. Nietzsche knows this conception. How long have you sat already upon your misfortune? Give heed, lest you hatch an egg, a basilisk egg of your long travail. The hero is himself a serpent, himself a sacrificer, and a sacrificed. The hero himself is of serpent nature, thereof Christ compares himself with the serpent. Therefore the redeeming principle of the world, of that Gnostic sect which styled itself the Ophite, was the serpent. The serpent is the agatho and cacodemon. It is indeed intelligible when in the Germanic saga they say that the heroes had serpent's eyes. I recall the parallel previously drawn between the eyes of the Son of Man and those of the Tarpeian dragon. In the already mentioned medieval pictures, the dragon, instead of the Lord, appeared in the cup. The dragon, who with changeful serpent glances guarded the divine mystery of renewed rebirth in the maternal womb. In Nietzsche, the old, apparently long extinct idea is again revived. Ailing with tenderness, just as the thawing wind, Zarathustra sits waiting on his hill, sweetened and cooked in his own juice. Beneath his summits, beneath his ice, he sits, weary and happy, a creator on his seventh day. Silence, it is my truth, from hesitating eyes, from velvety shadows, her glance meets mine, lovely, mischievous, the glance of a girl. She divines the reason of my happiness. She divines me. Ha! What is she plotting? A purple dragon lurks in the abyss of her maiden glance. Woe to thee, Zarathustra! Thou seemest like someone who has swallowed gold. Thy belly will be slit open. In this poem, nearly all the symbolism is collected which we have elaborated previously from other connections. Distinct traces of the primitive identity of serpent and hero are still extant in the myth of Cecrops. Cecrops is himself half snake, half man. Originally, he probably was the Athenian snake of the citadel itself. As a buried god, he is like Erechtheus, a chthonic snake god. Above his subterranean dwelling rises the Parthenon, the temple of the Virgin Goddess. Compare the analogous idea of the Christian Church. The casting of the skin of the god, which we have already mentioned in passing, stands in the closest relation to the nature of the hero. We have spoken already of the Mexican god who casts his skin. It is also told of Mani, the founder of the Manichaean sect, that he was killed, skinned, stuffed, and hung up. That is the death of Christ, merely in another mythological form. Marsyas, who seems to be a substitute for Attis, the sun-lover of Cybele, was also skinned. Whenever a Scythian king died, slaves and horses were slaughtered, skinned and stuffed, and then set up again. In Phrygia, the representatives of the father god were killed and skinned. The same was done in Athens with an ox, who was skinned and stuffed and again hitched to the plow. In this manner, the revival of the fertility of the earth was celebrated. This readily explains the fragment from the Sabazios mysteries transmitted to us by Firmicus. In Greek, the bull, father of the serpent, and the serpent, father of the bull. The active, fructifying, upward striving form of the libido is changed into the negative force, striving downwards towards death. The hero as Zodian of spring, ram, bull, conquers the depths of winter, and beyond the summer solstice is attacked by the unconscious longing for death, and is bitten by the snake. However, he himself is the snake, but he is at war with himself, and therefore the descent and the end appear to him as the malicious inventions of the mother of death, who in this way wishes to draw him to herself. The mysteries, however, consolingly promise that there is no contradiction or disharmony when life is changed into death. Nietzsche, too, gives expression to this mystery. Here do I sit now, that is, I'm swallowed down by this, the smallest oasis. It opened up just yawning, its loveliest maw agape. Hail, hail to that whale-fish, when he for his guests' welfare provided thus. Hail to his belly, if he had also such a lovely oasis belly. The desert grows, woe to him who hides the desert. Stone grinds on stone, the desert gulps and strangles, the monstrous death gazes, glowing brown, and chews. His life is his chewing. Forget not, O man, burnt out by lust, thou art the stone, the desert, thou art death. The serpent symbolism of the Last Supper is explained by the identification of the hero with the serpent. The god is buried in the mother, as fruit of the field, as food coming from the mother, and at the same time as drink of immortality he is received by the mystic, or as a serpent he unites with the mystic. All these symbols represent the liberation of the libido from the incestuous fixation through which new life is attained. The liberation is accomplished under symbols which represent the activity of the incest wish. It might be justifiable at this place to cast a glance upon psychoanalysis as a method of treatment. In practical analysis, it is important, first of all, to discover the libido lost from the control of consciousness. It often happens to the libido, as with the fish of Moses in the Mohammedan legend. It sometimes takes its course in a marvelous manner into the sea. Freud says in his important article, Zur Dynamik der Übertragung, the libido has retreated into regression and again revives the infantile images. This means mythologically that the sun is devoured by the serpent of the night, the treasure is concealed and guarded by the dragon, substitution of a present mode of adaptation by an infantile mode, which is represented by the corresponding neurotic symptoms. Freud continues, thither the analytic treatment follows it and endeavors to seek out the libido again, to render it accessible to consciousness, and finally to make it serviceable to reality. Whenever the analytic investigation touches upon the libido, withdrawn into its hiding place, a struggle must break out. All the forces which have caused the regression of the libido will rise up as resistance against the work in order to preserve this new condition. Mythologically, this means the hero seeks the lost sun, the fire, the virgin sacrifice, or the treasure, and fights the typical fight with the dragon, with the libido in resistance. As these parallels show, psychoanalysis mobiles a part of the life processes, the fundamental importance of which properly illustrates the significance of this process. After Siegfried had slain the dragon, he meets the father, Wotan, plagued by gloomy cares, for the primitive mother, Erda, has placed in his path the snake in order to enfeeble his son. He says to Erda, "Wanderer, all-wise one, care's piercing sting by thee was planted in Wotan's dauntless heart with fear of shameful ruin and downfall. Filled was his spirit by tidings thou didst foretell. Art thou the world's wisest of women? Tell to me now how a god may conquer his care." Erda, thou art not what thou hast said. It is the same primitive motive which we meet in Wagner. The mother has robbed her son, the sun god, of the joy of life through a poisonous thorn, and deprives him of his power, which is connected with the name. Isis demands the name of the god. Erda says, "Thou art not what thou hast said." But the wanderer has found the way to conquer the fatal charm of the mother, the fear of death. The Eternal's downfall no more dismays me, since their doom I willed. I leave to thee, loveliest Volsung, gladly my heritage now, to the ever young in gladness yieldeth the god. These wise words contain in fact the saving thought. It is not the mother who has placed the poisonous worm in our path, but our libido itself wills to complete the course of the sun, to mount from morn to noon, and passing beyond noon to hasten towards evening, not at war with itself, but willing the descent and the end. Nietzsche's Zarathustra teaches, "I praise thee, my death, the free death, which comes to me because I want it. And when shall I want it? He who has a goal and an heir wants death at the proper time for his goal and his heir." And this is the great noonday, when man in the middle of his course stands between man and Superman, and celebrates his path towards evening as his highest hope, because it is the path to a new morning. He who is setting will bless his own going down, because it is a transition, and the sun of his knowledge will be at high noon. Siegfried conquers the father Wotan and takes possession of Brunhilde. The first object that he sees is her horse. Then he believes that he beholds a mail-clad man. He cuts to pieces the protecting coat of mail of the sleeper, overpowering. When he sees it is a woman, terror seizes him. My heart doth falter and faint. On whom shall I call that he may help me? Mother, mother, remember me. Can this be fearing? O mother, mother, thy dauntless child. A woman lieth asleep, and she now has taught him to fear. Awaken, awaken, holiest maid. Then life from the sweetness of lips will I win me, e'en though I die in a kiss. In the duet which follows, the mother is invoked. O mother, hail, who gave thee thy birth. The confession of Brunhilde is especially characteristic. O knewest thou, joy of the world, how I have ever loved thee? Thou wert my gladness, my care wert thou, thy life I sheltered, or ere it was thine, or ere thou wert born, my shield was thy guard. The pre-existence of the hero and the pre-existence of Brunhilde as his wife-mother are clearly indicated from this passage. Siegfried says in confirmation, "Then death took not my mother, bound in sleep did she lie." The mother imago, which is the symbol of the dying and resurrected libido, is explained by Brunhilde to the hero as his own will. Thyself am I, if blessed I be in thy love. The great mystery of the Logos entering into the mother for rebirth is proclaimed with the following words by Brunhilde. O Siegfried, Siegfried, conquering light, I loved thee ever, for I divined the thought that Wotan had hidden, the thought that I dared not to whisper, that all unclearly glowed in my bosom, suffered and strove, for which I flouted him who conceived it, for which in penance prisoned I lay, while thinking it not and feeling only, for in my thought, oh, should you guess it, was only my love for thee. The erotic similes which now follow distinctly reveal the motive of rebirth. Siegfried, a glorious flood, before me rolls. With all my senses I only see its buoyant, gladdening billows. Though in the deep I find not my face, burning, I long for the water's balm, and now as I am, spring in the stream, O might its billows engulf me in bliss. The motive of plunging into the maternal water of rebirth, baptism, is here fully developed. An allusion to the terrible mother, Imago, the mother of heroes, who teaches them fear, is to be found in Brunhilde's words, the horsewoman who guides the dead to the other side. Fearest thou, Siegfried? Fearest thou not the wild, furious woman? The orgiastic Ocide Moriturus resounds in Brunhilde's words. Laughing, let us be lost. Laughing, go down to death. And in the words, light-giving love, laughing death, is to be found the same significant contrast. The further destinies of Siegfried are those of the Invictus. The spear of the gloomy, one-eyed Hagen strikes Siegfried's vulnerable spot. The old son, who has become the god of death, the one-eyed Wotan, smites his offspring and once again ascends in eternal rejuvenation. The course of the invincible sun has supplied the mystery of human life with beautiful and imperishable symbols. It became a comforting fulfillment of all the yearning for immortality, of all desire of mortals for eternal life. Man leaves the mother, the source of libido, and is driven by the eternal thirst to find her again and to drink renewal from her. Thus he completes his cycle and returns again into the mother's womb. Every obstacle which obstructs his life's path and threatens his ascent wears the shadowy features of the terrible mother, who paralyzes his energy with the consuming poison of the stealthy retrospective longing. In each conquest, he wins again the smiling love and life-giving mother, images which belong to the intuitive depths of human feeling, the features of which have become mutilated and irrecognizable through the progressive development of the surface of the human mind. The stern necessity of adaptation works ceaselessly to obliterate the last traces of these primitive landmarks of the period of the origin of the human mind, and to replace them along lines which are to denote more and more clearly the nature of real objects.
The sacrifice. After this long digression, let us return to Miss Miller's vision. We can now answer the question as to the significance of Siegfried's longing for Brunhilde. It is the striving of the libido away from the mother towards the mother. This paradoxical sentence may be translated as follows. As long as the libido is satisfied merely with fantasies, it moves in itself, in its own depths, in the mother. When the longing of our author rises in order to escape the magic circle of the incestuous and therefore pernicious object, and it does not succeed in finding reality, then the object is and remains irrevocably the mother. Only the overcoming of the obstacles of reality brings the deliverance from the mother, who is the continuous and inexhaustible source of life for the Creator, but death for the cowardly, timid, and sluggish. Whoever is acquainted with psychoanalysis knows how often neurotics cry out against their parents. To be sure, such complaints and reproaches are often justified on account of the common human imperfections, but still more often they are reproaches which should really be directed towards themselves. Reproach and hatred are always futile attempts to free oneself apparently from the parents, but in reality from one's own hindering longing for the parents. Our author proclaims through the mouth of her infantile hero, Chawantapal, a series of insults against her own family. We can assume that she must renounce all these tendencies
because they contain an unrecognized wish. This hero of many words, who performs few deeds and indulges in futile yearnings, is the libido, which has not fulfilled its destiny, but which turns round and round in the kingdom of the mother, and in spite of all its longings, accomplishes nothing. Only he can break this magic circle who possesses the courage of the will to live and the heroism to carry it through. Could this yearning hero youth, Chawantapal, but put an end to his existence, he would probably rise again in the form of a brave man seeking real life. This necessity imposes itself upon the dreamer as a wise counsel and hint of the unconscious in the following monologue of Chawantapal. He cries sadly, "In all the world there is not a single one. I have sought among 100 tribes. I have watched 100 moons since I began. Can it be that there is not a solitary being who will ever know my soul? Yes, by the sovereign God, yes, but 10,000 moons will wax and wane before that pure soul is born. And it is from another world that her parents will come to this one. She will have pale skin and pale locks. She will know sorrow before her mother bears her. Suffering will accompany her. She will seek also, and she will find no one who understands her. Temptation will often assail her soul, but she will not yield. In her dreams I will come to her, and she will understand. I have kept my body inviolate, have come 10,000 moons before her epoch, and she will come 10,000 moons too late, but she will understand. There is only once in all the 10,000 moons that a soul like hers is born." Thereupon a green serpent darts from the bushes, glides towards him, and stings him on the arm, then attacks the horse, which succumbs first. Then Chawantapal says to his horse, "Adieu, faithful brother, enter into rest. I have loved you, and you have served me well. Adieu, soon I will rejoin you." Then to the snake, "Thanks, little sister, you have put an end to my wanderings." Then he cried with grief, and spoke his prayer. "Sovereign God, take me soon. I have tried to know thee and to keep thy law. O do not suffer my body to fall into corruption and decay, and to furnish the vultures with food. A smoking crater is perceived at a distance. The rumbling of an earthquake is heard, followed by a trembling of the ground." Chawantapal cries in the delirium of suffering while the earth covers his body. "I have kept my body inviolate. Ah, she understands. Yani Wama, thou who comprehendeth me." Chawantapal's prophecy is a repetition of Longfellow's Hiawatha, where the poet could not escape sentimentality, and at the close of the career of the hero, Hiawatha, he brings in the savior of the white people in the guise of the arriving illustrious representatives of the Christian religion and morals. One thinks of the work of redemption of the Spaniards in Mexico and Peru. With this prophecy of Chawantapal, the personality of the author is again placed in the closest relation to the hero, and indeed as the real object of Chawantapal's longing. Most certainly the hero would have married her had she lived at his time, but unfortunately she comes too late. The connection proves our previous assertion that the libido moves round in a circle. The author loves herself, that is to say, she, as the hero, is sought by one who comes too late. This motive of coming too late is characteristic of the infantile love. The father and the mother cannot be overtaken. The separation of the two personalities by 10,000 moons is a wish fulfillment. With that, the incest relation is annulled in an effectual manner. This white heroine will seek without being understood. She is not understood because she cannot understand herself rightly, and she will not find. But in dreams, at least, they will find each other, and she will understand. The next sentence of the text reads, "I have kept my body inviolate." This proud sentence, which naturally only a woman can express, because man is not accustomed to boast in that direction, again confirms the fact that all enterprises have remained but dreams, that the body has remained inviolate. When the hero visits the heroine in a dream, it is clear what is meant. This assertion of the hero's that he has remained inviolate refers back to the unsuccessful attempt upon his life in the previous chapter, Huntsman with the Arrow, and clearly explains to us what was really meant by this assault, that is to say, the refusal of the coitus fantasy. Here the wish of the unconscious obtrudes itself again, after the hero had repressed it the first time, and thereupon he painfully and hysterically utters his monologue. Temptation will often assail her soul, but it will not yield. This very bold assertion reduces, noblesse oblige, the unconscious to an enormous infantile megalomania, which is always the case when the libido is compelled through similar circumstances to regressions. Only once in all the 10,000 moons is a soul born like mine. Here the unconscious ego expands to an enormous degree, evidently in order to cover with its boastfulness a large part of the neglected duty of life. But punishment follows at its heels. Whoever prides himself too much on having sustained no wound in the battle of life lays himself open to the suspicion that his fighting has been with words only, whilst actually he has remained far away from the firing line. This spirit is just the reverse of the pride of those savage women who point with satisfaction to the countless scars which were given them by their men in the sexual fight for supremacy. In accordance with this, and in logical continuation of the same, all that follows is expressed in figurative speech. The orgiastic Ocide Moriturus, in its admixture with the reckless laughter of the Dionysian frenzy, confronts us here in sorry disguise with a sentimental stage trickery worthy of our posthumous edition of Christian Morals. In place of the positive phallus, the negative appears and leads the hero's horse, his libido animalis, not to satisfaction, but into eternal peace, also the fate of the hero. This end means that the mother, represented as the jaws of death, devours the libido of the daughter. Therefore, instead of life and procreative growth, only fantastic self-oblivion results. This weak and inglorious end has no elevating or illuminating meaning so long as we consider it merely as the solution of an individual erotic conflict. The fact that the symbols under which the solution takes place have actually a significant aspect reveals to us that behind the individual mask, behind the veil of individuation, a primitive idea stands, the severe and serious features of which take from us the courage to consider the sexual meaning of the Miller symbolism as all-sufficient. It is not to be forgotten that the sexual fantasies of the neurotic and the exquisite sexual language of dreams are regressive phenomena. The sexuality of the unconscious is not what it seems to be. It is merely a symbol. It is a thought, bright as day, clear as sunlight, a decision, a step forward to every goal of life, but expressed in the unreal sexual language of the unconscious and in the thought form of an earlier stage. a resurrection, so to speak, of earlier modes of adaptation. When, therefore, the unconscious pushes into the foreground the coitus wish, negatively expressed, it means somewhat as follows. Under similar circumstances, primitive man acted in such and such a manner. The mode of adaptation, which today is unconscious for us, is carried on by the savage Negro of the present day, whose undertakings beyond those of nutrition appertain to sexuality, characterized by violence and cruelty. Therefore, in view of the archaic mode of expression of the Miller fantasy, we are justified in assuming the correctness of our interpretation for the lowest and nearest plane only. A deeper stratum of meaning underlies the earlier assertion that the figure of Chewantepal has the character of Cassius, who has a lamb as a companion. Therefore, Chewantepal is the portion of the dreamer's libido bound up with the mother, and therefore masculine. Hence he is her infantile personality, the childishness of character, which as yet is unable to understand that one must leave father and mother when the time has come in order to serve the destiny of the entire personality. This is outlined in Nietzsche's words, "Free dost thou call thyself? Thy dominant thought would I hear, and not that thou hast thrown off a yoke. Art thou one who had the right to throw off a yoke? There are many who throw away their last value when they throw away their servitude." Therefore, when Chewantepal dies, it means that herein is the fulfillment of a wish, that this infantile hero, who cannot leave the mother's care, may die. And if with that the bond between mother and daughter is severed, a great step forward is gained both for inner and outer freedom. But man wishes to remain a child too long. He would fain stop the turning of the wheel, which, rolling, bears along with it the years. Man wishes to keep his childhood and eternal youth, rather than to die and suffer corruption in the grave. Oh, do not suffer my body to fall into decay and corruption. Nothing brings the relentless flight of time and the cruel perishability of all blossoms more painfully to our consciousness than an inactive and empty life. Idle dreaming is the mother of the fear of death, the sentimental deploring of what has been, and the vain turning back of the clock. Although man can forget in the long, perhaps too long, guarded feelings of youth, in the dreamy state of stubbornly held remembrances that the wheel rolls onward, nevertheless mercilessly does the gray hair, the relaxation of the skin, and the wrinkles in the face tell us that whether or not we expose the body to the destroying powers of the whole struggle of life, the poison of the stealthy creeping serpent of time consumes our bodies, which, alas, we so dearly love. Nor does it help if we cry out with the melancholy hero Chewantepal, "I have kept my body inviolate." Flight from life does not free us from the law of age and death. The neurotic who seeks to get rid of the necessities of life wins nothing, and lays upon himself the frightful burden of a premature age and death, which must appear especially cruel on account of the total emptiness and meaninglessness of his life. If the libido is not permitted to follow the progressive life, which is willing to accept all dangers and all losses, then it follows the other road, sinking into its own depths, working down into the old foreboding regarding the immortality of all life, to the longing for rebirth. Hölderlin exemplifies this path in his poetry and his life. I leave the poet to speak in his song. To the rose, in the mother womb, eternal, sweetest queen of every lea, still the living and supernal nature carries thee and me. Little rose, the storm's fierce power strips our leaves and alters us, yet the deathless germ will tower to new blooms miraculous. The following comments may be made upon the parable of this poem. The rose is the symbol of the beloved woman. Heiden Rösslin, Heather Rose of Goethe. The rose blooms in the rose garden of the maiden. Therefore it is also a direct symbol of the libido. When the poet dreams that he is with the rose in the mother womb of nature, then psychologically the fact is that his libido is with the mother. Here is an eternal germination and renewal. We have come across this motive already in the Hieros Gamos hymn, Iliad 14, the nuptials in the blessed West, that is to say, the union in and with the mother. Plutarch shows us this motive in naive form in his tradition of the Osiris myth. Osiris and Isis copulating in the mother's womb. This is also perceived by Hölderlin as the enviable prerogative of the gods to enjoy everlasting infancy. Thus, in Hyperion, he says, "Fateless, like the sleeping nursling, breathe the heavenly ones, chastely guarded in modest buds, their spirits blossom eternally, and their quiet eyes gaze out in placid, eternal serenity." This quotation shows the meaning of heavenly bliss. Hölderlin never was able to forget this first and greatest happiness, the dreamy picture of which estranged him from real life. Moreover, in this poem, the ancient motive of the twins in the mother's womb is intimated, Isis and Osiris in the mother's womb. The motive is archaic. There is a legend in Frobenius of how the great serpent, appearing from the little serpent in the hollow tree through the so-called stretching out of the serpent, has finally devoured all men, devouring mother, death, and only a pregnant woman remains alive. She digs a ditch, covers it with a stone, grave, mother's womb, and living there, she gives birth to twins, the subsequent dragon killers, the hero in double form, man and phallus, man and woman, man with his libido, the dying and rising sun. This existence together in the mother is to be found also very beautifully expressed in an African myth, Frobenius. In the beginning, Abatala, the heaven, and Adudua, the earth, his wife, lay pressed firmly together in a calabash. The guarding in a modest bud is an idea which has appeared already in Plutarch, where it is said that the sun was born in the morning from a flower bud. Brahma, too, comes from the bud, which also gave birth in Assam to the first human pair. Humanity, an unfinished poem. Scarcely sprouted from the waters, O earth, are thy old mountain tops and diffuse odors, while the first green islands, full of young woods, breathe delight through the May air over the ocean. And joyfully the eye of the sun god looked down upon the firstlings of the trees and flowers, laughing children of his youth, born from thee, went on the fairest of the islands. Once lay thy most beautiful child under the grapes, lay after a mild night. In the dawn, in the daybreak, a child born to thee, O earth, and the boy looks up familiarly to his father Helios, and tasting the sweet grapes, he picked the sacred vine for his nurse, and soon he is grown. The beasts fear him, for he is different from them. This man, he is not like thee, the father, for the lofty soul of the Father is in him boldly united with thy pleasures, and thy sadness, O earth, he may resemble the eternal nature, the mother of gods, the terrible mother. Ah, therefore, O earth, his presumption drives him away from thy breast, and thy gifts are vain, the tender ones. Ever and ever too high does the proud heart beat. Out from the sweet meadow of his shores man must go into the flowerless waters. And though his groves shine with golden fruit, like the starry night, yet he digs caves in the mountains, and seeks in the mines, far from the sacred rays of his Father, faithless also to the sun god, who does not love weaklings, and mocks at cares. Ah, freer do the birds of the wood breathe, although the breast of man heaves wilder and more proudly. His pride becomes fear, and the tender flowers of his peace do not bloom for long. This poem betrays to us the beginning of the discord between the poet and nature. He begins to be estranged from reality, the natural, actual existence. It is a remarkable idea how the little child chooses the vine for his nurse. This Dionysian allusion is very old. In the significant blessing of Jacob, it is said of Judah, Genesis chapter 49, verse 11, binding his foal unto the vine, and his ass's colt unto the choice vine. A Gnostic gem has been preserved upon which there is a representation of an ass suckling her foal, above which is the symbol of Cancer and the circumscription DNIHYXPS, Dominus Noster Jesu Christus, with the supplement Dei Filius, as Justinus, martyr, indignantly observes. The connection of the Christian legend with that of Dionysus are unmistakable. Compare, for example, the miracle of the wine. In the last named legend, the ass plays an important role. Generally speaking, the ass has an entirely different meaning in the Mediterranean countries than with us, an economic one. Therefore, it is a benediction when Jacob says, Genesis chapter 49, verse 14, Issachar is a strong ass, couching down between two burdens. The above-mentioned thought is altogether oriental, just as in Egypt the newborn son is a bull calf. In the rest of the Orient, it can easily be an ass's foal, to whom the vine is the nurse. Hence the picture in the blessing of Jacob, where it is said of Judah, his eyes are ruddy with wine, and his teeth white with milk. The mock crucifix of the Palatine, with an ass's head, evidently alludes to a very significant background to nature. While about thy veil I lingered playing, and like any bud upon thee hung, still I felt thy heart in every strain, sound about my heart that shook and clung. While I groped with faith and painful yearning to your picture, glowing and unfurled, still I found a place for all my burning tears, and for my love I found a world. To the sun my heart, before all others, turned and felt its potent magicry, and it called the stars its little brothers, and it called the spring God's melody. And each breeze in groves or woodlands fruity held thy spirit, and that same sweet joy moved the wellsprings of my heart with beauty. Those were golden days without alloy, where the spring is cool in every valley, and the youngest bush and twig is green, and about the rocks the grasses rally, and the branches show the sky between. There I lay, imbibing every flower, in a rapt, intoxicated glee, and surrounded by a golden shower. From their heights the clouds sank down to me. Often, as a weary, wandering river longs to join the ocean's placid mirth, I have wept and lost myself forever in the fullness of thy love, O earth.
Then, with all the ardor of my being, forth I rushed from time's slow apathy, like a pilgrim home from travel fleeing, to the arms of rapt eternity. Blessed be childhood's golden dreams, their power hid from me life's dismal poverty. All the heart's rich germs ye brought to flower, things I could not reach, ye gave to me. In the beauty and thy light, O nature, free from care and from compulsion free, fruitful love attained a kingly stature, rich as harvests reaped in Arcady. That which brought me up is dead and riven, dead the youthful world, which was my shield, and this breast which used to harbor heaven, dead and dry as any stubble field. Still my spring-like sorrows sing and cover with their friendly comfort every smart, but the morning of my life is over, and the spring is faded from my heart. Shadows are the things that once we cherished. Love itself must fade and cannot bide, since the golden dreams of youth have perished. Even friendly nature's self has died. Heart, poor heart, those days could never show it. How far off thy home, and where it lies, now, alas, thou nevermore wilt know it, if a dream of it does not suffice. Palinodion, what gathers about me, earth, in your dusky, friendly green? What are you blowing towards me, winds? What do you bring again? There is a rustling in all the tree-tops. Why do you wake my soul? Why do ye stir in me the past, ye kind ones? O spare me, and let them rest. O do not mock those ashes of my joy. O change your changeless gods, and grow in your youth over the old ones. And if you would be akin to the mortals, the young girls will blossom for you, and the young heroes will shine, and sweeter than ever morning will play upon the cheeks of the happy ones, and ravishing sweet you will hear the songs of those who are without care. Ah, once the living waves of song surged out of every bush to me, and still the heavenly ones glanced down upon me, their eyes shining with joy. The separation from the blessedness of childhood, from youth even, has taken the golden glamour from nature, and the future is hopeless emptiness. But what robs nature of its glamour and life of its joy is the poison of the retrospective longing, which harks back in order to sink into its own depths. Empedocles, thou seekest life, and a godly fire springs to thee, gushing and gleaming from the deeps of the earth, and with shuddering longing throws thee down into the flames of Etna. So through a queen's wanton whim, pearls are dissolved in wine. Restrain her not. Didst thou not throw thy riches, poet, into the bright and bubbling cup? Still thou art holy to me, as the power of earth, which took thee away, lovely assassin, and I would have followed the hero to the depths, had love not held me. This poem betrays the secret longing for the maternal depths. He would like to be sacrificed in the chalice, dissolved in wine like pearls, the crater of rebirth, yet love holds him within the light of day. The libido still has an object for the sake of which life is worth living. But were this object abandoned, then the libido would sink into the realm of the subterranean, the mother who brings forth again. Obituary, unfinished poem. Daily I go a different path, sometimes into the green wood, sometimes to the bath in the spring, or to the rocks where the roses bloom. From the top of the hill I look over the land, yet nowhere, thou lovely one, nowhere in the light do I find thee. And in the breezes my words die away, the sacred words which once we had. I, thou art far away, O holy countenance, and the melody of thy life is kept from me, no longer overheard. And ah, where are thy magic songs, which once soothed my heart,
with the peace of heaven. How long it is, how long? The youth is aged. The very earth itself, which once smiled on me, has grown different. Oh, farewell! The soul of every day departs, and departing turns to thee, and over thee there weeps the eye that, becoming brighter, looks down there where thou tarriest. This distinctly suggests a renunciation and envy of one's own youth, that time of freedom which one would like to retain through a deep-rooted dislike to all duty and endeavor, which is denied an immediate pleasure reward. Painstaking work for a long time and for a remote object is not in the nature of child or primitive man. It is difficult to say if this can really be called laziness, but it seems to have not a little in common with it, in so far as the psychic life on a primitive stage, be it of an infantile or archaic type, possesses an extreme inertia and irresponsibility in production and non-production. The last stanza portends evil, a gazing towards the other land, the distant coast of sunrise or sunset. Love no longer holds the poet, the bonds with the world are torn, and he calls loudly for assistance to the mother. Achilles. Lordly son of the gods, because you lost your loved one, you went to the rocky coast and cried aloud to the flood, till the depths of the holy abyss heard and echoed your grief. From the far reaches of your heart, down, deep down, far from the clamor of ships, deep under the waves, in a peaceful cave, dwelt the beautiful Thetis, she who protected you, the goddess of the sea. Mother of the youth was she, the powerful goddess, she who once had lovingly nursed him on the rocky shore of his island, she who had made him a hero with the might of her strengthening bath and the powerful song of the waves. And the mother, mourning, hearkened to the cry of her child, and rose like a cloud from the bed of the sea, soothing with tender embraces the pains of her darling, and he listened, while she, caressing, promised to soften his grief. Son of the gods, oh, were I like you, then could I confidently call on the heavenly ones to hearken to my secret grief. But never shall I see this. I shall bear the disgrace as if I never belonged to her, even though she thinks of me with tears. Beneficent ones, and yet ye hear the lightest prayers of men. Ah, how rapt and fervently I worshipped you, holy light, since I have lived, the earth and its fountains and woodlands, Father, ether, and my heart has felt you about me, so ardent and pure. O soften my sorrows, ye kind ones, that my soul may not be silenced, may not be struck dumb too early, that I may live and thank ye, O heavenly powers, with joyful songs through all the hurrying days. Thank ye for gifts of the past, for the joys of vanished youth, and then pray, take me, the lonely one, graciously unto yourselves. These poems describe more plainly than could be depicted with meager words the persistent arrest and the constantly growing estrangement from life, the gradual deep immersion into the maternal abyss of the individual being. The apocalyptic song of Patmos is strangely related to these songs of retrogressive longing. It enters as a dismal guest, surrounded by the mist of the depths, the gathering clouds of insanity bred through the mother. In it the primitive thoughts of the myth, the suggestion clad in symbols of the sun-like death and resurrection of life, again burst forth. Similar things are to be found in abundance among sick people of this sort. I reproduce some significant fragments from Patmos. Near is the god, and hard to comprehend, but where danger threatens, the rescuer appears. These words mean that the libido has now sunk to the lowest depths, where the danger is great. Faust, Part 2, Mother Scene. There the god is near. There man may find the inner sun, his own nature, sun-like and self-renewing, hidden in the mother womb, like the sun in the night time. In chasms and in darkness dwell the eagles, and fresh and fearlessly the sons of the Alps pass swiftly over the abyss upon lightly swinging bridges. With these words the dark, fantastic poem passes on. The eagle, the bird of the sun, dwells in darkness. The libido has hidden itself, but high above it the inhabitants of the mountains pass, probably the gods. Ye are walking above in the light, symbols of the sun wandering across the sky, like the eagle flying over the depths. Above and around are reared the summits of time, and the loved ones, though near, live on deeply separated mountains. So give us waters of innocence, and give us wings of true understanding, with which to pass across and to return again. The first is a gloomy picture of the mountains and of time, although caused by the sun wandering over the mountains. The following picture, a nearness, and at the same time separation of the lovers, and seems to hint at life in the underworld, where he is united with all that once was dear to him, and yet cannot enjoy the happiness of reunion, because it is all shadows and unreal and devoid of life. Here the one who descends drinks the waters of innocence, the waters of childhood, the drink of rejuvenation, so wings may grow, and winged he may soar up again into life, like the winged sun, which arises like a swan from the water. Wings to pass across and to return again. So I spoke, and lo, a genie carried me off, swifter than I had imagined, and farther than ever I had thought, from my own house. It grew dark as I went in the twilight, the shadowy wood, and the yearning brooks of my homeland grew vague behind me, and I knew the country no longer. After the dark and obscure words of the introduction, wherein the poet expresses the prophecy of what is to come, the sun journeys begins, night journey in the sea, towards the east, towards the ascent, towards the mystery of eternity and rebirth, of which Nietzsche also dreams, and which he expressed in significant words. Oh, how could I not be ardent for eternity, and for the nuptial ring of rings, the ring of the return? Never yet have I found the woman from whom I wish children, unless she would be this woman whom I love, for I love thee, O eternity. Hölderlin expresses this same longing in a beautiful symbol, the individual traits of which are already familiar to us. But soon, in a fresh radiance, mysteriously, blooming in golden smoke with the rapidly growing steps of the sun, making 1,000 summits fragrant, Asia arose, and, dazzled, I sought one whom I knew, for unfamiliar to me were the broad roads where from Tmolus comes the gilded Pactol, and Taurus stands, and Messagus, and the gardens are full of flowers, but high up in the light the silvery snow gleams, a silent fire, and as a symbol of eternal life, on the impassable walls grows the ancient ivy, and carried by columns of living cedars and laurels are the solemn, divinely built palaces. The symbol is apocalyptic, the maternal city in the land of eternal youth, surrounded by the verdure and flowers of imperishable spring. The poet identifies himself here with John, who lived on Patmos, who was once associated with the Son of the Highest and saw him face to face. There, at the mystery of the vine, they met. There, at the hour of the holy feast, they gathered, and feeling the approach of death in his great quiet soul, the Lord, pouring out his last love, spoke, and then he died. Much could be said of it, how his triumphant glance, the happiest of all, was seen by his companions, even at the last. Therefore he sent the Spirit unto them, and the house trembled solemnly, and with distant thunder the storm of God rolled over the cowering heads, where, deep in thought, the heroes of death were assembled. Now when he, in parting, appeared once more before them, then the kingly day, the day of the sun, was put out, and the gleaming sceptre, formed of his rays, was broken, and suffered like a god itself, yet it shall return, and glow again, when the right time comes. The fundamental pictures are the sacrificial death and the resurrection of Christ, like the self-sacrifice of the sun, which voluntarily breaks its scepter, the fructifying rays in the certain hope of resurrection. The following Comments are to be noted in regard to the scepter of rays. Spielrein's Patience says God pierces through the earth with his rays. The earth, in the patient's mind, has the meaning of woman. She also comprehends the sunbeam in mythologic fashion as something solid. Jesus Christ has shown me his love by striking against the window with a sunbeam. Among other insane patients, I've come across the same idea of the solid substance of the sunbeam. Here there is also a hint of the phallic nature of the instrument which is associated with the hero. Thor's hammer, which, cleaving the earth, penetrates deeply into it, may be compared to the foot of Caeneus. The hammer is retained in the interior of the earth like the treasure, and in the course of time it gradually comes again to the surface. The treasure blooms, meaning that it was born again from the earth. Compare what has been said concerning the etymology of swelling. On many monuments, Mithra holds a peculiar object in his hands, which Cumont compares to a half-filled tube. Diedrich proves from his papyrus text that the object is the shoulder of the bull, the bear constellation. The shoulder has an indirect phallic meaning, for it is the part which is wanting in Pelops. Pelops was slaughtered by his father Tantalus, dismembered and boiled in a kettle to make a meal for the gods. Demeter had unsuspectingly eaten the shoulder from this feast when Zeus discovered the outrage. He had the pieces thrown back into the kettle, and with the help of the life-dispensing Clotho, Pelops was regenerated, and the shoulder which was missing was replaced by an ivory one. This substitution is a close parallel to the substitution of the missing phallus of Osiris. Mithra is represented in a special ceremony holding the bull's shoulder over Sol, his son and vice-regent. This scene may be compared to a sort of dedication or accolade, something like the ceremony of confirmation. The blow of the hammer as a generating, fructifying, inspiring function is retained as a folk custom and expressed by striking with the twig of life, which has the significance of a charm of fertility. In the neuroses, the sexual meaning of castigation plays an important part, for among many children, castigation may elicit a sexual orgasm. The ritual act of striking has the same significance of generating, fructifying, and is indeed merely a variant of the original phallic ceremonial. Of similar character to the bull's shoulder is the cloven hoof of the devil, to which a sexual meaning also appertains. The ass's jawbone, wielded by Samson, has the same worth. In the Polynesian Maui myth, the jawbone, the weapon of the hero, is derived from the man-eating woman, Murawanga Wanua, whose body swells up enormously from lusting for human flesh, Frobenius. Hercules' club is made from the wood of the maternal olive tree. Faust's key also knows the mother's. The libido springs from the mother, and with this weapon alone can man overcome death. It corresponds to the phallic nature of the ass's jawbone, that at the place where Samson threw it, God caused a spring to gush forth, springs from the horse's tread, footsteps, horse's hoof. To this relation of meanings belongs the magic wand, the scepter in general. Various Greek terms equaling staff, storm wind, Latin shaft, stock, scapula, shoulder, Old High German, spear, lance. We meet once more in this compilation those connections which are already well known to us: sun phallus as tube of the winds, lance and shoulder blade. The passage from Asia through Patmos to the Christian mysteries in the poem of Hölderlin is apparently a superficial connection, but in reality a very ingenious train of thought, namely the entrance into death and the land beyond as a self-sacrifice of the hero for the attainment of immortality. At this time, when the sun is set, when love is apparently dead, man awaits in mysterious joy the renewal of all life. And joy it was, from now on, to live in the loving night and see the eyes of innocence hold the unchanging depths of all wisdom. Wisdom dwells in the depths, the wisdom of the mother. Being one with it, insight is obtained into the meaning of deeper things, into all the deposits of primitive times, the strata of which have been preserved in the soul. Hölderlin, in his diseased ecstasy, feels once more the greatness of the things seen, but he does not care to bring up to the light of day that which he had found in the depths. In this he differs from Faust. And it is not evil if a few are lost and never found, and if the speech conceals the living sound, because each godly work resembles ours, and yet the highest does not plan it all. The great pit bears 2 irons, and the glowing lava of Etna. Would I had the power to build an image and see the spirit, see it as it was. He allows only one hope to glimmer through, formed in scanty words. He wakes the dead, they who are not, enchained and bound, they who are not unwrought. And if the heavenly ones now, as I believe, love me, silent is his sign in the dusky sky, and one stands under it, his whole life long, for Christ still lives. But as once Gilgamesh, bringing back the magic herb from the west land, was robbed of his treasure by the demon serpent, so does Hölderlin's poem die away in a painful lament, which betrays to us that no victorious resurrection will follow his descent to the shadows. Ignominiously, a power tears our heart away for sacrifices the heavenly ones demand. This recognition that man must sacrifice the retrogressive longing, the incestuous libido before the heavenly ones, tear away the sacrifice, and at the same time the entire libido came too late to the poet. Therefore I take it to be a wise counsel which the unconscious gives our author to sacrifice the infantile hero. This sacrifice is best accomplished, as is shown by the most obvious meaning, through a complete devotion to life, in which all the libido, unconsciously bound up in familial bonds, must be brought outside into human contact, for it is necessary for the well-being of the adult individual, who in his childhood was merely an atom revolving in a rotary system, to become himself the center of a new system. That such a step implies the solution, or at least the energetic treatment, of the individual sexual problem is obvious, for unless this is done, the unemployed libido will inexorably remain fixed in the incestuous bond and will prevent individual freedom in essential matters. Let us keep in mind that Christ's teaching separates man from his family without consideration, and in the talk with Nicodemus we saw the specific endeavor of Christ to procure activation of the incest libido. Both tendencies serve the same goal, the liberation of man, the Jew from his extraordinary fixation to the family, which does not imply higher development, but greater weakness and more uncontrolled incestuous feeling, produced the compensation of the compulsory ceremonial of the cult and the religious fear of the incomprehensible Jehovah. When man, terrified by no laws and no furious fanatics or prophets, allows his incestuous libido full play and does not liberate it for higher purposes, then he is under the influence of unconscious compulsion. For compulsion is the unconscious wish. Freud, he is under the dominance of the libido. Greek, fate and his destiny does not lie in his own hands, his adventures in Greek, chances and fates fall from the stars, his unconscious incestuous libido, which thus is applied in its most primitive form, fixes the man, as regards his love type, in a corresponding primitive stage, the stage of ungovernableness and surrender to the emotions. Such was the psychologic situation of the passing antiquity, and the Redeemer and physician of that time was he who endeavored to educate man to the sublimation of the incestuous libido. The destruction of slavery was the necessary condition of that sublimation, for antiquity had not yet recognized the duty of work, and work as a duty, as a social need of fundamental importance. Slave labor was compulsory work, the counterpart of the equally disastrous compulsion of the libido of the privileged. It was only the obligation of the individual to work which made possible in the long run that regular drainage of the unconscious which was inundated by the continual regression of the libido. Indolence is the beginning of all vice, because in a condition of slothful dreaming, the libido has abundant opportunity for sinking into itself in order to create compulsory obligations by means of regressively reanimated incestuous bonds. The best liberation is through regular work. Work, however, is salvation only when it is a free act and has in itself nothing of infantile compulsion. In this respect, religious ceremony appears in a high degree as organized inactivity and at the same time as the forerunner of modern work. Miss Miller's vision treats the problem of the sacrifice of the infantile longing in the first place as an individual problem, but if we cast a glance at the form of this presentation, then we will become aware that here it must concern something which is also a problem of humanity in general. For the symbols employed, the serpent which killed the horse and the hero voluntarily sacrificing himself, are primitive figures of fantasies and religious myths streaming out from the unconscious. Insofar as the world and all within it is, above all, a thought, which is credited with transcendental substance through the empirical need of the same, there results from the sacrifice of the regressive libido the creation of the world, and psychologically speaking, the world in general. For him who looks backward, the world, and even the infinite starry sky, is the mother who bends over and encloses him on all sides, and from the renunciation of this idea, and from the longing for this idea, arises the image of the world. From this most simple fundamental thought, which perhaps appears strange to us only because it is conceived according to the principle of desire and not the principle of reality, results the significance of the cosmic sacrifice. A good example of this is the slaying of the Babylonian primitive mother Tiamat, the dragon, whose body is destined to form the heaven and the earth. We come upon this thought in its most complete form in Hindu philosophy of the most ancient date, namely in Songs of Rigveda. In Rigveda 10:81-4, the song inquires, "What was the tree? What wood in sooth produced it, from which they fashioned out the earth and heaven? Ye thoughtful men, inquire within your spirit, whereon he stood when he established all things." Vikvakarman, the all-creator who created the world from the unknown tree, did so as follows. He who, sacrificing, entered into all these beings as a wise sacrificer, our Father, who, striving for blessings through prayer, hiding his origin, entered this lowly world, what and who has served him as a resting place and a support? Rigveda 10:90 gives answer to these questions. Purusha is the primal being who covered earth on every side and spread 10 fingers' breadth beyond. One sees that Purusha is a sort of Platonic world soul who surrounds the world from without. Of Purusha it is said, being born, he overtopped the earth before, behind, and in all places. The mother symbolism is plain, it seems to me, in the idea of Purusha. He represents the mother imago and the libido of the child clinging to her. From this assumption, all that follows is very easily explained. As sacrificial animal on the bed of straw was dedicated the Purusha, who was born on the straw, whom the gods, the blessed and the wise, meeting there, sacrificed. This verse is very remarkable. If one wishes to stretch this mythology out on the Procrustean bed of logic, sore violence would have to be committed. It is an incredibly fantastic conception that beside the gods, ordinary wise men unite in sacrificing the primitive being, aside from the circumstance that, beside the primitive being, nothing had existed in the beginning, that is to say, before the sacrifice, as we shall soon see. If the great mystery of the mother sacrifice is meant thereby, then all becomes clear. From that great general sacrifice, the dripping fat was gathered up. He formed the creatures of the air and animals, both wild and tame. From that great general sacrifice, Rikus and Samahims were born. Therefrom the meters were produced. The Yajus had its birth from it. The moon was gendered from his mind, and from his eye the sun had birth. Indra and Agni from his mouth were born, and Vaya from his breath. Forth from his navel came mid-air. The sky was fashioned from his head, earth from his feet, and from his ears the regions. Thus they formed the worlds. It is evident that by this is meant not a physical but a psychological cosmogony. The world arises when man discovers it. He discovers it when he sacrifices the mother, that is to say, when he has freed himself from the midst of his unconscious lying in the mother. That which impels him forward to this discovery may be interpreted psychologically as the so-called incest barrier of Freud. The incest prohibition places an end to the childish longing for the food-giving mother and compels the libido, gradually becoming sexual, into the path of the biological aim. The libido, forced away from the mother by the incest prohibition, seeks for the sexual object in the place of the forbidden mother. In this wider psychologic sense, which expresses itself in the allegoric language of the incest prohibition, mother, etc., must be understood Freud's paradoxical sentence, originally we have known only sexual objects. This sentence must be understood psychologically throughout, in the sense of a world image created from within outwards, which has in the first place nothing to do with the so-called objective idea of the world. This is to be understood as a new edition of the subjective idea of the world corrected by reality. Biology, as a science of objective experience, would have to reject unconditionally Freud's proposition, for as we have made clear above, the function of reality can only be partly sexual. In another equally important part, it is self-preservation. The matter appears different for that thought which accompanies the biological function as an epiphenomenon. As far as our knowledge reaches, the individual act of thought is dependent wholly or in greatest part on the existence of a highly differentiated brain, whereas the function of reality, adaptation to reality, is something which occurs in all living nature as wholly independent from the act of thought. This important proposition of Freud's applies only to the act of thought, for thinking, as we may recognize from manifold traces, arose dynamically from the libido, which was split off from the original object as the incest barrier and became actual when the first budding sexual emotions began to flow in the current of the libido which goes to the mother. Through the incest barrier, the sexual libido is forced away from the identification with the parents and introverted for lack of adequate activity. It is the sexual libido which forces the growing individual slowly away from his family. If this necessity did not exist, then the family would always remain clustered together in a solid group. Hence, the neurotic always renounces a complete erotic experience in order that he may remain a child. Fantasies seem to arise from the introversion of the sexual libido, since the first childish fantasies most certainly do not attain the quality of a conscious plan, and as fantasies likewise, even among adults, are almost always the direct derivatives of the unconscious, it is therefore highly probable that the first fantastic manifestations arise from an act of regression. As we illustrated earlier, the regression goes back to the pre-sexual stage, as many traces show. Here the sexual libido obtains again, so to speak, that universal capacity of application or capacity for displacement, which it actually possessed at the stage when the sexual application was not yet discovered. Naturally, no adequate object is found in the pre-sexual stage for the regressive sexual libido, but only surrogates, which always leave a wish, namely the wish to have the surrogate as similar as possible to the sexual goal. This wish is secret, however, for it is really an incest wish. The unsatisfied, unconscious wish creates innumerable secondary objects, symbols for the primitive object, the mother. As the Rigveda says, the creator of the world, hiding his origin, enters into things. From this, the thought or the fantasies proceed as a desexualized manifestation of an originally sexual libido. From the standpoint of the libido, the term incest barrier corresponds to one aspect, but the matter, however, may be considered from another point of view. The time of undeveloped sexuality, about the third and the fourth year, is at the same time considered externally the period when the child finds himself confronted with increased demands from the world of reality. He can walk, speak, and independently attend to a number of other things. He sees himself in a relation to a world of unlimited possibilities, but in which he dares to do little or nothing because he is as yet too much of a baby and cannot get on without his mother. At this time, mother should be exchanged for the world. Against this, the past rises as the greatest resistance. This is always so whenever man would undertake a new adaptation. In spite of all evidence and against all conscious resolutions, the unconscious, the past, always enforces its standpoint as resistance. In this difficult position, precisely at this period of developing sexuality, we see the dawning of the mind. The problem of the child at this period is the discovery of the world and of the great transsubjective reality. For that, he must lose the mother. Every step out into the world means a step away from the mother. Naturally, all that which is retrogressive in men rebels against this step, and energetic attempts are made against this adaptation in the first place. Therefore, this period of life is also that in which the first clearly developed neuroses arise. The tendency of this age is one directly opposed to that of dementia praecox. The child seeks to win the world and to leave the mother. This is a necessary result. The dementia praecox patient, however, seeks to leave the world and to regain the subjectivity of childhood. We have seen that in dementia praecox, the recent adaptation to reality is replaced by an archaic mode of adaptation. That is to say, the recent idea of the world is rejected in favor of an archaic idea of the world. When the child renounces his task of adaptation to reality, or has considerable difficulties in this direction, then we may expect that the recent adaptation will again be replaced by archaic modes of adaptation. It would therefore be conceivable that through regression in children, archaic products would naturally be unearthed, that is to say, old ways of functioning of the thought system, which is inborn with the brain differentiation, would be awakened. According to my available but as yet unpublished material, a remarkably archaic and at the same time generally applicable character seems to appertain to infantile fantasy, quite comparable with the products of dementia praecox. It does not seem improbable that through regression at this age, those same associations of elements and analogies are reawakened which formerly constituted the archaic idea of the world. When we now attempt to investigate the nature of these elements, a glance at the psychology of myths is sufficient to show us that the archaic idea was chiefly sexual anthropomorphism. It appears that these things in the unconscious childish fantasy play an extraordinary role, as we can recognize from examples taken at random. Just as the sexualism of neuroses is not to be taken literally, but as regressive fantasy and symbolic compensation for a recent unachieved adaptation, so is the sexualism of the early infantile fantasy, especially the incest problem, a regressive product of the revival of the archaic modes of function outweighing actuality. On this account I have expressed myself very vaguely in this work, I'm sure in regard to the incest problem. This is done in order not to be responsible for the idea that I understand by it a gross sexual inclination towards the parents. The true facts of the case are much more complicated, as my investigations point out. Originally, incest probably never possessed particularly great significance as such, because cohabitation with an old woman, for all possible motives, could hardly be preferred to mating with a young woman. It seems that the mother has acquired incestuous significance only psychologically. Thus, for example, the incestuous unions of antiquity were not a result of a love inclination, but of a special superstition, which is most intimately bound up with the mythical ideas here treated. A pharaoh of the second dynasty is said to have married his sister, his daughter, and his granddaughter. The Ptolemies were accustomed also to marriage with sisters. Cambyses married his sister. Artaxerxes married his two daughters. Quobad I, 6th century A.D., married his daughter. The satrap Sisemithras married his mother. These incestuous unions are explained by the circumstance that in the Zendavesta the marriage of relatives was directly commanded. It emphasized the resemblance of rulers to the divinity, and therefore was more of an artificial than a natural arrangement, because it originated more from a theoretical than from a biological inclination. A practical impetus towards that lay often in the peculiar laws of inheritance left over from the Mutterrecht, maternal right, matriarchal period. The confusion which certainly frequently involved the barbarians of antiquity in regard to the choice of their sexual objects cannot very well be measured by the standard of present-day love psychology. In any case, the incest of the semi-animal past is in no way proportionate to the enormous significance of the incest fantasy among civilized people. This disproportion enforces the assumption that the incest prohibition, which we meet even amongst relatively lower races, concerns rather the mythical ideas than the biological damage. Therefore, the ethnical prohibition almost always concerns the mother and seldom the father. Incest prohibition can be understood, therefore, as a result of regression and as the result of a libidinous anxiety which regressively attacks the mother. Naturally, it is difficult or impossible to say from whence this anxiety may have come. I merely venture to suggest that it may have been a question of a primitive separation of the pairs of opposites which are hidden in the will of life, the will for life and for death. It remains obscure what adaptation the primitive man tried to evade through introversion and regression to the parents, but according to the analogy of the soul life in general, it may be assumed that the libido, which disturbed the initial equilibrium of becoming and of ceasing to be, had been stored up in the attempt to make an especially difficult adaptation, and from which it recedes even today. After this long digression, let us turn back to the song of the Rig Veda. Thinking and a conception of the world arose from a shrinking back from stern reality, and it is only after man has regressively assured himself again of the protective parental power that he enters life wrapped in a dream of childhood shrouded in magic superstitions. That is to say, thinking for he, timidly sacrificing his best and assuring himself of the favor of the invisible power, step by step develops to greater power in the degree that he frees himself from his retrogressive longing and the original lack of harmony in his being. Rigveda 10:90 concludes with the exceedingly significant verse, which is of greatest importance for the Christian mysteries as well. Gods, sacrificing, rendered homage to the sacrifice. These were the earliest holy ordinances. The mighty ones attained the height of heaven, there where the Sadyas, goddesses of old, are dwelling. Through the sacrifice, a fullness of power was attained, which extends up to the power of the parents. Thus the sacrifice has also the meaning of a psychologic maturation process. In the same manner that the world originated through sacrifice, through the renunciation of the retrospective mother libido, thus according to the teachings of the Upanishads, is produced the new condition of man, which may be termed the immortal. This new condition is again attained through a sacrifice, namely through the sacrificial horse, which is given a cosmic significance in the teaching of the Upanishads. What the sacrificial horse means is told by Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 1:1. Om. 1. The dawn is truly the head of the sacrificial horse. The sun is eye, the wind is breath, his mouth the all-spreading fire. The year is the body of the sacrificial horse. The sky is his back, the atmosphere his body, cavity, the earth the vault of his belly. The poles are his sides, the space between the poles his ribs, the seasons his limbs, the months, half months, his joints, day and night, his feet, the stars, his bones, the clouds, his flesh. The food which he digests are the deserts, the rivers, his veins, liver and lungs, the mountains, the herbs and trees, his hair. The rising sun is his forepart, the setting sun his hind part. When he shows his teeth, that is lightning. When he trembles, that is thunder. When he urinates, that is rain. His voice is speech. 2. The day, in truth, has originated for the horse as the sacrificial dish which stands before him. His cradle is in the world sea towards the east. The night has originated for him as the sacrificial dish which stands behind him. Its cradle is in the world sea of the evening. These two dishes originated in order to surround the horse. As a charger, he generated the gods. As champion, he produced the Gandharvas. As a racer, the demons. As horse, mankind. The ocean is his relative, the ocean his cradle. As Deussen remarks, the sacrificial horse has the significance of a renunciation of the universe. When the horse is sacrificed, then the world is sacrificed and destroyed, as it were, a train of thought which Schopenhauer also had in mind and which appears as a product of a diseased mind in Schreber. The horse in the above text stands between two sacrificial vessels, from one of which it comes and to the other of which it goes, just as the sun passes from morning to evening. The horse, therefore, signifies the libido which has passed into the world. We previously saw that the mother libido must be sacrificed in order to produce the world. Here the world is destroyed by the repeated sacrifice of the same libido which once belonged to the mother. The horse can therefore be substituted as a symbol for this libido, because, as we saw, it had manifold connections with the mother. The sacrifice of the horse can only produce another state of introversion, which is similar to that before the creation of the world. The position of the horse between the two vessels, which represent the producing and the devouring mother, hint at the idea of life enclosed in the ovum. Therefore, the vessels are destined to surround the horse. That this is actually so, the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3:3 proves. 1. From where have the descendants of Parikshit come, that I ask thee, Yajnavalkya? From where came the descendants of Parikshit? 2. Yajnavalkya spake, he has told thee, they have come from where all come, who offer up the sacrificial horse. That is to say, this world extends so far as 32 days of the chariot of the gods the sun reach. This world surrounds the earth twice around. This earth surrounds the ocean twice around. There is as broad as the edge of a razor or as the wing of a fly, a space between the two shells of the egg of the world. These were brought by Indra as a falcon to the wind, and the wind took them up into itself and carried them where were the offerers of the sacrificial horse. Somewhat like this he spake, God Harva to thee, and praised the wind. Therefore is the wind the special Vyashti, and the wind the universal Samashti. He who knows this defends himself from dying again. As this text tells us, the offerers of the sacrificial horse come in that narrowest fissure between the shells of the egg of the world, at that place where the shells unite and where they are divided. The fissure, vagina, in the maternal world soul is designated by Plato and Timaeus by Chi, the symbol of the cross. Indra, who as a falcon has stolen the soma, the treasure attainable with difficulty, brings as psychopompos the souls to the wind, to the generating pneuma, which carries them forward to the fissure or vagina, to the point of union, to the entrance into the maternal egg. This train of thought of the Hindu philosophy briefly and concisely summarizes the sense of innumerable myths. At the same time, it is a striking example of the fact that philosophy is internally nothing else but a refined and sublimated mythology. It is brought to this refined state by the influence of the corrector of reality. We have emphasized the fact that in the Miller drama, the horse is the first to die, as the animal brother of the hero, corresponding to the early death of the half-animal Eabani, the brother friend of Gilgamesh. This sacrificial death recalls the whole category of mythological animal sacrifices. Volumes could be filled with parallels, but we must limit ourselves here to suggestions. The sacrificial animal, where it has lost the primitive meaning of the simple sacrificial gift and has taken a higher religious significance, stands in a close relation to both the hero and the divinity. The animal represents the god himself, thus the bull represents Zagreus, Dionysus, and Mithra, the lamb represents Christ, etc. As we are aware, the animal symbols represent the animal libido. The sacrifice of the animal means, therefore, the sacrifice of the animal nature. This is most clearly expressed in the religious legend of Attis. Attis is the son-lover of the Divine Mother, Agdistis Cybele. Agdistis was characteristically androgynous, as symbol of the mother libido, like the tree, really a clear indication that the mother imago has, in addition to the significance of the likeness of the real mother, the meaning of the mother of humanity, the libido in general. Driven mad by the insanity-breeding mother, enamored of him, he emasculated himself, and that under a pine tree. The pine tree plays an important role in his service. Every year a pine tree was wreathed about, and upon it an image of Attis was hung, and then it was cut down, which represents the castration. The blood which spurted to the earth was transformed into budding violets. Cybele now took this pine tree, bore it into her cavern, and there wept over it, Pietà. The chthonic mother takes her son with her into the cavern, namely into the womb. According to another version, Attis was transformed into the pine tree. The tree here has an essentially phallic meaning. On the contrary, the attaching of the image of Attis to the tree refers also to the maternal meaning, to be attached to the mother. In Ovid, Metamorphoses, Book 10, the pine tree is spoken of as follows. In Latin, beloved of the mother of the gods, inasmuch as the Cybele Attis sheds his human shape in this way and stiffens into this tree trunk. The transformation into the pine tree is evidently a burial in the mother, just as Osiris was overgrown by the heather. Upon the Attis bas-relief of Koblenz, Attis appears growing out of a tree, which is interpreted by Monhart as the life principle of vegetation inherent in the tree. It is probably a tree birth, just as with Mithra, relief of Hedernheim. As Firmicus observes in the Isis and Osiris cult, and also in the cult of the Virgin Persephone, tree and image had played a role. Dionysus had the surname Dendrites, and in Boeotia he is said to have been called, in the Greek,
penenotas, meaning in a tree. At the birth of Dionysus, Megara planted the pine tree on the Catharon. The Pentheus myth bound up with the Dionysus legend furnishes the remarkable and supplementary counterpart to the death of Attis and the subsequent lamentation. Pentheus, curious to espy the orgies of the Menades, climbed upon a pine tree, but he was observed by his mother. The Menades cut down the tree, and Pentheus, taken for an animal, was torn by them in frenzy, his own mother being the first to rush upon him. In this myth, the phallic meaning of the tree, cutting down, castration, and its maternal significance, mounting, and the sacrificial death of the son is present. At the same time, the supplementary counterpart to the Pietà is apparent, the terrible mother. The feast of Attis was celebrated as a lamentation, and then as a joy in the spring, Good Friday and Easter. The priests of Attis Cybele worship were often eunuchs, and were called Galloi. The Archigallus was called Attis. Instead of the animal castration, the priests merely scratched their arms until they bled. Arm in place of phallus, the twisting of arms. A similar symbolism of the sacrificial impulse is met in the Mithraic religion, where essential parts of the mysteries consist in the catching and the subduing of the bull. A parallel figure to Mithra is the primitive man Gaiomard. He was created together with his bull, and the two lived for 6,000 years in a blissful state. But when the world came into the cycle of the seventh sign of the zodiac, Libra, the evil principle entered. Libra is astrologically the so-called positive domicile of Venus. The evil principle, therefore, came under the dominion of the goddess of love, destruction of the sun hero through the mother-wife, snake, whore, etc. As a result, after 30 years, Gaiomard and his bull died. The trials of Zarathustra lasted also 30 years. Compare the span of Christ's life. 55 species of grain came from the dead bull, 12 kinds of salubrious plants, etc. The sperma of the bull entered into the moon for purification, but the sperma of Gaiomard entered into the sun. This circumstance possibly suggests a rather feminine meaning of bull. Gash, or Divakpa, is the soul of the bull and was worshipped as a female divinity. She would not at first, from diffidence, become the goddess of the herds until the coming of Zarathustra was announced to her as consolation. This has its parallel in the Hindu Purana, where the coming of Krishna was promised the earth, a complete analogy to Christ. She, too, travels in her chariot like Ardvikura, the goddess of love. The soul of the bull is therefore decidedly feminine. This myth of Gaiomard repeats only in an altered form the primitive conception of the closed ring of a male-female divinity, self-begetting and forth-bringing. Like the sacrificial bull, the fire, the sacrifice of which we've already discussed in Chapter 3, has a feminine nature among the Chinese, according to the commentaries of the philosopher Chuang-Tzu. The spirit of the hearth is called Qi. He is clad in bright red, which resembles fire, and appears as a lovely, attractive maiden. In the Book of Rites, it is said, wood is burned in the flames for the spirit of Ao. This sacrifice to Ao is a sacrifice to old, departed women. These spirits of the hearth and fire are the souls of departed cooks, and therefore are called old women. The kitchen god develops from this
pre-Buddhistic tradition and becomes later male sex, the ruler of the family and the mediator between family and God. Thus the old feminine fire spirit becomes a species of logos. Compare with this the remarks in chapter 3. From the bull's sperma, the progenitors of the cattle came, as well as 272 species of useful animals. According to Mino Kyred, Gaiomard had destroyed the Dev Ajur, who was considered the demon of evil appetites. In spite of the efforts of Zarathustra, this demon remained longest on the earth. He was destroyed at last, at the resurrection, like Satan in the Apocalypse of John. In another version, it is said that Angromanius and the serpent were left until the last, so as to be destroyed by Ahura himself. According to a surmise by Kern, Zarathustra may mean golden star and be identical with Mithra. Mithra's name is connected with Neo-Persian Mir, which means sun and love. In Zagreus, we see that the bull is also identical with the god. Hence the bull sacrifice is a god sacrifice, but on a primitive stage. The animal symbol is, so to speak, only a part of the hero. He sacrifices only his animal, therefore symbolically renounces only his animal nature. The internal participation in the sacrifice is expressed excellently in the anguished, ecstatic countenance of the bull slaying Mithra. He does it willingly and unwillingly, hence the somewhat hysterical expression, which has some similarity to the well-known mawkish countenance of the crucified of Guido Reni. Bendorf says, the features which, especially in the upper portion, bear an absolutely ideal character, have an extremely morbid expression. Cumont himself says of the facial expression of the Tower Octonus, the countenance which may be seen in the best reproductions is that of a young man of an almost feminine beauty. The head has a quantity of curly hair, which rising up from the forehead surrounds him as with a halo. The head is slightly tilted backwards, so that the glance is directed towards the heavens, and the contraction of the brows and the lips give a strange expression of sorrow to the face. The Ostian head of Mithra, Tower Octonus, illustrated in Cumont, has indeed an expression which we recognize in our patients as one of sentimental resignation. Sentimentality is repressed brutality, hence the exceedingly sentimental pose, which had its counterpart in the symbolism of the shepherd and the lamb of contemporaneous Christianity, with the addition of infantilism. Meanwhile, it is only his animal nature which the god sacrifices, that is to say, his sexuality, always in close analogy to the course of the sun. We have learned in the course of this investigation that the part of the libido which erects religious structures is in the last analysis fixed in the mother and really represents that tie through which we are permanently connected with our origin. Briefly, we may designate this amount of libido as mother libido. As we have seen, this libido conceals itself in countless and very heterogeneous symbols, also in animal images, no matter whether of masculine or feminine nature. Differences of sex are at bottom of a secondary value and psychologically do not play the part which might be expected from a superficial observation. The annual sacrifice of the maiden to the dragon probably represented the most ideal symbolic situation. In order to pacify the anger of the terrible mother, the most beautiful woman was sacrificed as symbol of man's libido. Less vivid examples are the sacrifice of the firstborn and various valuable domestic animals. A second ideal case is the self-castration in the service of the mother, Dea, Syria, etc., a less obvious form of which is circumcision. By that, at least, only a portion is sacrificed. With these sacrifices, the object of which in ideal cases is to symbolize the libido drawing away from the mother, life is symbolically renounced in order to regain it. By the sacrifice, man ransoms himself from the fear of death and reconciles the destroying mother. In those later religions, where the hero who in olden times overcomes all evil and death through his labors has become the divine chief figure, he becomes the priestly sacrificer and the regenerator of life. But as the hero is an imaginary figure, and his sacrifice is a transcendental mystery, the significance of which far exceeds the value of an ordinary sacrificial gift, this deepening of the sacrificial symbolism regressively resumes the idea of the human sacrifice. This is partly due to the preponderance of fantastic editions, which always take their subject matter from greater depths, and partly due to the higher religious occupation of the libido, which demanded a more complete and equivalent expression. Thus the relation between Mithra and his bull is very close. It is the hero himself in the Christian mysteries who sacrifices himself voluntarily. The hero, as we have sufficiently shown, is the infantile personality longing for the mother, who, as Mithra, sacrifices the wish, the libido, and as Christ, gives himself to death both willingly and unwillingly. Upon the monuments of the Mithraic religion, we often meet a strange symbol, a crater, mixing bowl, encoiled by a serpent, sometimes with a lion, who as antagonist opposes the serpent. It appears as if the two were fighting for the crater. The crater symbolizes, as we have seen, the mother, the serpent, the resistance defending her, and the lion, the greatest strength and strongest will. The struggle is for the mother. The serpent takes part, almost regularly, in the Mithraic sacrifice of the bull, moving towards the blood flowing from the wound. It seems to follow from that the life of the bull, blood, is sacrificed to the serpent. Previously, we have pointed out the mutual relationship between serpent and bull, and found there that the bull symbolizes the living hero, the shining sun, but that the serpent symbolizes the dead, buried or chthonic hero, the invisible sun. As the hero is in the mother in the state of death, the serpent is also as the symbol of the fear of death, the sign of the devouring mother. The sacrifice of the bull to the serpent, therefore, signifies a willing renunciation of life in order to win it from death. Therefore, after the sacrifice of the bull, wonderful fertility results. The antagonism between serpent and lion over the crater is to be interpreted as a battle over the fruitful mother's womb, somewhat comparable to the more simple symbolism of the Tish-Traya song, where the demon Asha, the black horse, has possession of the rain lake, and the white horse, Tish-Traya, must banish him from it. Death from time to time lays its destroying hand upon life and fertility, and the libido disappears by entering into the mother, from whose womb it will be born renewed. It therefore seems very probable that the significance of the Mithraic bull sacrifice is also that of the sacrifice of the mother, who sends the fear of death. As the contrary of the Ocida Moraturis is also intended here, so is this act of sacrifice and impregnating of the mother. The chthonic snake demon drinks the blood, that is to say, the libido sperma, of the hero committing incest. Life is thus immortalized for the hero because, like the sun, he generates himself anew. After all the preceding materials, it can no longer be difficult to recognize in the Christian mysteries the human sacrifice or the sacrifice of the son to the mother. Just as Attis emasculates himself on account of the mother, so does Christ himself hang upon the tree of life, the wood of martyrdom, in Greek, Hecate, the chthonic mother, and by that redeems creation from death. By entering again into the mother's womb, Matuta Pieta of Michelangelo, he redeems in death the sin in life of the primitive man, Adam, in order symbolically, through his deed, to procure for the innermost and most hidden meaning of the religious libido its highest satisfaction and most pronounced expression. The martyrdom of Christ has in Augustine as well actually the meaning of a hieroskamos with the mother, corresponding to the Adonis festival, where Venus and Adonis were laid upon the nuptial couch. Procedit Christus quasi sponsus de tomo, sue presagio nuptiarum exit ad campum seculi, pervenit usque ad cucus torum. Taurus has the meaning of bed, pillow, concubine, bier, et ibi firmavit ascendenda conjugium, ubi cum sentirit anhelantem in suspirius creaturum commercia pietatis se pro conjuge dedit ad praenum, et copulavit sibi perpetuo iure matronam. This passage is perfectly clear. A similar death overtakes the Syrian Melkarth, who, riding upon a seahorse, was annually burned. Among the Greeks he is called Melakertes, and was represented riding upon a dolphin. The dolphin is also the steed of Arion. We have learned to recognize previously the maternal significance of dolphin, so that in the death of Melkarth we can once more recognize the negatively expressed hieroskamos with the mother. Compare Fraser, Golden Bough 4, page 87. This figurative expression is of the greatest teleological significance. Through its symbol it leads that libido which inclines backward into the original, primitive, and impulsive upwards to the spiritual by investing it with a mysterious but fruitful function. It is superfluous to speak of the effect of this symbol upon the unconscious of Occidental humanity. A glance over history shows what creative forces were released in this symbol. The comparison of the Mithraic and the Christian sacrifice plainly shows wherein lies the superiority of the Christian symbol. It is the frank admission that not only are the lower wishes to be sacrificed, but the whole personality. The Christian symbol demands complete devotion. It compels a veritable self-sacrifice to a higher purpose, while the sacrificium mithraiacum, remaining fixed on a primitive symbolic stage, is contented with an animal sacrifice. The religious effect of these symbols must be considered as an orientation of the unconscious by means of imitation. In Miss Miller's fantasy there is internal compulsion, in that she passes from the horse sacrifice to the self-sacrifice of the hero. Whereas the first symbolizes renunciation of the sexual wishes, the second has the deeper and ethically more valuable meaning of the sacrifice of the infantile personality. The object of psychoanalysis has frequently been wrongly understood to mean the renunciation or the gratification of the ordinary sexual wish, while in reality the problem is the sublimation of the infantile personality, or expressed mythologically, a sacrifice and rebirth of an infantile hero. In the Christian mysteries, however, the resurrected one becomes a super-mundane spirit, and the invisible kingdom of God with its mysterious gifts are obtained by his believers through the sacrifice of himself on the mother. In psychoanalysis, the infantile personality is deprived of its libido fixations in a rational manner. The libido, which is thus set free, serves for the building up of a personality matured and adapted to reality, who does willingly and without complaint everything required by necessity. It is, so to speak, the chief endeavor of the infantile personality to struggle against all necessities and to create coercions for itself where none exist in reality. The serpent as an instrument of sacrifice has already been abundantly illustrated. Legend of Saint Sylvester, trial of the virgins, wounding of Ra, and the Philoctetes, symbolism of the lance and arrow. It is the destroying knife, but according to the principle of the occidi mortuus, also the phallus. The sacrificial act represents a coitus act as well. The religious significance of the serpent as a cave-dwelling, chthonic animal points to a further thought, namely to the creeping into the mother's womb in the form of a serpent. As the horse is the brother, so the serpent is the sister of Chewantipole. This close relation refers to a fellowship of these animals and their characters with the hero. We know of the horse that, as a rule, he is not an animal of fear, although mythologically he has at times this meaning. He signifies much more the living, positive part of the libido, the striving towards continual renewal, whereas the serpent as a rule represents the fear of death, and is thought of as the antithesis to the phallus. This antithesis between horse and serpent, mythologically between bull and serpent, represents an opposition of the libido within itself, a striving forwards and a striving backwards at one and the same time. It is not only as if the libido might be an irresistible striving forward, an endless life and will for construction, such as Schopenhauer has formulated in his world will, death in every end being some malignancy or fatality coming from without, but the libido corresponding to the sun also wills the destruction of its creation. In the first half of life, its will is for growth. In the second half of life, it hints softly at first and then audibly at its will for death. And just as in youth the impulse to unlimited growth often lies under the enveloping covering of a resistance against life, so also does the will of the old to die frequently lie under the covering of a stubborn resistance against the end. This apparent contrast in the nature of the libido is strikingly illustrated by a priapic statuette in the antique collection at Verona. Priapus smilingly points with his finger to a snake biting off his membrum. He carries a basket on his arm filled with oblong objects, probably phalli, evidently prepared as substitutes. A similar motive is found in the Deluge of Rubens in the Munich Art Gallery, where a serpent emasculates a man. This motive explains the meaning of the deluge. The maternal sea is also the devouring mother. The fantasy of the world conflagration, of the cataclysmic end of the world in general, is nothing but a mythological projection of a personal individual will for death. Therefore Rubens could represent the essence of the deluge fantasy in the emasculation by the serpent, for the serpent is our own repressed will for the end, for which we find an explanation only with the greatest difficulty. Concerning the symbolism of the serpent in general, its significance is very dependent upon the time of life and circumstances. The repressed sexuality of youth is symbolized by the serpent because the arrival of sexuality puts an end to childhood. To age, on the contrary, the serpent signifies the repressed thought of death. With our author, it is the insufficiently expressed sexuality which as serpent assumes the role of sacrificer and delivers the hero over to death and rebirth. As in the beginning of our investigation, the hero's name forced us to speak of the symbolism of Popocatépetl as belonging to the creating part of the human body. So at the end does the Miller drama again give us an opportunity of seeing how the volcano assists in the death of the hero and causes him to disappear by means of an earthquake into the depths of the earth. As the volcano gave birth and name to the hero, so at the end of the day it devours him again. We learn from the last words of the hero that is longed for beloved. She who alone understands him is called Yani Wama. We find in this name those lisped syllables familiar to us from the early childhood of the hero Hiawatha, Wawa, Wama, Mama. The only one who really understands us is the mother, for Verchen, to understand, Old High German Fürsten, is probably derived from a primitive Germanic prefix fry, identical with the Greek, meaning roundabout. The Old High German Antifristum to interpret is considered as identical with Firstum. From that results the fundamental significance of the verb verchen, to understand, as standing round about something. Comprehendre and Greek equivalent express a similar idea as the German erfassen, to grasp, to comprehend. The thing common to these expressions is the surrounding, the enfolding, and there is no doubt that there is nothing in the world which so completely enfolds us as the mother. When the neurotic complains that the world has no understanding, he says indirectly that he misses the mother. Paul Verlaine has expressed this thought most beautifully in his poem, Mon rêve familier, my familiar dream. Often I have that strange and poignant dream of some unknown who meets my flame with flame, who with each time is never quite the same, yet never wholly different does she seem. She understands me, every fitful gleam, troubling my heart, she reads aright somehow, even the sweat upon my pallid brow, she soothes with tears, a cool and freshening stream. If she is dark or fair, I do not know her name, only that it is sweet and low, like those of loved ones who have long since died. Her look is like a statue's, kind and clear, and her calm voice distant and dignified, like those hushed voices that I love to hear. End of Psychology of the Unconscious by Carl Jung. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.